Apartments.com is a service that allows landlords to host their properties, and it also allows tenants to view those properties so that they can see if they want to rent them. The service sold for $585 million back in 2014, but when you look at their app, you can see that it's actually pretty simple, so it makes it a perfect candidate to clone and learn all the valuable skills that come with creating an app. And it's for this reason that I decided to do that. And I'm going to show you guys how you can do the same. So throughout this series, you're going to learn how to implement autocomplete to search for locations, use that location data to display your properties on a React Native map, use React navigation to navigate through multiple different screens, allow users to sign in and create accounts using Apple OAuth, and allow users to do the same using Facebook and Google OAuth. We'll also learn how to allow users to create an account using an email and password. Along with this, we'll also go over how to implement forms into your app so users can input data and you can store that data. With this, we'll also go over the basics of CRUD operations, how to create a REST API, and how to model data to put it into your database. In addition to this, we'll also learn how to implement animations in React Native, Lottie animations, and upload images to an AWS S3 instance. This is the tech stack we'll be using to build out the app. So on the front end, we'll be using TypeScript and React Native, and to manage asynchronous state, we'll be using React Query. For the back end, we'll be using Go and a Go framework called Iris. For storing images, we'll use Amazon's S3, and to store data, we'll be using PostgreSQL. So without further ado, let's get into part one of the series. So to get started, make sure that you have Node installed on your machine, and then make sure that you install the Expo CLI. And once you've got all that stuff done, create a new project. I'm just going to put this on my desktop. So we're going to go expo init apartments dash clone and call it whatever you want. I just like this. And we're going to choose with tabs because that will set up the React navigation for us and it'll be less work. Alright, so it's finally done loading. I'm going to change into that directory and then open it in VS Code. And from here, I'm just going to open up the terminal and run expo start. And this will start up the Expo development server. And from here, you can either use your phone to scan this QR code and do development that way, or you can use a virtual device to do your development. I'm going to use my phone because if I use a virtual device, it tends to crash my computer, but do whatever fits your needs. Once you've got the application open, you should have something like this on your screen. It's a simple little layout, but this is the base from which we'll be building. Let's go back to our text editor and add some new screens. So if you look at the apartments.com app, there are three main screens that we're going to need to build. And the first one is the search screen. The next one is going to be a saved screen. And the last one will be an account screen. And then from these screens, you can get to more screens. So for instance, if the user wants to search a location, they can press on this search bar and a new screen will pop up. From that new screen, they'll be able to search and then come back to here to display these properties. So what that really means is that we need to create a search, saved, and account screen and then take things from there. So let's get to that. And I'm going to head to my screens folder and create a new screen called search screen.tsx. And then from here, we're going to import view and text from React-native, and then export const search screen which is going to be equal to this function, and we're going to return a view. And within this view, we're going to return some text that says search screen. And that's going to be good enough for now. So let's just copy this stuff and paste it into another screen called saved screen. And then let's change this. And cool little feature is if you press Control D on a highlighted piece of text and that text exists somewhere else within the file, you can change both of those things at once. So here we're going to change that to saved screen. Save that. Then let's do the same with a file called account screen.tsx. Control A, Control C, then Control V. Then here, Control D, account screen, and then save. So with those screens created, let's now add them to our bottom tab. And to do that, we have to navigate to our navigation folder and click on index. And if you're anything like me, you'll be getting this error. I looked into it and it appears to be a dependency error for the types and specifically the React types. So how you fix it is just add this dependency to this dependency's object. And that dependency is at types /React 18.0.8, and I'm on Expo 45. So once you put that in your dependencies, open up your terminal. You can do that by pressing Control and tilde, and then from here you can either run npm install or yarn. Okay, now let's head back and try it out. And just like that, it's now working, or we're not getting an error. Now we need to add our screens to the bottom tab navigator. And from here, we'll go to our bottom tab navigator, and we are going to change out these tabs to those screens that we just created. So let's create a new tab and call it search. Bottom tab.screen. And give it a name of search. And I'm just going to use this as a little template because it's handy and that's all we need. So we'll call it search, and we need to add this to our types, which we will do in a few moments. We're going to give it the component of search screen. And for the options prop, we're going to say header shown be false, and tab bar icon we'll just set to code for now. And let's just copy this over. Okay, that looks good. Let's do the same for saved screen and account screen. So I'm just going to copy this, paste and paste. So now that we've got those pasted, let's change the names on these, and we'll also need to import the various different screens. So for this one, we'll have saved and saved. Then I'm going to press Control and period, and then add that as an import. And here we'll do account and change this to account as well. Control period and add that as an import. So we're getting this error here saying that name type saved is not assignable to key of root tab param list. So we need to add this as a key in that root tab param list. Now where is that? Well, that is going to be in our types file. Not there. So let's search for root tab param list, and it's right here. So we need to add search, and for right now it will be fine to assign undefined to these. So saved will be undefined and account be undefined. And let's check out what it looks like. So expo start. So I keep getting this message when trying to start my development server saying that I don't have types React installed as a dependency, but as you saw earlier, I put it as a dependency, and it's a dev dependency right here. So I'm just going to downgrade to the prior version and deal with the highlighting on index so that I can actually start my development server. For some reason, it's not starting with any version besides this. Or actually, I shouldn't say that. It was starting with 17.0.41, this right here, whenever I put that in, but I was still running into the same issues that I got here, where it's highlighting this component and these other components. So I am just going to add this in. So with that done, let's just start it up. So with the light theme, we can see the text up in the top left corner on our screens. So our screens are actually working. And now we just need some better icons. Head over to your favorite web browser and type in icons.expo.fyi and search for this website. And you'll get something like this. So we need to get a magnifying glass, a heart, and some sort of account icon for our screens. So let's search magnify, and this looks pretty good. I know from personal experience I like to use material community icons, so that's what I'm going to use here. I'm going to import this. So I'm just going to import that into my index file here. And then let's go back and search for some more. So this is called magnify, so we're going to have to remember that for later. Next is going to be a heart, specifically a heart outline, which let's just use material community icons again, and we'll get heart outline. So let's remember that name for later. And the last one is going to be some sort of account. So let's just type that in. And this seems to look good, account circle outline. So we've got magnify, heart outline, and account circle outline. So let's go back here, and we can actually get rid of this font awesome import and get rid of these font awesome icon references. So right there, we'll just change this to material community and material community icons. Okay. And let's get rid of these screens called tab 1 and tab 2 because we don't need them anymore. And here we can use account circle outline. Circle outline. For saved, we'll be using heart outline. And for the search screen, we'll be using magnify. Okay. And initial root name is no longer tab 1. That is going to be search. So for color scheme, we're just going to get rid of this. We don't need it anymore. We'll be changing this later. So for the tab bar active color, let's just change it to black. Then here for the theme, I'm just going to use default theme. And now we can go back to our screens and get rid of modal screen. We don't need this anymore. Delete. Not found screen, can delete. Tab 1 screen can also delete, and tab 2 screen we can also delete. Now back in index, we're going to be getting some errors because oops, we don't have this anymore. Delete that. We're going to delete the screen from here, but keep the stack group because a lot of the screens within our app are actually going to be modals. So that's why we're keeping it. Now let's clear up these unused imports and go back to our types so that we can get rid of these. and also get rid of these. Okay, that looks good. So I don't know if you guys noticed or not, but during that little presentation, all of our text was in the top left for our screens, and that's because we need to put a area view, or rather a safe area view, on all of our screens, especially if you're on an iPhone, a newer version that is, because if you don't add that safe area view, all of your top level content will be like up here in the top left or top right. And that just doesn't look good. So we're going to create a new component called screen.tsx, well, a new file. And then within this file, let's import safe area view from React Native and style sheet, and also view props. Okay, now let's export const screen, which is going to return a safe area view component. And then within that, we are going to have some things that we need to return. So the component needs to take children as props, which will assign any, and then it will also have styles, which will give it a prop of style, and style, which will be view props. Or is it view style props? Actually, we need to import view style here. That's what it is. View style. Okay, so within here, let's render out our children. And for the style, we need to do something like this. So we want to add our own styles, and then if we need to pass in specific styles, we will allow for that as well. So down here, we'll create a new variable called styles, and then assign it to a style sheet, and create, and we'll just call this container, and give it a flex of 1. So call it styles.container, and then style. And this is how you add in multiple styles. You just pass in these multiple styles into an array, and then pass that array into a style prop. And one thing we need to do is make this an optional prop. And also within this container style, let's add in something specific for Androids. So we're going to give it a padding top, and then let's import platform from React Native, platform, and also status bar from React Native. Save that. And we're saying if the operating system is Android, we're going to give it a padding top of the status bar. Otherwise, we'll just set it to 0, and that will take care of all of our issues and concerns to content being above the status bar. So with this new screen component created, we need to add this to our save screen, account screen, and search screen. So let's search for those. This is the shortcut Control P. I'm going to input search screen. And then down here, we'll import screen from components/screen. And then let's replace this view with screen. And that looks good. Now I'm gonna get rid of view. And then I'll just copy this and add it to the others. Control P, saved screen. Get rid of view. And Control D, screen. Save that. Now let's go to account screen. Get rid of this. Control D and screen. And now let's go and check it out. And now we'll have something like this where we only have 3 screens, the active icon color is black, and the content shown is much cleaner. So with our navigation created and those 3 screens implemented, we now need to start building out the content of these screens. And to do that, we're going to use a component library called UIKitten. So to get started, just head to their website and click Get Started. From this point, go to Where to Start, Get Started, and then since we've already got an app initialized, we need to do a manual installation. If you're using NPM, just use this, but I'm using Yarn, so I'm gonna run this command in my terminal. And because we're using Expo, we also need to run this command, which will install React Native SVG version 9.13.6. And with those installed, head to your app file and copy these 2 imports, paste them into the app file, and then wrap this in the application provider component. And if you want to move code like that, all you have to do is highlight the code and then press Alt and the up arrow or down arrow on your keyboard. So with that implemented, let's just copy this over as well. So as you guys see here, we're getting some type of TypeScript error, and apparently you can fix this by updating the React types to version 18, but then we'll run into the problem where we can't start our Expo development server. So I'm just going to keep it like this for now. The next thing we need to do is change our theme, and to do that we'll head to this branding section, and you can read all of this stuff if you'd like, but we're going to create a theme using their Eva Colors website. And to get the brand color, let's head over to apartments.com. So now that we're at apartments.com, let's inspect the page. I'm on Firefox right now, so I'm just going to use this little droplet and get this color. And now that we've got the hex code, let's go to Eva Design and paste that in. And then these are the complementary colors to that. So with that done, let's export a JSON file and then take that download and place it in the root of your project. So just go here, and then I'm going to rename this to just theme. .json. And here you'll see all of the colors that we have access to. And from here, let's import that into app. So import default as theme from theme.json. And then let's replace this light theme with theme. Now let's change this active tab icon so that it displays this main green color. And to do that, let's head over to index.tsx. So first we need to import our theme. So import default as theme from, I believe, okay, it's one up, so theme.json. And let's get rid of color and use color schemes. Also, let's get rid of dark theme. And here we will change this from black to theme.color-primary-500, and that will change it to that primary color. So let's go check that out and make sure it works. And here it is. As you can see, the icons are now green when the tab is active. So let's get started on building out the search screen. A few things pop out to me when I look at this screen, but the main thing are these cards and the scrollable list, where you can view each property and you can like the property, go through the images of that property, and even click on it to go into further detail about that property. So let's get started on building that out. Alright, so let's just start this off by building this card out. Now, this card displays a property. So within our code, we're going to need to create a property object which has all of these components. For instance, it'll store a price minimum, bed minimum, the name. It will store these image URLs, all these things. So I've already built out that object, and this is what the schema will look like. Granted, we're going to have to add some more stuff whenever we press on this and get to the property details, but this will do for now. Just trying to build out this little card here. So starting off, we'll have images, and I just got these images from the web. And then we're going to have a rent low and a rent high. We'll have a bedroom low, a bedroom high. We'll store the name, the street, the city, state, and zip, and then any additional tags. Now let's start to build out the card and display all this information so that it will look like this. And to do that, we need to first change our imports. So let's get rid of this text here. We're actually going to be importing text from UIKitten. So let's just do that real quickly. Text and button as well from @UIKitten/components. And then in React Native, in that import, we need to add view, style sheet, dimensions, and image. And then additionally, we are going to need material community icons. So import that as well from expo vector icons. And that should be good. Yeah, oh, one more thing. We need to import our theme. So default as theme from one directory up and theme.json. So I had started to do some development, and I noticed that my theme wasn't working. As you can see, these buttons are supposed to be this color, but they aren't. So that led me to do some digging. And despite what it says in their documentation about the exporting of themes and exporting to a JSON file, they actually allow you to use an export to the UIKitten theme. So that'll just give you a TypeScript file that looks like this. And this actually will work. So what I ended up doing was just the same process of getting this color and then adding it here, except once I got to this point, I exported to UIKitten theme, and then I took that download and pulled it over here. So now I'm going to start using this, but first I need to get rid of all the dependencies on this theme.json file. So I just wanted to go through that to make sure that you guys did this as well, because if you don't do it, it's looking like it won't actually work the way that it's intended to. So we only use theme in 2 places, and well, 3 actually. So the first place was app, so let's go there, app.tsx, and get rid of this theme, and then import my theme from custom theme, and then you can just say my theme. I'm gonna rename it real quick to just theme here, and then change this and change this as well. And also let's just get rid of theme.json as well. So delete that and rename this to theme. Alright, let's go back to app, and okay, that seemed to work, so save that. So there's 2 other places where we need to get rid of theme, or actually one other place, which is in the index file, and that'll be here. So let's see what we got here. So let's get rid of this and then import theme from theme. I gotta get rid of that. All right, so let's get started in turning this into this. So first things first, we need to get rid of this text within the screen component. And then, yeah, let's just start out by adding a view in the screen component. This will be the container of this card. And then the first thing within this card at the top level is this image. So let's add an image in this view. And the image is going to need three things. The first thing is going to be a source, which we need to assign a URI to. And that URI is going to be equal to property.images, and the index is going to be 0. And eventually we're going to have this be a flat list where the user can scroll through the images, but this will work for now. The next thing that we need to add are, well, the next things that we need to add are the height and width. So we will add those to the style prop, and the height, we'll set that to 250. So for the width, we need to assign that to the width dimension of the screen. And to do that, we're going to use this dimensions import, and we're going to assign that to a constant variable. And I'm going to call it width, which is going to be equal to dimensions.get screen, and then the width property. All right, so cool. We're using that, and we'll set this to width. And the next thing I notice is that there seems to be a horizontal margin for all the components within this list right here. So I'm going to add that real quick, and we're going to be adding this onto the screen. Well, to start off, we'll add it to the screen, but eventually we'll just add it to the list itself. So to do that, we'll create another variable and put it above width. Here, we'll just call it list margin. And we'll assign that a value of 10. And then down here for width, we need to do a subtraction of the list margin times 2. And then here we will assign the style margin horizontal to list margin. Okay, so with that done, let's get started on this bottom row here. So within this row, there is going to be a heart and the dollar amounts. So to do that, we need to create a view and assign the style equal to a flex direction, and that needs to be row. Now within this, we need to have a text component showing the dollar amounts, and then property.rent low.toLocale string, and this will just put the commas in this value. So typically it will just read like this, but here it has commas, so that's why we're adding this. All right, so next we need to add a dash and then add the property.rent_high.toLocale string. Now that should be good. And the other component within this row is this heart, and by default it's going to be an empty heart, so I'm going to put that as the name. So here we'll add in our material community icons component. Name is going to be heart dash outline. Color is equal to our theme primary color. Theme dot, oh yep, and I just auto imported theme here. So theme, so this color is going to be equal to theme and then color primary of 500. And next, our size is going to be equal to 24. Next thing we have to add here is a justify content, and we're going to use space between. Next thing we have to do is change the text. This is a bolder text than the default text, so we'll add the category prop and assign that to S1. Next thing we need to do is add the beds underneath. So that's just going to be a text component, and this is going to be smaller text, so we're going to give it a category equal to C1. And then we're going to do the same thing here, just with property.beds or bedroom low, and then property.bedroom high. Looks like there's a little gap here between those, maybe a margin top on this next text component of 5. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. Style is equal to margin top of 5. We'll just copy this as well for the next 2. So let's change this real quick to property.name. Get rid of this beds at the end. Then the next thing is the street, so property.street. Get rid of this stuff. And last but not least, we have to do the city, state, and the zip. For that, we just do property.city, comma, property.state, and then property.zip. So underneath our city, state, and zip, we want to display the tags. This tags property is going to be an array, so we can map through the array. The only thing is that if we have multiple tags, we want to make sure that we are separating them by a comma in between. So for instance, this should say parking, comma, value 1, comma, value 2. And if there's only 3 values in the array, we want to make sure that we're only adding 2 commas. So we need to keep that in mind. And additionally, we need to return a component that has a margin top of 5. So let's do that. And let's start off by creating a text component. Give it a style equal to margin top of 5. And let's map through the property.tags array. .map. And we're going to need the tag and the index. And from this, we're going to either return the value itself or the value plus a comma and a space. So let's add some logic here, comparing the index to the length of this array. If it's less than the length minus 1, we need to add a comma and a space after the word. So index equals to property.tags.length minus 1 question mark. Then we'll just return the tag itself. Else we need to return the tag plus a comma and space. To make this a little simpler, I'm just going to use the backticks here and add a $, then brackets, and say tag, then comma and space. Now let's save that, and it should be working. Okay, our text is a little too big, so let's change the category equal to C1. So let's get rid of these. Those are giving us the behavior we want. And let's add some buttons below this text. Button on press. So the first one's going to be an email button. And actually we need to put these in a view with the flex direction equal to row. Style equals flex direction of row. this on press, we'll just say console.log email the property manager. And then needs to have a value of email. And let's just copy this and paste it below. And here we go. We'll say call instead. And call. Now let's give this view a margin top of 5 as well. Margin top of 5. We also need to make the buttons look like this. For this button, we're going to say appearance is equal to ghost, and that will make it such that the background is white. And then we need to add a style here, and we have to give it a border, or a border color and a border width. So the border color is going to be equal to theme of color dash primary dash 500. And actually we don't need to give it a border width because that is already appearing. So, and we're going to give these a size of small. So let's give this one a size of small as well. Let's justify the content as well to give it a even spacing. So space evenly. And then let's change the width of each button so that they're the same width. And I'm thinking 48% will probably do. So here we'll just go width be 48%. And same thing here. I'm just going to copy this and paste it down below. Get rid of this. Okay, that's looking decent right now. So let's add a border to our view here, to our card. So we'll give it a style equal to border color. It's going to be hashtag D3, D3, D3. And we're going to give it a border radius of 5. And we also need to give it a border width of 1. Let's add some padding. Actually, yeah, padding of 5. So with that padding added, it kind of jacked up our image. So what we actually need to do is separate the image from the bottom content. So that's what we're going to do now. And to do that, we just have to add a view here and then wrap all this stuff in that view. And we're going to give that a style of padding, then 5, I think it was. 5, maybe, let's try 10, see if that looks any better. Yeah, that's looking pretty good with 10. So one thing I did notice is that we should change the buttons here, and we need to change this to space between the button container. So space between, and then change these to 49%. Here for this top level padding, I'm thinking we actually need to do padding vertical equal to 10, and then padding horizontal equal to 5. Next thing we have to do is just add a border radius to the top corners of this image. Border top right radius will give 5, and border top left will give 5. So this is what your screen should be looking like right about now. One thing I do notice is that here you can see that the image is slightly offset, And that's because we're adding a border width of 1 to the whole entire card. I think what we need to do is actually just add a border around this part of the card. So let's do that and let's see if it changes it. So take away this top level border width from the top level view component, and let's actually just get rid of this style entirely. Make sure, let's just cut it here. Yeah. And then we'll go to this bottom component and we'll paste it underneath. Now let's get rid of that. Get rid of this. Border color, and then border width will be 1. Border width 1. Cool. Okay. That's looking a little bit better, but we need to only specify a border radius around the bottom edges. So we want border radius bottom left, or border bottom left radius to be 5, and then border bottom right radius to be 5. And this is what we're working with now. I mean, this pretty much looks just like what we had before. So this is the actual apartments.com, and then this is what we just created. So I mean, the font's a little different, but you know, it'll work. I think we could maybe change the height here to 200, and that'll work, or 225. So let's do that real quick, and then we can start to develop the scrolling feature for the images. Let's change this to 225. Alright, so with that change made, we now need to add another import, which will be flat list from React Native. And we are going to be using this flat list to scroll through our images. So let's add this flat list here. Data is going to be equal to property.images. Key extractor is going to be equal to the item. Okay, so it's just going to be equal to the item, which will just be a unique URL. And for the item that we want to render an image. So let's destructure that item, and then index. I don't think we'll be needing the index, but I like to add it to the destructuring here. So let's add that. Let's just copy and paste this right here. So Control X, Control V. Now we need to make horizontal equal to true. Just add horizontal here. Shows horizontal scroll indicator is false. Let's add snap to alignment equal to center. And paging enabled be true. We also need to create a flat list ref. So here, let's create a variable called flat list ref. Flat list ref equals to use ref, and this ref can either be a flat list or null. Yeah, and then null. And then for ref here, we'll say this, that we'll pass in a ref here and say flat list.current. Okay, flat list ref dot current is equal to ref. The next prop that we need to set is viewability config, and this will just create an object and then assign that here. So I'm going to call the object view config, and I copied it. So within this object, we'll have a property called view area coverage % threshold, and we're going to set that to 95. So let's assign that here. View config. So all this stuff should be good. Let's just change the source. Let's just change this source URI to the item, and that should be good. Now let's go and check it out. So this is what it's looking like. We're getting that nice functionality where you can just swipe left and right, and it's pretty snappy, but we still need to add those arrows and allow for the user to press on the arrows to go left and right through the images. So let's get to that. So I think the first thing we should do is look for some icons and put those on the image. So head to icons.expo.fyi, and I believe these are called chevrons. Alright, so it looks like both material icons and material community icons have the chevrons. So we're already importing from material community icons, so I'm just going to use those. So when adding these chevrons, we actually want to add them on top of the flat list images. It doesn't matter which image. So we don't want to include it in the render item. We actually want to include it beneath the flat list itself. So let's do that. Let's create a material community icon. Let's give it the name of chevron left. Chevron dash left. Color is going to equal, we want it to equal white, but just to get things going, we're going to give it red because it's easier to identify. And then for size, equal to 32. And let's just copy and paste this for the right chevron. So we need to give these an absolute position. So let's do that first. Position is going to be absolute. So if we just add this, it'll be on top of the image, but we want to put it in the middle of the image. So we should have somewhere around 110, should put it in the middle of the image. So use the top key and put 110 here. And that looks a little past the middle to me. So I'm gonna do like 95, and that looks pretty good. So we'll just do the same with the right, chevron right. So let's just copy and paste this. The only thing we'll have to do is add the right property here. Let's give it a right of 5. And to be consistent, let's add this a left of 5 here. And let's change the size here. I think they would benefit from being larger, so let's say 45. Now let's change the color back to white. White. So we want to actually be able to interact with these chevrons and press them to go left and right through our images. So to do that, let's import pressable from React Native. These icons do have an onPress prop, but I found that whenever you press them, they bring up a black background, and I haven't been able to figure out how to get rid of that. So I'm just going to use pressable. So what we want to do is put these components into a pressable component. We'll wrap them in a pressable component, and then let's just add these styles to the pressable component. And we also need to add an onPress event to the pressable component. And we'll just say console.log go left, because that's what we want to do whenever we hit the left chevron. And let's just do the same here. Pressable style equals this stuff. That's fine. let's get rid of that. Do this. Copy this. Add it to our new pressable component. And say go right. So let's just test those out, make sure they're working. Yep, they're working. So next thing we need to do is add some functionality to those components. So here I brought in some new code that implements this functionality. I'm just going to copy it over into this new file. So first thing I'm going to do is create a new state and call it active index. And set active index. And we're going to assign that to 0. And we also need to import that, use state. Next thing we're going to do is create this ref called onViewRef. ViewRef equals useRef changed, where a change can be any. And then we'll say if changed sub0 dot is viewable, then set active index to changed 0 dot index. So we'll be using this to change this index, and based upon this index we can then use the arrows to either go right or left. So let's add this to the flat list, and we're going to be adding it to the prop called onViewable items changed. OnViewRef.current. So to handle whenever the left chevron is pressed, I'm just going to copy this code over and explain it, and I'm going to do the same for the right chevron. And I have added these down to the onPress events here. So left chevron, handle press left, and then right chevron, handle press right. So for the handle left press, really what we care about is if we're at index of 0, or if we're at the first image, in other words, because if we go left, then we'll have to go to the last image in the array. And to do that, I've found that if you try to animate that, it's going to be extremely slow and might even break your app. I'm sure there's a better way to do it. I just haven't found that out yet. So I'm just using this fix at the moment, setting animated to false, and then scrolling to the last index in the array. If you're not on the first image, all you really have to do is go to the index before and just scroll to that image. So this is what this is doing. And conversely, if you press the right chevron and you're on the last image in the array, you want to go to the first image in the array, which is index 0, which is what this is doing. Otherwise, you just need to go to the index that is one above your current, which is what this is saying. So let's check out what that actually looks like in practice. So this is what it looks like. This is me pressing on the chevrons. So this is me scrolling through. If you notice there, whenever I'm scrolling on the image and get to index of 0 or the last image in the array and try and scroll to the left or scroll to the right, I'm going to get that bouncing animation because I can't scroll. I haven't found a fix for that yet, but I'm sure there's one out there. Right now, I'm just dealing with it. I don't think it's that big of an issue, but if you find one out there, certainly let me know. I would much appreciate that. So back in our search screen, let's add a flat list within the screen component. Flat list. For data, let's actually call this properties now. We can copy this over and just create a duplicate. Now let's create an array here and give an ID to each property. So this will be ID of 1. This will have the ID of 2. Granted, they'll be the same, but this is for demonstration purposes right now and just building it out. So let's have the data equal to properties. Key extractor is going to be equal to item.id id.toString, and then so for render item here we just need to return pretty much the card that we just built. So let's do that here. I'm going to add parentheses instead of a return statement and destructure for item, and let's move that in. And we're going to be getting some errors because there is no such thing as property anymore. So let's just highlight all those and change property to item. So with this top level flat list in place, let's add another prop here called shows vertical scroll indicator, and we're going to set that to false. Alright, let's check it out. Alright, so this is what it looks like now. The scrolling left and right works, but the chevrons no longer work. And it no longer works because we no longer have this variable called property. So let's refactor our code, and this should be able to fix itself. So to start, I am going to create a new component in our components called card.tsx. Alright, so let's just say export const card here. We'll just return an empty component right now. And then go back to your search screen and just copy all this stuff. The list margin, the width, all this stuff for right now. Not sure how much we'll actually need. Well, we'll need a lot of the imports, but I'm not sure if we'll need list margin. Oh yeah, we will. Yeah, we'll probably need to create a constants file and put this in there along with the width. So let's do that actually right now. We actually have constants here. We have a constants folder. Let's just create a constants file. I might just get rid of that folder. TS. Alright, so with this created, I realized that we should probably just get rid of this constants folder. I was looking in it. I don't think we'll need anything in it. So I'm going to delete that, along with some of these components that were mentioned. So styled text, we can delete that. Themed, delete. Edit screen info, delete that. Along with screens here, yeah, we're good there. Hooks, I mean, even hooks, we'll probably end up deleting some of these. So within constants, let's use these. So I'm gonna cut those and then paste them here and import dimensions from React Native. And let's do an export here. Yeah, export. Alright, cool. So now that we've done that, let's go down to our initial flat list. Everything that you're rendering within the first flat list in this screen component, just copy that and let's paste it into card. So based upon this, I see two components that we really care about. We have the top level flat list with these chevrons, and I'm going to consider that like a carousel, image carousel. And then here we have the card info. So let's create some more components. But first we need to take care of these props. So I'm going to destructure, and I'm going to say property here, and pretty much the property type is going to be this, so we can just hover over this and get the types. And let's add this to a new folder called types /property.ts, and we're going to export const property, which is equal to that. And instead of type, I put const here, I need to put type, and that will agree. So let's do this, come here, say property, be type property. It's coming up as in the auto import, and that's working. And then we're going to add styles as well, or just style, and style will be a view style, and we need to make that optional. And then here we can choose to implement that style. So style, and then anytime we have item in here, we can just say property. So yeah, item, Control H, property. Oh, that's not what we wanted. Yeah, here we can change some stuff wherever it says item. Change this to property, and it should like that. Okay, that looks pretty good. Now we need to do some further refactoring here. I'm going to put this in its own component, and that's when we'll bring over these handle press left and right functions. So here, let's create another component called image carousel. Image carousel.tsx. Export const image carousel, and it should be good. Now within this, we'll be taking in an array of images. So we'll just have images here. Images will be a string array. So here, let's just say return, and then here, create a fragment there, and then paste within that fragment. Now we need to add these imports, so let's import flatlist, import flatlist, pressable, and is that it? We have image, and underneath that we have material community icons. Okay, that looks good. Now we need to copy over the refs, the state. Let's import width. We also need to import style sheet. And let's copy over those functions. So copy this. Over here. Let's import useState and useRef from React. Yeah, just React. Now let's go back to search screen. Copy this stuff over. Back to our image carousel. We don't need property here for the index. We don't need property here. We we don't need property here. Alright, let's add some styles to this. Well, let's clean up the styles for this. So let's create a new styles component. Or let's create a new styles variable. And we'll create an image styles. So let's copy this. Let's say styles. Within this, create image object, rather. Create an image object. Just paste that in. And here we'll say styles.image. We can get rid of this index. So both of these are using position absolute and then top 95. So we can just have this as chevron. Say this and this. And then we can use an array here and say styles.chevron, comma, this object. Same thing here. Well, create this array. Styles.chevron and then right of 5. That should be good. Alright, now let's implement that within our card. We'll just say and now we'll import image carousel from image carousel, and here we'll have the image carousel with our images equal to property dot images, and that should work now. So on this screen we need to change all this stuff to simply card. And make sure you're importing that from your components folder. And then our property is going to be item. And let's just make sure that that works. So this is what it looks like. The chevrons are working again, and so is the scrolling. So now let's refactor this part of the card component. So let's go back into card and begin dismantling this stuff. So from what I can see, we are reusing a view here where we're using flex direction as row, and quite frankly we'll have to do that a lot, so I'm just going to create a new component and call it row. Row.tsx, export const row, and it's going to have anything for the children, so we can keep that in mind. Return a view. We're going to need some styles here. Const style sheet. First, yes. Const styles equals style sheet dot create. Now let's just call this container. Let's say style is equal to styles dot container. And then we will import style sheet from React Native and view from React Native. And for the props, we'll have children and styles. So children will be any, children will be any, and then style will be view style. So that's another import we'll have. And here we're going to change this to an array, and then we'll put style at the end. And within this component, let's render out the children. So for container here, we need to change this to flex direction of row. Okay, so I don't need anything else within this, so I'm just going to close this out and go back to the card. Let's import that, import row from row, and we can change this here to row, and we don't need this. Let's see, we're both using space between there, so we just need a margin top. Okay, so we can just do this, change this to row as well, and change this bottom view. Wait. Alright, so let's change this to row along with this. And we no longer need this flex direction of row. And let's do the same here. Change this to row, and change this to row. No longer need this. And let's also create our styles here. Style sheet dot create button. Our button is going to have a width of 49, so width be 49%. And now we can just change this to styles.button, and same thing here. Was change this to an array. Yeah, wrap this and say styles.button at the end or the beginning, doesn't matter. Now here we seem to have a consistent margin top throughout our code, so we can change that and put it in a style. Yep, same thing here. So let's just say default margin top here. And within this we'll say styles.default margin top. Styles.default margin top. Styles.default margin top. Okay. And then we're also using space between here. So here we can say row justification or something. Row justification. Justification. And say that. And get rid of this whilst keeping row justification. And let's add that here, styles.row justification. So here I'm just going to copy all this stuff and put it in these styles, and then let's just call this styles.information container. And I'm going to put it at the top. I'm going to put button at the bottom because the buttons are at the bottom. Alright, this looks good enough, but I think we can do better by making this its own component. So let's do that, and we can actually just copy these styles over. So what should we call this? I'm thinking this new component can be called card information.tsx. For this, we can just export const card information, and it will take a property for its props. Which is going to be of the type property. And we just need to import that. And then we need to return everything that we have in this view with the style of information container. So cut that over. Let's just return that. Let's go back here, copy all these styles over. We'll rather cut them and then paste them. Let's go back to card again. Yeah, let's just do this. Copy all those over. And then get rid of what we don't need. Okay, we did property there. Don't need carousel, screen. Alright, this is looking good now. Let's go back to card and import it here. So card information, and then property will be equal to property. And let's get rid of all this stuff. Unused imports. Theme here, row there. We don't need all that stuff. Okay. Constants. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Now let's go back to our search screen, get rid of this stuff that we don't need. And we don't need list margin here either. We can import that. Import list margin from constants. So one thing that we do need to add here is a style, and we're going to give this a margin vertical of 10. Well, we'll give it a margin vertical of 5, and that will give some space in between the cards. So let's go and check it out, make sure our refactoring worked. So this is what the updated version looks like. As you can see, there is now a margin between the cards, so that's good, and the cards are functioning as we expect. So I'd say that was a successful refactor, and now we can start adding in the map and the header components. We're going to be building out a animated list header, and we're also going to implement React Native maps into the app. So without further ado, let's get started. Import animated from React Native, and let's just create an animated view within our screen. So animated.view. And let's add some styles to this view so that we can see it on our screen. So first things first, we need to position it absolutely. Let's set top to 0, right to 0, left to 0. We need to give it a high Z index so that we can see it over our images. So So I'm going to set that to 1000. Now let's just set some arbitrary height for right now. So let's set it to 250. And let's set a color to this. So background color will be red. Okay, and let's get rid of this margin and add it to the flat list itself. So go down to styles here and add in that margin horizontal. All right, so the next thing that we need to do is import useState from React. And we need to create two new state variables. We're going to call the first one scroll animation. Wrap this in parentheses. And we'll use state new animated dot value and pass in 0. And then we'll copy and paste that and call this one offset animation. Now let's create another state variable called clamp scrolled. Clamp scroll, and then set clamp scroll and say use state. And within this we need an animated diff clamp, animated dot diff clamp. And within this, we need to say animated.add scroll animation.interpolate. Say input range will be 0 to 1. Output range will be 0 to 1. And extrapolate left will be clamp. Now the second argument for diff clamp needs to be our offset animation. So that should be good there. And then we need two other arguments for our diff clamp here. So the first one is just going to be a 0 and the second will be a 1. And that should be all happy now. Now let's create another variable. We'll call this navbar translate. And this will be equal to clamped scroll dot interpolate, and we'll say input range will be an array of 0 to 250, and this is coming from here. We've got a height of 250. Then we'll say output range will be 0 to negative 250, and extrapolate will be clamp. Now let's create a new function and let's call it onLayout, and it's going to take an event, and this will be a layout change event, and we need to get the height from the event, so we can use structure here and say event.native event.layout, and with this height we can then set the clamp scroll, so we can just say set clamped scroll, and we can just actually copy and paste this stuff over. It's just that we need to change this 1 to the height. And now let's assign this to the onLayout prop here for the animated view. And for the styles here, we need to say transform and set this to an array, and within this we have translate y and assign that the navbar translate. So that should be good for the animated view. We just need to make our flat list animated now, so let's change this to animated.flatlist, and here we need to change the onScroll prop, and we will set this to an animated event, so animated.event, which will take an array and an object at the end. Here we'll say use native driver set that to true. And within this array, we need to have an object which has the property of native event. For this, we're going to assign an object which has the property of content offset. This is going to be an object which says y, and we're going to assign that to our scroll animation. Okay, now let's say scroll event throttle and set this to 16. And this should be good now, so I'm going to add some more properties here so that we can give it a valid test to make sure that the header will collapse and animate. Alright, so let's go check it out and make sure that it's working. So this is what it looks like. That's the animation scrolling down, scrolling back up. I did notice that we do have some issues that we need to work out, such as whenever you scroll all the way to the bottom and it bounces, this will come back up. So we need to fix that. And we also need to add some padding to the initial content so that we can actually see this first property whenever initially loading. So let's get into that. So go down to your flat list and we need to change some of these props. So for bounces, we want to set that to false. And we also want to say content container style and set that equal to a padding top of 250 and then plus maybe 30. So this 250 represents the height here, and then the additional 30 will just represent extra padding. Now let's just change this to a white background. So we'll use the hex code of FFF and let's go check it out. So this is what it now looks like. This initial padding is a bit extreme, so we could cut back on that. The header no longer comes down whenever we're fully at the bottom. So with those changes made, let's actually create a consistent height for this header. And to do that, let's go into our constants file. So this is some code that I pulled from another project. It's pretty much just saying that we're going to give everything a base height of 160, and then if it's iOS, it'll be 200. And if the Android has a status bar, then we'll assign that to the base height as well. And then here we're just taking into account the platform. So we want to export this as header height. So back here on this screen, let's just search for every instance of 250 and change that to header height. So change this to header height, and that's going to auto import up here. So make sure that you've got that. And then for this content container style, let's actually do some subtraction here. So header height minus 20. So now let's go and check it out. And this is what it's looking like now. So now let's clean up our code a bit and make this into its own little component. So to do that, let's first create a new component called animated list header. .tsx, and let's export const animated list header. And then let's copy this, rather cut it and then go here and let's return that value. Okay, now here we need to import animated from React Native. We need to import header height. And we need to bring in navbar translate on layout and a few other things. So let's do that. So yeah, we need to bring in these So cut these over and paste them. Okay, these are dependent upon clamp scroll, set clamp scroll, and then scroll animation and offset animation. And really this is only dependent upon scroll animation, so we can take everything from here except for scroll animation and put it over here. And we're just going to need to import useState from React. And we need to import layout event change or layout change event. And we are going to need scroll animation as a prop. So we'll pass that in here. Scroll animation. And that will be animated dot value for the type. Okay. Now we just need to import that into our component here. So import animated list header, and let's put it where the previous animated view was. List header, and we'll pass in scroll animation. And now it's working. Okay, so that was a successful refactor. Let's get rid of these unused imports up top. And let's start building out the animated list header. So to get started, let's create a new view and put this view inside of your animated view, and then import that from React Native. And we're going to give this view a margin horizontal of the list margin. So let's import that from constants. And we're doing that because, as you can see here, this is consistent with the list margin, but the actual header part takes up the whole screen. So let's add that style real quick. So style equals margin horizontal, and we'll assign that to list margin. And one thing that I noticed is that our status bar is white. It isn't showing like this. So let's add a status bar in our screen component. So just import status bar from React Native and then add that into the safe area view. And then for the bar style, we're going to say dark content, and that will actually show us this information. So with that done, we can exit out of screen and go back to our animated list header. And within our view, we need to create a touchable opacity component. And let's import that from React Native. And this is going to represent this input. So when the user presses on this input, a new screen will pop up. And to allow for that functionality, that is why we are using a touchable opacity here instead of an input. So let's add an onPress event here and just log something to the console. Say navigate to search screen, or navigate to input screen. Within this, we need to add some styles. We need to add this magnify icon and then also some text. So let's do that real quickly. Go material community icons. We'll import that. We'll say name is equal to magnify. The color is going to be equal to theme, and then it's going to be color dash primary dash 500, and we need to import theme, so do that. And now we need the size which is going to be equal to, let's go with 28. Now next to that, let's add some text here. We'll say text, and we need to import that from UIKitten. Okay, and we'll just say find a location. Alright, now one important thing is that we need to make this a row, so we'll use our row component here. Make this real easy. And did that, okay, that did auto import. And then for this, we will just say our style needs to be equal to line items and assign center to that. Okay, now we need to add a top margin to our touchable opacity. So style, we're going to say margin top, and it's going to actually depend on which platform you're on. So let's say if the platform is equal to iOS, then we'll say 50, else 30. Oh, platform.os. Alright, so now let's add this border around the touchable opacity. So we're going to go border width will be 1. Border color is going to be the text, the hex code of D3, D3, D3. Border radius will be 30. And we need to add some padding. So padding will be 10. Now that's looking pretty good, and we just need to add some margin to our text here. And we'll give it a margin left of 10. So this is what it looks like now. So now let's get started in creating this flat list of buttons. What we first need to do is import flat list from React Native, and then we'll implement it underneath our touchable opacity here. Say flat list. And what this is going to display are buttons. So we need to create an array with the button metadata. So let's create an array and call it filter buttons. And each one of these objects within the array will either have an icon name or a label, and then all of them will have an onPress event. So here we'll go with icon name, and we'll set this one to filter-variant. I believe that's what it's called, which will look like this. Yep, and that's going to be a material community icon. So for this, we'll say onPress, and we'll assign that a function where we just log something to the console. We'll say filter all. Okay, next thing, we'll just copy and paste this, and instead of this icon name, we'll change this to label, and we'll say price, and that will represent this button. We'll just say price, and now we can start copy and pasting this. And let's change price here to say move in date. Change this to say pets. And that's all that we're going to be doing for this tutorial. But let's go back down to our flat list and put those in for the data. We'll say data is going to be equal to filter buttons. Our key extractor can be the index here. And we are going to render out some buttons. So render item, comma, index, and we'll say if. So if the icon name exists, so item.icon name, we will return a button from UI kitten. And we'll give this an appearance of ghost, a style which has a border radius of 30, a border color of hashtag D3, and since we use this multiple times, I decided to just copy this and put it in our theme file. So I called this color-gray, and then to find all instances of that, I press Shift and Control F, and then searched for D3, and any place that this existed, I would just change it to theme color-gray. Now we want to say onPress is equal to item.onPress, and accessory left is going to be equal to material community icons. Name is going to be equal to item.name or item.icon name as any. The size is going to be equal to 20, and the color is going to be equal to our primary theme color. So theme color -primary -500. Now let's close that out. All right. Okay, with that done, let's return whenever we don't have this icon name. So down here, we'll say return button, and the styles will be the same. So let's just create a style sheet right now. Called styles equals style sheet dot create, and I need to import that. Thought that would auto import, but I guess not. And we'll say styles dot button is what these have. So let's copy this, say button here, and paste it there. Then say styles.button, and style equal styles.button. OnPress is going to be the same, where we have item.onPress. The only differing thing will be the text that the button displays. So here we'll have item.label, and we need to say that the appearance is ghost. Appearance equals ghost. And we need to set the flat list to horizontal, so just say horizontal shows horizontal scroll indicator is false. We just have to change the style on this top button. We'll set the width to 50. So width will be, actually we'll set it to 48. And that will make it circular. The next thing we have to do is just add some top margin here. So margin top will be 10. And for each button, let's add a horizontal margin of 3. Margin horizontal be 3. So this is what our component now looks like. So now let's get started on this section of the header. We need to escape out of this view and create a divider. And I'm importing that from UI Kitten. And then we need to give this a style, which has a background color equal to our theme and color dash gray. And we actually need to give our flat list a margin vertical of 10. And that's looking better. So close up this view again, and let's create another view, or rather we can create a row here. And this row is going to consist of 2 rows. The first row being this, and then the second row being this. And we are going to justify these with space between. So let's do that real quickly. Style equals align items will be center, and justify content will be space between. Next, between this row, we are going to have a material community icon, some text, and then a button or a touchable opacity here. So let's create that. Let's go material community icons. Name is going to be equal to, the name will be map marker. So let's put that in there. Map dash marker. Size is going to be 18. And color will be the primary theme color. Primary dash 500. Next to that, we're going to have text, but for right now, we'll just say that 12 locations available. Available. And we need to give this a new category, C1. And to make the text gray, we need to say appearance equals hint. And I'm going to wrap this in brackets just to be consistent with that. One thing I noticed is that we need to add our horizontal margins to this new view that we created, this new row, the outermost row that is. And we also need to give it a vertical margin of 5. And let's get rid of this locations actually. So 12 available. All right, so next to that, we will create a touchable opacity component. And we'll just say on press and log to the console. Save. Okay, within this touchable opacity, we need to create a text component. The category for this will be C1. So we're going to have a couple different styles for this. The first one is going to be a color. So the color is going to be color-info-300. And we're going to say save. And the next style is going to be font weight of bold. Now let's give this a left margin of 10. So let's start developing on the other row. And for this, we just need 2 of what we just created here, these touchable opacities. So I'm just going to copy these over and paste them down below. It's just that here we need to add some material icons. So material community icons. For the first one, we need to make it sort. So that's actually the name of the component. So here we'll say name is sort. Color is equal to theme color-info-300. And the size is equal to 18. Here we'll say sort and sort. And we can wrap this stuff in a row as well. and then say style is equal to align items center. And let's actually just copy and paste this for the second one and get rid of this. And for this, we'll have map-outline. And for the text, we'll say map. And the margin left should be a little bit different for these ones. So let's change that on the text components. Let's set that to 5. And then on this last row, within this last touchable opacity, we can say that the margin left is 20 to space out. All right, so let's go and check out what that actually looks like. So these are the two comparisons, what we've created and what it actually looks like on their app. I think we're doing a pretty good job. Now we just need to refactor this code and split out the components. And then after that, we can actually start to implement the map. So in our refactor here, let's just get started by placing this into the styles. We'll say container and put all those styles there. Then we can say styles.container, comma. Now within this view, we've got two different things that I'm thinking we can factor out to their own components. The first one being this touchable opacity. I'm thinking that we can call this header input. So I'm just going to copy or cut that, go out to here, create a new component called header input.tsx, export const header input, return, and then paste that in. Now we just need to import touchable opacity from React Native, platform from React Native, platform, and style sheet. Then we need to import text from UIKitten. Beneath that, let's import material community icons. And last but not least, let's import theme and row. So theme, import row. Here we'll go const styles equals style sheet dot create container, and this is the container. So we'll cut, paste, say styles.container. And then let's give this its own style here, say styles.text. Then let's add this back here, say header input. And we'll probably have to pass something into this later, but for right now, it's fine. Now for this flat list, we can do our own thing here. I'm thinking we call these filter buttons, header filter buttons. Header filter buttons .tsx, export const header filter buttons. Return that component. Now let's import flat list and get those filter buttons, well, that filter buttons array. So get this, paste it in here. Now let's import button from UIKitten. And then let's copy those styles that we created prior. So just copy this over, and then we can get rid of button here. Paste, and we can get rid of container here, and we just need to import style sheet and theme. And we also need to import material community icons. And I'm going to move this up one. Now here we can just say header filter buttons. And for this style, we can create a new style down below. We'll call it default margin horizontal. Say styles.default margin horizontal, and eventually we can add that here. For this divider, we can copy this or cut it, say styles.divider, create this divider. Now for this bottom row, we can cut this and create another component. I'm going to call it header logistics, logistics.tsx, export const header logistics. And let's return that. Import row, import material community icons, import text from UIKitten, import touchable opacity, and we also need to import list margin. And import style sheet. Say const styles equals style sheet dot create container, where container is just this. And for every row, it looks like we're just assigning align items to center. So we can just say style or row here. Yeah, align items center. Okay, so anytime that we have align items to center, we can just change that to row now, and it's a row. Also, one thing I did change within our row component is that this is now optional, and for view style, we just have to add an array so that it doesn't complain. Now let's change this to say styles.row, and same thing up here. And same thing here. Alright, I do notice that we're reusing components here. These are the same thing, so we can create our own component And this one's really going to be only applicable to this screen, or really this component. So let's just create it locally here above this. We'll call it header logistics button. And once we get this created, then we can put it in its own file. It will just be easier to create right here. So return, and let's return this, one of these guys. So we need to import theme. Import theme. Let's get rid of this and say style, where style can be optional, but any. And we'll just say style here. We're going to need an onPress event. And that's going to be a void function. We're also going to need an icon name, which will be optional. And that can be string. Okay, that's going to complain. So let's just say that icon name is going to be any. And for text, we are going to, for certain, need a label, which that will be a string. Label. Let's save that. Okay, let's change here to label. Label. And let's change this so that we're only rendering our icon if we actually have an icon name. So icon name, question mark, else we'll return null. And for this, let's go ahead and, well, I guess we can just keep this in our header logistics because it really only pertains to this component. And we could say logistics button text. Styles dot logistics button text. Okay. Very cool. And let's change this to say onPress. Now here we can just comment this stuff out. And say header logistics button, where we have a label of sort, and onPress of this. Icon name is going to equal sort. And no other styles. So that's going to be 1. And the next is going to be a header logistics button. Label is map. onPress will be the same here, just say map. Icon name is going to equal map-outline. And then I think this had a style equal to margin left of 20. Yeah, it did. Okay. And here we have the same thing. So let's just comment this out and say header logistics button label save, on press, console.log, save, no icon. Maybe we'll add some styles here of margin left. Now let's go back to our animated list and say header logistics, import that. Now let's save. That was a successful refactor, so let's go back into header logistics and get rid of our commented code. Now with that done, whenever the header logistics map button gets pressed, we now want to show a map on the search screen. So let's go ahead and implement that functionality. So for our map, we're going to be using a component library called React Native Maps. To install this, go to your terminal and run expo install React Native Maps. And once you finally got that installed, go to your search screen. We're going to import it here as map view from React Native Maps. And let's just comment out our flat list for right now. And I actually copied and pasted what we needed. We're going to need to import view from React Native. And then we already have map view. We're just getting type errors. So we just need to give the container a overflow of hidden and a flex of 1, and then give our map view a height and width of 100%. And let's go and check it out. And this is what it looks like currently. So the map view does work. We just now need to add some state so that whenever we press on this map button, this button actually changes and we get taken to this screen. So let's implement that right now. Let's create a new state called map shown and set map shown. And it's going to be a Boolean. And we're going to initialize it to false. Now here we'll say map shown question mark, and we'll display this. Otherwise, we will display the flat list, well, the animated flat list. So let's uncomment this code out and move it up. So we're going to need to pass in map shown and set map shown into our animated list header. So let's do that. Set map shown. And map shown. And then in our animated list header component, let's add these as props. So Control P, animated list header. Set map shown and map shown. So map shown is going to be a Boolean value. And set map shown will be a void function. Now in our header logistics, we need to pass those in. So let's just copy from over here. Okay, what's this saying? Okay, we need to actually pass something into here. So bool will be a Boolean. That should be good. Okay. Yeah, so let's just copy this stuff and paste it into header logistics. Then copy this stuff and pull up header logistics. Well, let's save this first. header logistics. Okay, and the header logistics, let's create new props and paste those in. So map shown, and set map shown. All right, and then for the map, here we go. We'll say map shown, question mark, else. And for the else, that's where we actually want to say, do you want to see the map? So we'll paste what we have there. Otherwise, we can just copy this. And we will say list for the label. And then our icon is going to be a format list bulleted. For both of these functions here, we can create a new function saying handle map click or handle map press. And that's going to be, and we'll say if map shown is true, then we need to set map shown to false. And we can just return here. And then if that's not the case, we'll just say set map shown is true. And then down here, we'll say handle map press for both of these. And let's go and test it out. So this is what it now looks like whenever you press on the list in map. Brings up the map, vice versa, brings up the list. So that is working as intended. Today we're going to be going over how to implement these cards onto the map and display the locations onto the map. Here's an example of what you should have when you finish this video. So without further ado, let's get started in building this out. So here I'm in my search screen. I'm going to create a new component, or rather two new components. The first one is going to be something called map. So let's create that really quickly. And then the second one is going to be map marker. TSX. Okay. So with map, we're just going to take this and copy it over. So we'll say export const map equals this, and let's return that. And now we need to import these components. So import map view from React Native Maps and import view from React Native. Then import style sheet from React Native. Let's do our styles below. And we'll make our container equal to this. Styles.container. And let's add another one for our map here. Map, and give it this height of 100% and the width of 100%. Styles.map. Okay, cool. Now from this point, we need to actually render in some properties onto our map. So to do that, we need to take in properties here, which will be of type property. And it's going to be a properties array. So property array. And within our map view, we actually want to render out an icon for each of our properties in the array. So to do that, let's create that map marker. So let's import marker from React Native Maps. And let's also import material community icons. Now let's export the map marker component. Turn marker, and let's make that a component. Now within this component, we need a material community icon. The name is going to be map marker, map-marker. The size is going to equal 32, and the color is something that we will pass into this component. So color. And for our props, let's get into those. So we're going to need a latitude, a longitude, an on-press event, and a color. So the lat is going to be a number, long is going to be number, on-press will just be a void function, and color will be a string. Now for our marker, we need to pass in some props here. Coordinate is going to be an object with a latitude of our passed in lat and a longitude of the longitude we're passing in. And we're also going to pass in this on-press event. Okay, this looks good. Let's go back to our map. And for each property in our array, we need to display a map marker for it. But there is one thing that's missing from our properties, which is a latitude and longitude. So we need to add that here. And we also need to go back to our search screen, which holds all of our properties at the moment. So for our properties here, we need to add in those latitudes and longitudes for each one. But I already did this, so I'm just going to copy and paste what I have. If you don't want to do that, just go to the GitHub link in the description and then copy it from the file named properties. It's going to be in a data folder, which we will create right now. So yeah, I'm just going to export this as a constant. It's got these latitudes and longitudes. And we're going to go back to our search screen and just delete all of this. And we'll import those properties up here. Okay. So, by the way, this is just used as a placeholder for building out the UI. We're going to get rid of this later once we implement our back end and allow users to input properties. So, just keep that in mind. So go back to your map here and we'll say properties.map, and we're going to have an item and then the index. We're going to return a map marker here, and it's going to need our latitude, so we'll go i.lat. Our longitude will be i.long. Color is going to be dependent on if we're on this index or if we are not. So we'll get to that soon. And on press is something that we will get to as well. So for color, we need to import useState first and foremost. And we're going to call this state active index. It's going to represent the active property. So const active index, set active index, equals useState, and we're gonna initialize it as a negative value. And for the color here, we need to import our theme, and we're gonna say active index is equal to index question mark. Then we'll go with a blue color, so theme of color dash info dash 400. Otherwise, we want to give it that primary green color, so we'll go theme color dash primary dash 500. Now for onPress, let's create a new function up here, say handle marker press. So there are a couple things that we want to do whenever we press on a marker. The first is to set this active index so that we can get the correct property out of this array. After that's done, we can animate to the location of that property. And we also want to get rid of the navigation bar on the bottom just to open up the screen a bit more. So let's import platform here from React Native and then account for whether or not we're on iOS. So if platform.os equals iOS, then we actually want to set a timeout for whenever we're gonna move the camera. On Android, it actually does it automatically whenever you press on an icon. So let's just do this here. We'll do a set timeout, and the timeout's not going to be very long. Yeah, it's going to be 100, but we want to move the focus of the map. So in order to do that, we need to actually use a ref. So let's import useRef here, and then say const mapref equals useRef, which can either be a map view or null. And we'll initialize it to null. Then we'll say mapref.current.animateCamera. And this is going to have this property of center, and we actually want to pass in the property's coordinates to this. So we'll say latitude will be, so the latitude here will actually be the property's latitude, and we can get that by using the index that we pass in here, and this will be a number. We can say properties of that index and then dot lat. You could also do this by passing in your item here, your I, into this function, but then you'd also have to pass in your index as well. So I just prefer to do it this way. And we also need our longitude here, which would be properties dot or subindex dot long. Okay, and that's good. Now for both platforms, we want to set the active index to this index, and we actually would like to get rid of the navigation bar. So in order to do that, we need to import use navigation from React Navigation /native, and we need to create a new variable called navigation, which equals use navigation. And you can call it whatever you want. I just like navigation because it's what it is, you know. So here we go, navigation dot set options, and we'll set the tab bar style to an object which says display will be none. Okay, now let's add that onPress event here. We'll say handle marker press and pass in our index. Now outside of this map view, we actually would like to display the property card whenever an active index gets pressed. So let's do that here. We'll import card from our local components. So here, let's say active index is greater than -1, and let's display our card. And the property is going to be property with the index of the active index. And not property, it's properties. So for the card here, we are just going to position it absolutely, give it a bottom of 10 and a height of 360. So let's say styles.card. So before we check that out, let's go and add our map in our search screen. So here we will say map, and we'll say properties equals properties. And we need to import map, so let's do that here. And let's go and check it out. So this is what it actually looks like right now, which you can tell it's not looking too good, but we've just got to make a few fixes to the cards and it'll start looking a lot better. So let's get to that. So to fix the cards, let's go to the card component and let's add our own little style here. So we need to import style sheet from React Native. And we pretty much just want to give the card the same styles that we're giving it on the search screen here. So we're going to give it a margin horizontal of list margin, which is really just margin horizontal of 10. So let's just cut that from here and get rid of styles on our animated flat list. Go over to card, const styles equals style sheet dot create. And we'll call it container. Say margin horizontal. Import that real quickly. We also want to give it a border radius of 5. And we'd also like to give this a white background color. So let's say background color is white. Now here we'll say styles dot container. And for the image carousel, I think our images are too big, so I'm just gonna put this at 200 and take it from there. I think it would look better if the map was actually white or had a lighter background color. So let's add that really quickly. We'll say user interface style is equal to light. For some reason our animation wasn't working. And that makes a lot of sense because we never assigned this ref to our map view. So that should have been done. Map ref. Now our animation should work if you're on iOS. And if you're on Android, it should work automatically, at least in my case. With those changes made, now let's compare what it looks like on iOS and what it looks like on Android. So this is the functionality on my Android device. As you can see, you can go through all of the different locations and it will animate for you. And you'll see the different cards here. And this is what it looks like on my iOS device. Same feature, same animation, it's looking good. We still need to make a couple changes, but we will get into that right about now. So we want to add the functionality to our map such that when a property is currently focused, when there is a property card on the screen and a user clicks on the map and not on a property, then the property on the screen will go away. So to do that, we need to create a function called handle map press and then pass that into our map view. Call it handle map press. And really the unfortunate thing is I've only been able to get this to work on Android. If for some reason it doesn't seem to work on iOS, and I've gone down a rabbit hole trying to figure that out. So I just decided to put a X in the top left corner of the map, and if the user wants to exit out of the current property, they can just press on that X. In order to do this, we're going to say if the platform platform.os is equal to Android. Then we want to do two things, which is set active index to -1, and then we want to set the tab bar style to flex. And this is going to be its own function, so let's make that right now. We'll call it unfocused property. Paste, get rid of these. Unfocused property. Okay, now we need to pass this into the map view. So on press, that's why, on press equals handle map press. Now to get the X in the top left corner, we need to go down by our card, and the same conditions are applicable here. We don't want to show this if the index is a negative number. And we're going to say here platform.os is equal to iOS, and then we'll have a touchable opacity here, so make sure you import that from React Native. And within this we'll have a material community icon. The name is going to be close. The color is going to equal theme color-primary 500, and the size is going to be 24. Okay, now we need to add some styles to the touchable opacity, so let me just copy those over. So these are the styles that we're going to add. We're going to give it a background color of white. We're going to give it a padding of 10. It's going to be positioned absolutely. The top is going to be 170, left will be 15, and the border radius of it will be 30. So let's add those styles onto the touchable opacity. Style equals styles.exit. And on press is going to equal unfocused property. Now let's go into our header logistics file, and every time we press on either the list or map button in the top right, we want to set the tab bar style to show the navigation. So let's do that here. First we need to import use navigation from React Navigation. Let's create our variable here. And let's just go into our map and copy what we have, then paste it right here. And paste. And let's go and check it out. So here's what it looks like on Android. We can select by pressing on the icons here, but we can deselect by pressing outside of there on the map. And this is the functionality for an iPhone, where you can select a property by clicking on an icon, but to deselect it you have to click on this X. So next we want to add this functionality where users can search for a location and then get the properties with that location, or they can also search this area on a map. So without further ado, let's get into it. So for both iOS and Android, whenever this input is pressed, a new screen will pop up, and then you can enter in a location, and after 3 characters it will fetch autocomplete options from the server, and then the user can press on these options. The only difference is the layout of the screens on iOS and Android. So for iOS you can just pull this down and it will go back to your previous screen, but that functionality doesn't really exist on Android. So this is what the screen will look like on Android. It's got pretty much the same functionality, except that here there's a cancel button. So in order for the user to go back, they have to press this cancel button. They can't just scroll down here. So we'll have to take that into account. But otherwise, will pretty much build out the same screen. So to get started, we're going to be using a service called Location IQ. It has an autocomplete feature that allows us to look up locations and get similar locations as to what we typed in. So go ahead and sign up for it if you haven't already, or log in if you already have an account. So after you signed up for it and got your API access token, just copy that token and let's get started on building out our server. So for our server, we're going to be using Go. If you don't have this installed, go to their documentation and just install it for your system, and then head to wherever you want to store this project. For me, that's going to be on my desktop. And then make a new directory. I'm going to call mine apartments-clone-server. Now change into that directory. And once you've done that, run go mod init. And you can pretty much call this whatever you want, but I'm going to stick with apartments-clone-server. Now let's open it in our text editor. And in the root here, let's create a new file called main.go. And at the top, we'll say package main. And let's import fmt. Then create our main function. And just say fmt.print hey there. And this is just to make sure that Go is working. We've got everything set up correctly. So in your terminal, run go run main.go. And you will see it's printing out hey there. So everything is working. So now let's get started in installing dependencies. So for our first dependency, we're going to be using go.env. So just copy this, which is go get github.com/joho/go.env, and come back to your terminal and paste that in. Okay, with that installed, we'll create a .env file. And then let's create a variable called location_token. And let's go back to our API dashboard and copy our token over. And next, let's create a .getignore file and type in .env. And I'm going to create a .env example. Say location_token. And this will be for anyone either forking this code or downloading it, so they have an example of the environment variables I'm using. So at the top of the main function, say go.env, and that should automatically import, and say load, and that will load the environment variables. Now our next dependency is a web framework called Iris. So run this command, go get github.com/carousel/iris/v12 Underneath the loading of our environment variables, we'll initialize a new app. We'll say app is equal to iris.default. And underneath of this, we'll create some new endpoints. So we'll create a new variable called locations, and it will be equal to app.party. And then this is where we'll put in our base endpoint. So that will be -API-location. And then within this, and let's call it location. And within this, we'll have our autocomplete and also a search endpoint. So let's create those by saying location.get/autocomplete. And then we're going to have to create a function to pass in here. Here they call it a handler, but pretty much we pass a context into that function, and then based upon that we can then return some results to whoever is calling this endpoint. And underneath, so let's copy this and paste it and change this to say search. Next, let's create a new folder called routes, and in there let's create a new file called location.go. The package for this is going to be routes, and we need to create a function called Autocomplete, and make sure to capitalize it so that we can use it in our main function. And we also need to create a function called search. So autocomplete is going to be calling the autocomplete API endpoint from LocationIQ, and then search is going to be calling the search endpoint from LocationIQ. And each of these is going to be taking in a context, which is of the type iris.context. So within autocomplete, let's create a new variable called limit and assign that to a string of 10, and then a new variable called location, and that's going to be getting the location parameter from the context, which will be passed in through the URL. And then limit query, which will be a limit passed into the URL. Here we're just going to be setting it to 10 by default, but we need to handle the case where limit is actually passed in. So we'll say if limit is not equal to an empty string, then limit needs to be equal to our limit query. Now underneath of that, we'll get our API key, and we'll say API key is equal to os.getEnd location_token. So we need to import OS here, and this is how you can get any environment variable. So underneath of that, we'll create a URL variable, and that will be equal to api.locationiq.com/v1/autocomplete.php. It will have the query parameters of key, which will be equal to our API key, q, which will be equal to our location, and then limit, which will be equal to our limit. Now underneath our URL, let's create a new variable called client, and this will represent the HTTP client we'll be using to call that API. So let's now import HTTP, and underneath of that we'll actually call the server by creating a new GET request and then passing in the URL. And underneath of that we'll get the response and any errors by doing client.do, then passing in our request. And then in Go, how you error handle is that you say if the error is not equal to nil, then that pretty much means you should act on the error. So here we'll say if location error is not equal to nil, then we'll say context.stop with problem. And for the status code, we'll say iris.status internal server error, which you can see here is equal to 500. And then we will create a new problem saying iris.new problem. And from here we can give the problem a title. So we'll say internal server error. And we can also give it some detail. So I'm going to say internal server error on the detail as well. And after that, we just want to return. Now if we have a response and don't have a location error, we actually want to defer closing the body of the response. So we'll say defer res.body.close. And then we will read the body of the response by saying ioutil.readAll and then passing in that body. And here we need to import ioutil from IO. Now if we have a body error, we need to say to the user that we're having problems. So let's respond to that. And within this, we'll just copy what we have above and paste it here. And because the response is going to be a JSON object, we need to unmarshal that. So we'll create a new variable, and I'm going to call it object map, which will be an array of string hash maps. Next, we need to unmarshal the body of the response into that object map. So let's use JSON and import that here. And then we need to handle the JSON error if it exists. And we will just do the same thing as we did above. Now, if we reach to the end here, we will be able to return our API response. So let's do that by saying context.json and then passing in our object map. Now this logic will be the same that we use in our search function. So let's cut it and create a new function called fetch locations. It needs to take our URL, which will be a string, and context, which will be iris.context. And we can paste in here what we just copied. Now underneath the URL, we will just say fetch locations and pass in the URL and our context. So with that done, let's go back to our main.go file. We need to pass in a handler for our autocomplete. So let's say routes.autocomplete. And then underneath of here, let's listen on port 4000. So say app.listen and then specify the port of 4000. Now back in our terminal, let's say go run main.go. And here you'll see that we're missing a handler for search, but autocomplete does exist. So let's try it out. I'm gonna go to Postman, and here we're gonna make a new GET request, say http://localhost port 4000 /API/location /autocomplete, and then query location is going to be San Diego. And there we go, it's working. So here we did get 10 responses, so let's set a limit now. Say limit will be 2. And let's send. And now we get 1 and 2. Alright, now let's go back and create the search function. And to start off our search function, we can just copy what we have for our location up here. We can also copy the API key and URL. And here in the search, we just need to change the URL. So it says search instead of autocomplete. The key is going to be the same. Q will be the same. And here on the end, we'll say format equals JSON and then delete this end part. And down at the bottom, we can also just copy what we have above and paste. Now let's go back to main.go and pass in the handler here. So we'll say routes.search, and let's start up the server again. And go back to Postman, switch out autocomplete for search, and get rid of limit, and press send. And here we have a different schema, so we are reaching a different endpoint. So here I am back on the front end of our application in the file called constants. I'm going to add some new variables for those endpoints that we just created. So the first one is going to be called server URL. It's going to be the URL that we get whenever we run expo start. So here you can see a URL with a port and an IP address. Just copy this IP address and prepend it with HTTP. And then for the port, we're going to be using 4000 on our server. And then for the base endpoint, we're going to have API. So follow 4000 with /API. Our next variable is going to be location, and it's going to represent our location endpoint. And then we just need to tie these two together in a variable called location endpoint. So that'll be server URL plus location. And then let's create a new object called Endpoints. So in there we'll have a search endpoint, which will be the location endpoint followed by /search. And we'll also have an autocomplete endpoint, which will be location endpoint plus the autocomplete. Next, we're going to create some services, which will call these endpoints. So let's create a folder called services. In that folder, let's create a file called location.ts. Let's go into our terminal and install Axios. And up here at the top, import Axios from Axios. Then import endpoints from our constants. And here we're also going to need to import a type, which we have yet to create. So let's create a new type here in our types folder. We're going to call it location.iq.ts. And then we're going to export this type. So all of these are going to be strings with the exception of bounding box, which will be a string array. So just copy these down and save that, and then go back to location, and then import location from location.iq. And now let's create a new function called getSuggested_locations. It's going to take a text, which will be a string, and a limit, which can be a number, and the limit's going to be optional. The text is going to represent the location that the user is trying to search for. So let's create a try-catch block. In the try block, let's create a variable called final limit and assign it to 8. Now, if we get a limit passed in, let's change final limit to the passed in limit. And then let's utilize our endpoints and get our autocomplete endpoint and append some query parameters to it, such as location, which will be equal to text, and the limit, which will be equal to the final limit. Then we need to make a GET request to this URL and await it, and we need to destructure that request for the data. And if there is data, we need to return it. And as you can see, that data is going to be in the form of a location array. And if we don't have any data, we just need to return an empty array. Now in our catch block, we want to console.error any error that we get and return an empty array. Now for search, let's just copy this and paste below. We can get rid of the limit stuff and let's call it search locations. And we can also get rid of the limit parameter. Here we can get rid of this. And let's switch out the autocomplete endpoint for search endpoint. And that will be the search locations function. With these functions created, we now need to create a screen which will actually be able to use them. So let's create a new screen here called FindLocationsScreen. FindLocationsScreen.tsx. And let's copy over what we have in our saved screen to FindLocationsScreen. Now let's go into our types. And this is going to be a modal. So we need to put FindLocationsScreen here, or find locations, and it's going to take undefined for right now. And make sure to add that to the root stack param list. Now let's go to our index file, so p index, and here we need to import our FindLocationsScreen. And let's copy this, but then we need to paste it into our second stack group and change the name of root to FindLocations, and it should autocomplete. Change bottom tab navigator to FindLocationsScreen, and header shown should be false. So with this implemented, we can get to the screen by touching on the top input, which is on the search screen and on the map. So that is going to be our component of header input. So here we need to import use navigation. We need to first create a variable called navigation. which is equal to use navigation. And for our onPress event, we'll say navigation.navigate to find locations. Now let's go back to our find location screen and start to build this out. Screens that we're looking to build out. This is the Android version and this is the iOS version. As you can see, on iOS you have the capability of just pulling this tab down and that will actually get rid of this screen. But on Android they don't have that, so we have to use a cancel button. So that's one thing that we'll have to customize for whether we're on Android or on iOS. But other than that, we can just copy over the rest and use those on both screens. So let's get to that. So here, let's create a new component called ModalHeader.tsx. For our imports, we're going to import material community icons, view, style sheet, and view style from React Native, text from UIKitten, and use navigation from React Navigation. And then we need to import theme locally and row from our row component. Let's create our style sheet below here. And then in the middle, let's create our component. So the modal header has the possibility to take in 3 props. Those props are going to be xShown, text, and style. xShown will represent a closing X in the top left here. The text will be displayed in the center, and style, well, that will just be any additional styles that we want to pass in. So if we have text here, then we're going to display the text. Otherwise, we'll display what you see on screen here. So here we'll say if we have text, then we want to return a row. And within that row, we'll have a text component with a category of H5, and we'll just be displaying the text. Otherwise, we would just want to return a view within a view. And now we need to account for whether or not the X is shown. So here within our row component above the text, we will say if the X is shown, then we want to display a material community icon with the name of close, a color of our color-gray from our theme, and a size of 24. And we also want to add some styles and an onPress event here. For the onPress event, we need to say navigation.goBack. So let's create our navigation variable. So here's our navigation variable. And as a matter of fact, we can just actually change this to black for the color. Now for our styles, we need to create a new style for this. The style is going to be called X, and that's going to have a position of absolute, left of 10, and align self to center. Now we need to add another style here. It's going to be called container. It's going to have the properties of align items to center, justify content to center, padding of 15, border bottom width of 1, and a border bottom color of hashtag A4, A4, A4. And we're going to put that on our view here and our row. So here on our row, we'll say styles is equal to an array, which has the first index equal to styles.container, and then the second index will be the passed in style. And we have to specify as view style here, or else we're getting a type error. And we can just copy this and paste it below. Now for our second view here, we can create another style called bar. It will have a width of 50, background color of hashtag A4, 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 height of 4, and border radius of 30. And let's add that on right here. And we can get rid of theme for the import since we're no longer using it. Now let's go back to our find location screen. Now let's change our top level import to platform. And let's change this to say platform.os equal to iOS. Then we'll display our modal header. And that just auto imported. Otherwise, we'll display nothing. And I'm going to move that down. And next we're going to need to import input, button, and text from UIKitten. Then create a new function called getInput. So depending on whether or not we're on Android or iOS, we need to add this button up to the top level input. So that's what we're going to be doing in this function. But our inputs are going to need a couple of imports or new functions which we need to create. So let's import our theme. Let's import useState from React. And let's create a new state called value. And it's going to be a string. And it will initialize it to empty. Now here within our get input, we'll say if platform.os is equal to iOS, then we will return a new input. The keyboard type will be equal to default. Autofocus will be true. Selection color is going to be our color primary -500. The placeholder will be enter location. Size is going to be large. Our value is going to be equal to value. On change text is going to be equal to handle change. On submit editing will be equal to another function which we need to create, which will be handle submit editing, and then styles will be equal to a style which we will need to create. So let's create our styles first. So import style sheet from React Native. And down here, let's create our styles. Now let's create default margin top, which will have a margin top of 10. Now above our input, let's create our handle change and handle submit editing. For handle change, it will be an asynchronous function which takes in a text value as a parameter. And we can just copy and paste this, get rid of the parameter here, and change this to handle submit editing. It'll also be asynchronous, but we can use the value here instead of a passed in value. Here back in our get input function, if it's on Android, we'd just like to return a row, which we'll need to import. And within that row, we'll be returning an input, except that the style will also have a width of 80%. And next to the input, we need to display a button which says cancel. And the appearance will be ghost. The status is going to be info. And on press will be navigation.goback. So let's create our navigation variable. And I'll put it right beneath value. And we're going to need to import use navigation. So with get input created, let's add that underneath our modal header. So get input and just call that. And looking back at this, we also need to add some padding horizontally to all of our content here. So let's do that by just wrapping this in a view. And let's import that from React Native. Okay. And let's create a new style to give this a padding horizontal. We'll call the style screen content, and it'll have margin horizontal of 10. And let's just add that style here. Screen content. So for handle change, let's build that out right now. First thing we want to do is set the value equal to the passed in value. And if the length of the value is greater than 2, that's when we can start making calls to that API. So let's import that service here. Import get suggested locations. And then we'll say const locations equals await get suggested locations. And we just need to pass in the val. And if locations.length is greater than 0, then we'll set a new state variable equal to the locations. So let's create that variable right now. And we'll call it suggestions. And set suggestions, which will be equal to a new state, which is an empty array. And this will be of the type location array. And we're going to be importing locations from location IQ, which is in our types folder. Now here, set suggestions to the locations array. And then here we need to specify else if val.length is equal to 0, we'll set suggestions to an empty array. Now for handle submit editing, we're just going to copy what we have here. And then instead of val here, we'll say value. And if locations.length is equal to 0, then we would like to navigate back to our search screen and specifically onto the map. So we'll say console.log navigate to search screen, passing in locations sub 0. And eventually we'll get to that. We just need to build out the rest of the screen, specifically the autocomplete portion. So with this implemented, we should now be able to get our suggestions through this handle change event. So let's implement a flat list underneath our get input to display our results that get returned from the server. So let's import flat list up here and touchable opacity. And we'll say suggestions.length is greater than 0, and make sure to put this in this view. Then we will want to display a flat list, otherwise we'll just say null for right now, but really here we're gonna be displaying recently searched items and the get current location feature. So that will be something to come. Our data is going to be equal to suggestions. Shows vertical scroll indicator is false. For our key extractor, we just want to return the item.place_id plus the index. And for render item here, we're going to be returning a touchable opacity with an onPress event that just logs the item to the console for the time being. And then we need to create a new component called suggested text, which will get a clean version of the item's text or where the item is located. So let's create that right now. So this function will be suggested text, and it will take in a prop of location item, which will be the type of location. And inside of it, we'll have to get the location from another function that we're going to create. It's going to be called get formatted location text, just so that the location text looks pretty and legible. And we'll return that location text within a row component. And we just need to give that row some styles. These styles are going to be a suggestion container, so we'll create that right here. It's going to have the properties of align items to center, padding of 15, border bottom width of 1, and a border bottom color of theme and our color -gray. Now for get formatted location text, let's create that here. It will be a function that takes in an item, which is a location. We're going to say let the location be equal to item.address.name, because this is on every single item. But if the item is of type of city and it has a state, then we need to append a comma and then add in that item.address.state and finally return the location. So with that implemented, let's go and check it out. But first, go back to your server and make sure that you run here, go run main.go. Alright, so with our base level of auto completion built out, we need to now navigate back to the map whenever we press on a certain component or we submit a certain location. So to do that, let's create a new function called handleNavigate, and we're going to pass in an item, which is the type of location, into this function. And with that, we're going to navigate to our route, and specifically we're going to navigate to the search screen, passing in some parameters to this screen. So we're going to have a location property, which will be our formatted location text, a latitude, here we'll call it lat, which will be equal to our location.lat, a lon, which will be location.lon, and a bounding box, which will be the location.bounding box. So here we're getting type errors because we haven't added these types to this search screen. So let's go back to our types file and add these in. So go over here and create a new type. Let's call it search screen params, and make sure to export this. It's going to have the property of location, which will be a string, bounding box, which will be a string array, lat, which is a string, and lon, which is a string. And here where it says root tab param list, search can either be undefined or it can be search screen params. Back here in handleNavigate, let's change this parameter to say location. And also here in our handleSubmitEditing function, let's change this to say handleNavigate to location sub 0. And let's change this console.log in our touchable opacity in the flat list to handleNavigate, passing in the item. So now head to your search screen and import useEffect from React, and also import search screen params from types. So for the parameters, it's going to take in an object which has the property of root, and then within that object there is a property called params, and that's where we can get our search screen params from. And this hierarchy remains constant whenever you're using React navigation, so we will be using this for other screens. And then beneath that, we need to create a useEffect, and if we have root.params, we need to animate the map camera. But because we don't have a ref to our map, we need to go do some refactoring to our map so that we can pass in a ref that we just define up here. So let's go to our map. So here we actually need to get rid of the map ref and put it in our search screen and then pass that into the map. So let's add in that parameter here, or prop, and we're going to call it map ref because that's what we're calling it here. We'll call it map ref and assign it the type of a react.mutable_ref object, which can either be map view or null. And now let's cut this here, save, and looks like we don't have any type errors, so that's good. Let's go back into our search screen and paste this here. Let's import useRef from React and import map view from React Native Maps. You can move this up. Now for map here, let's pass in the map ref, which is equal to map ref. And if we have root.params, let's say map ref .current .animate camera, and then we need to pass in an object here. We'll say center, and then the latitude is going to be equal to root.params.lat. And we also need to change this to a number because this is what it is expecting. Let's cast that to a number. And then for longitude, let's do the same, but say root.params.lon. And also here in our map, we need to add another prop called initial region. And initial region will be of the type region or undefined, and region is coming from React Native maps. And then down here in our map view, it also takes in a prop called initial region. So we will pass in our initial region if it exists. Otherwise, we'll pass in undefined. So for a map component here, let's add in a new prop for that initial region. And if root.params exists, we'll pass in an object which contains a latitude equal to our root params.lat, and that's going to be typecasted to our number, a longitude, which will be the same just for longitude, and then a latitude delta of 0.4 and longitude delta of 0.4. But if it doesn't exist, we're just going to pass in undefined. Now let's go and test it out. Now we need to display the recently pressed location in the input box whenever we're on the map screen. And we also need to implement these components of use my current location and recent searches. So to display the recently pressed item in the input box, we need to go to our animated list header and create a new prop for it. We're going to call that prop location. And if we have root.params, we need to pass in the root.params.location. Otherwise, we're just going to pass in find a location. And let's head back to our animated list header. And here we need to create a new prop. We're going to call it location. And that's going to be a string. And then here in our header input, we're going to pass in location into that. So now let's go into our header input and do the same thing. And we just need to create a prop here of location, which is the type of string. And here we're saying find a location. Let's just display location. All right, guys, so here I am back on the find location screen. And now we want to build out this use my current location component as well as these recent searches component, which we will cache the recent searches made by the user and display them here. So let's get to that. And the first thing I'm going to do is where we conditionally render here saying suggestions.length is greater than 0 and then render this flat list, otherwise we'll render null. We need to, instead of rendering null here, render a scroll view, and that's going to be imported from React Native, and we'll just say bounces equals false. And within the scroll view, we'll have those two components. So the first being this use my current location button, and then the second one being these recent searches that we've made. So let's get started on creating this use my current location button. Let's go to our components here and create a new file called current location button.tsx. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is import some components. So first thing is import touchable opacity, style sheet, and view style from React Native. Next, import text from UI Kitten. Then import font awesome from Expo Vector Icons. Import use navigation from React Navigation. Import row from row. And import theme from our theme file. Next, let's create our component. It'll be current location button, and the only prop it'll take is a style, which will be an optional view style. And then let's create our styles below. And within our current location button, we need to return a row, which will be taking the styles of styles.container and style as view style. And then within this row, we want to return a font awesome icon. The name is going to be location-arrow. The size is 30. It will have a style of styles.icon and a color of theme, and then color-primary of 500. And below that, or rather next to that, we'll have a touchable opacity, which will have an onPress event, which we need to create this function, but it will be an asynchronous function, and we will just await the getLocation function. And within that touchable opacity, we'll have a text, which will have the styles of styles.text and the status of info, and it will say use my current location. Now defining our styles, styles.container will have the property of align items, and it will be center. Next, icon will have the property of margin left, and that will be a value of 5. And text will have a property of margin left equal to 10 and a font weight of 600. Next, let's create our navigation variable, saying const navigation is equal to use navigation. And then we need to install a new package called expo-location. Here are the docs for it if you want to look up anything for this. So open up the terminal, open up a new terminal here, and I'm going to say expo install expo-location. And with that installed, let's go back to the documentation and just use this import statement here and paste that here. Now let's create our getLocation function. It will be asynchronous, as I said before. And then we need to await location.request foreground permissions async, and specifically we need to get the status from that. So we're going to destructure here, and if the status is not equal to granted, then we're going to alert to the user that permission to access location was denied. So we can't really do anything in order to look up their location because they denied it. So we're just going to return here. But if they granted us their location, then we can use the function getCurrentPositionAsync, and this will return a location object. And from there, we can use that location object to navigate to our search screen. So we need to create a new function called handleNavigate. It will take in a parameter of location.locationObject. We will be getting the latitude from location.chords.latitude and the longitude from location.chords.longitude. And then we need to create a bounding box because this location object doesn't have anything like that. So for the first item, we're going to do lat minus 0.048, and then we need to convert that to a string. Second will be lat plus 0.048 dot toString. Third will be longitude, or lon, minus 0.041 dot toString, and then fourth will be plus 0.041 dot toString. And for these numbers, I just saw what our API responses were calculating and used something similar. Now with these variables created, we now like to navigate to our root, and specifically the search screen, passing in the parameters of your current location for the location property. The bounding box will just be our bounding box here. The lat will be lat.toString, and then lon will be lon.toString. And we will save that here and go back to FindLocationsScreen. And then let's display it here. So current location button. And let's create a new style for this. So we'll open up styles and paste in current location button, which will have the property of margin top, and it will be equal to 40. So let's add that here. Style equals styles.current location button. All right, let's go and check it out. Also, if you're getting permission to access location was denied, just go into your settings and search for Expo Go, and then allow location for your device. And that will allow you to test this out. So with that created, let's go into the next portion, which will be this recent searches. So the next thing that we need to do is use React Query and install this into our project. We'll be using it for most of our asynchronous state management. I'm saying most because this is asynchronous state that we are not using it for, and this being the suggested text. And the reason that is because React Query allows you to cache, and quite frankly we don't need to cache these suggestions, so that's why we aren't using it here. But other than that, we'll be using it to cache our recent suggestions. So let's get to installing that, and open up your terminal and just go yarn add or npm install react-query. And with that installed, let's go into our app file, so app.tsx, then import query client and query client provider from React Query, create a new query client object, and then wrap your application in the query client provider, and then just move all this stuff into that component. And here we want to pass in the prop of client equal to query client. And you should know that the cache is, I believe, 5 minutes for this. We can change it later, but that's what I'm going to keep it out for right now. So with that done, let's get started on building out this recent searches. So for that, let's create a new component, and we'll call it recent search button. So recent search button.tsx. As always, we'll start with our imports. So first thing we need to do is import style sheet, touchable opacity, and view style from React Native. Import material community icons from Expo Vector Icons, text from UIKitten, and theme from our theme file. Next, let's export our component. It will be a function called recent search button. It will take in the props of name, onPress, and style. Name is a string, onPress will be an optional void function, and style will be an optional view style. And then beneath this, let's create our styles. Within this function, let's return a touchable opacity. We'll have the style of styles.container, and then our passed in style, and then the onPress event will be equal to the passed in onPress. It will also display a material community icon with a name equal to clock-time-3-outline. The size of that will be 24, and the color will be equal to theme, and then our color-primary-500. And then next to that will be the text. The style will be equal to styles.text, and it will be rendering out our name that we're passing in. So for our container style, it will have a padding vertical of 12, padding horizontal of 5, border color of theme color-gray, border width of 1, border radius of 10, a flex direction of row, and align items to center. And text will have the property of margin left equal to 10. Now with the buttons created, we now need to create a component that will display the buttons in a list. So let's create that right now. In our components folder, let's create a new component called recent search list.tsx. Now our first import is going to be useState from React. Import views, style sheet, and view style from React Native. Button from UIKitten. Use navigation from React Navigation. Location from our types/location-iq file, and recent search button from our recent search button that we just created. Next, let's export our component. It will be taking in 2 props, One will be recent searches, which will be optional because it can be undefined. And the type for that will be a location array. And again, location is coming from location IQ. And the second prop will be a style, which is again optional, and it will be equal to view style. Now underneath of that, create your styles variable. Now we want to return a view with the style equal to the passed in style. And the reason that we're creating get list is because depending on how long recent searches is, we'll display a different list of the components. So before we can create get list, we need to create a new state called show more and set show more, and we're going to initialize that to false. Now let's create the get list function, and within get list we'll say if recent searches is undefined or recent searches.length is equal to 0, we'll just return. Otherwise, if recent searches.length is greater than 2 and show more is false, we want to return a new fragment, and within that we need to map through our recent searches. And if index is less than 2, we want to display a recent search button with the key being equal to i.display_name plus the index. The name will be equal to get formatted location text, and then we'll pass in I. And for this, we're going to be using what we use here, get formatted location text. So let's create a new folder called utils, and then within that, let's create get formatted location text.ts. And let's just paste in what we have here. And we just need to import location from types/location IQ. And then here we need to export the function. Now back here, we'd like to import this from utils and then get formatted location text. Now back in our recent search list, let's just do the same, control period and import that. And then on press, we'll be creating that later. So if index is less than 2, we'll be displaying that. Okay, whatever. Otherwise, we'll be displaying null. And at the bottom of this, we want to create a button which says see more, and I'll be creating this button in a few. Let's just get to the other option here. So if this is not the case, then we want to return a fragment and just map through all of the recent searches. And then at the bottom, if recent searches.length is greater than 2, we would like to show a button which says see less. So for the styles of recent search button, we're just gonna say that it's got a property of margin vertical, and that's equal to 5. For our show button here, let's create a component locally. It'll be taking in a text prop, which will be a string, and then let's return a button with the appearance of ghost, the status of info, a style of align self to flex start, and then on press will be handle button press. And then here, let's move this to our styles. So we'll say styles.show button. Show button. And now let's create this handle button press function. And handle button press will simply say set show more to the opposite of show more. And then for handle recent search button press, we'd like to create a new function here, passing in a location, which we're already doing. And then we're going to navigate to our root search screen, and then the location is going to be equal to get formatted location text, passing in our location here. The lat will be equal to location.lat, lon will be location.lon, and the bounded box will be location.bounding box. Now we just need to create our navigation variable, and we need to go back into our FindLocationsScreen and add this underneath the current location button. recent search list. And let's give this component a style. That style is going to be called recent search container, and it will have a property of margin top, which is 30. Now this is missing another component, which is recent searches. So let's create that right now. And to create that, we need to import useQueryClient from React Query. Then here at the top of our function, let's create two variables. The first being queryClient, which is equal to useQueryClient, and the second being recent searches, which will either be a location array or undefined, and then it will be equal to queryClient.get query data of recent searches. And right now this isn't really making sense because we're never setting recent searches anywhere. But whenever we press on a touchable opacity here, we can then set the recent searches to that. So let's do that now. So let's create a new function here called setRecentSearch, which will take in a location with the type of location. And then we'll say queryClient.setQueryData of recent searches, and this will take in a function. And ideally we'd just like to return the location in an array, but if recent searches exists, then we need to check if that location is already in the array. So we'll create a value here saying let included equals false, and then for each object in the recent searches array, we need to check if the display name is equal to location.displayName. And typically I'd say that this is probably fine, but I'm going to be extra cautious and just say if the longitude of the object in the array is also equal to the longitude of the location object passed in, and the latitude of the object passed in and the object in the array are the same, then we're going to say included is true, and then we'll break out of this loop. Otherwise, if the location is not included, we need to return a new array with that location at the index of 0 in that array, and then for the subsequent items, that's just going to be equal to our recent searches from the past. Also, one minor hiccup here, we need to say if not included, return location, but if it is included, we don't want to return only the location, which is what we're doing right now. We want to return recent searches. And then here in handle navigate at the top of it, we can just say set recent search and pass in the location that we are passing in here. And then here in our recent search list, let's pass in our recent searches. And let's go and test this out. So this video is running pretty long, but in the next one, I'm going to show you how you can allow users to search for properties in an area on the map like this. And we're also going to implement the logic to get areas within this certain map view. And we're also going to add properties to different locations. I went ahead and added some new properties here so that we could test this out on different areas besides Miami. The properties included are Denver, Chicago, and New York. I suggest just copying this array over. That way you don't have to worry about the different latitudes and longitudes. So in addition to all of these objects that I created, I also created a new function. And here I specify this function is for testing purposes. We aren't going to be using this in prod, but the same logic will be used on the back end whenever we implement that functionality to allow users to create their own properties and then start displaying those properties whenever a user searches for a certain area. So let's create that function here. We're going to export it, and I'm going to call it get properties in area. It's going to take in a bounding box, which is a numbers array, and specifically it needs to have 4 indexes, and it will return a property array. First, we're going to create a new variable called minlat and assign it to the value at index 0 in the bounding box. Then we'll create a new variable called maxlat and assign it to index 1 of the bounding box. Min longitude will be bounding box index of 2, and max longitude will be bounding box index of 3. Then we'll create a new variable called properties in area and just assign it to an empty array. Then we're going to loop through our properties array here, and we're going to create an if statement stating if the properties dot latitude is less than the max lat and the latitude is greater than or equal to the min latitude, and the longitude of the current property is less than or equal to the max longitude, and the longitude of the current property is greater than or equal to the min longitude, then we will push that current property into the properties array, and here at the bottom we'll just return those properties. Now, as you can see here, one of the main issues on our map is that we are displaying all of the properties in our properties array, and we don't really want to do that. We only want to display the properties for the area in which the user has searched. So let's implement that functionality right now. And to do that, we need to create 2 new state variables. So the first one is going to be called properties, and it's going to be a type of properties array. The next is going to be called location, which is going to be either string or undefined. And then here in our use effect, we say if root.params exists, then we need to capture the bounding box being passed in to our parameters here. So let's create a new variable and call it num bounding box and cast all of the values in that bounding box to a number. And underneath of that, we'll say set location to root.params.location. And here where we're importing properties, we can import get properties in area instead. And underneath the set location, we'll call get properties in area, and that will get all of the properties within this bounding box. And then we need to set the properties to the returned properties. So now let's test it out, searching for Miami, and see if it works out. And here you go. We're getting 4 locations returned within that bounding box of Miami. The only problem I'm seeing is that here in the top left, we have 12 properties available. Yet when you scroll down the list, we only have 4 properties. So let's change that to display the correct amount of properties. And to do that, let's create a new prop for our animated list header called available properties, and we'll be passing in properties.length if properties exist. Otherwise, we'll pass it in undefined. So let's create that prop within animated list header. So here at the bottom, we'll say available properties, which can be of the type of number or undefined. And let's pass it in here. Now, where we'd pass this in is this header logistics component. So let's do the same thing that we just did. Let's copy over available properties. Pass that in. Let's change this to available properties. And then let's copy what we have here. Navigate to header logistics component and then paste it here. And paste that there. And then we will conditionally render the text value here. Instead of saying 12 available, we'll say if available properties is not equal to undefined, then we'll display the available properties followed by spaces available. Otherwise, we will say search spaces. So now let's test it out for Miami again and make sure it's working. Florida. Okay, 4 spaces available. There we see 4. Now let's try New York. And 5 available, with 5 available here. Okay, so that's working. But let me reload this. Alright, so as you guys can see here, whenever we don't have any properties, we don't just want to display a blank screen, which is what we're doing right now. So let's change that and add a Lottie view to display here, telling the user to search in a certain area. Alright, so here we need to wrap this in some brackets, and then let's roll this animated flat list into those brackets, and we'll say properties.length is greater than 0 question mark. Otherwise we'll do something else. Alright, now this animated flat list, we need to place it after the question mark, and so in other words, we're going to be displaying it only if we have properties to display. So if no properties are available, let's just display a text here and say search for something. And of course that's going to be hidden by our header, so let's give it a style equal to margin top of 400 just to make sure it's working. Okay, so that's getting the desired effect. So let's actually display a Lottie component here. So head to lottiefiles.com, and underneath this Discover tab there are free animations. So here I search for map, and these are the options that I got. I personally like this Lottie, so I'm going to click on it. But the colors don't really align with my app, well, the apartments.com colors, so let's go to edit layer colors. And luckily we have our theme file, which is full of different shades of colors of green, so I'm just going to change out these colors of red here with colors of green. So let's head to theme.ts, and for the lighter colors like this, I'll do something like color-primary of 100, and that'll give us a pretty light green color. Update that. Now for this mid shade, let's do something like 300 here. Let's update that. Okay, and already that's looking a lot better. But for these, let's do something like maybe 600 here. And then let's do this one the same color. Alright, and that's looking pretty good now. So let's hit this download button here. Now let's head to our assets folder and create a new folder here called Lotties. And now let's move that into our Lotties folder. And I'm going to rename it Search Screen because that's where we're going to be displaying it. Okay. Now we need to download a new package. So here I am on the Lottie documentation expo. We just need to install this package called Lottie React Native. So let's head back to our project and then terminal. I'm going to say expo install Lottie-React-Native. Alright, so with that installed, let's go back to our search screen and import Lottie view here. From Lottie-React-Native.
and let me spell that correctly. Now here where we're displaying this text where we're saying search for something, let's clear that and then display a view. And for this we're going to need to create some new styles, so let's do that here. And let's import style sheet. Now for Lottie container, it's going to have a background color of white, a flex of 1, justify content of center, and align items to center. And within this view, let's display our Lottie view. We'll set autoplay to true, loop to true. Style is going to be equal to a new style called Lottie, and the source is going to be a relative path to that Lottie that we just created. And our Lottie style is just going to be a height of 200 and a width of 200 as well. And as you can see now, we have our Lottie displaying on the screen. Now I think it would look good with some text underneath of it, so let's add some of that text. Underneath of this, let's add some text. The category is going to be equal to H6, and we'll just say begin your search. And underneath of that, let's just add another piece of text. The appearance is going to be equal to hint, and we'll say find apartments anytime and anywhere. And I'm thinking that looks pretty good. So that looks pretty good. Let's go and test it out with Miami. And we're choosing Miami because we know that there are properties going to be returned. And there you see 4 being returned. Now let's try some place where we aren't getting properties returned. So Kansas City. And okay, so we don't want to say that because they just search for Kansas City and nothing is displaying. So they don't need to begin their search. They need to be shown that there aren't actually any properties in that specific region. So let's do that here. So we can mitigate this issue by first wrapping this component in a fragment. And then we'll say root.params question mark else. And if there are parameters, then we would like to display something else here. And the stuff that we just created, we'll put it in the else statement. So just for brevity's sake, we'll copy this stuff up and paste it here, but let's get rid of this Lottie view. And instead of begin your search here, we'll say no properties found. And find apartments anytime and anywhere, we'll just say please search in a different location. So let's go to our map here and add in that ability to search for properties via a button. Alright, so the first thing that we need to do is head to our file, which is called map.tsx. And in this file, we need to change a lot of things. The first one being that we need to change the provider to this map view to Google. Then we need to create a new state, and we're going to call it show search area button. And then we are going to set it to a default of false. And then back in our map view here, we need to take advantage of a prop called onRegionChange, and it's going to have the parameters of region and isGesture. And we can check here with an if statement, if isGesture.isGesture, then that means that the user has moved on the map, and whenever the user moves on the map, we need to set show search area button to true. So here we'll say if show search area button is false,
then we need to say set show area search button to true. Now beneath our active index logic here, we need to display our button. So let's create some brackets here and say show search area button and active index is equal to -1, and then we'll display a button here, and that's going to be imported from UI-kitten/components. We'll set the appearance to ghost, and we'll just say search area for the text being displayed. And we're also going to give this some styles. So let's add in those styles here, styles.searchArea button, and then add in those styles down below. And those styles are going to be a position of absolute, bottom of 30, z index of 100, a border radius of 30, align self to center, background color of white, border color of theme color -gray, and then a border width of 1. So as you can see here, we are able to test it out, and it is appearing whenever we move on the map, so that's good. But now we would like to add some functionality to this button so that it will actually search an area whenever we click on it, because right now if we click on it, nothing's happening. So in order to do that, we need to pass in 3 more props. Those are going to be location, set location, and set properties. Location is going to be a string, set location is going to be a void function which takes in a string, and then set properties is going to be a void function which takes in a properties array. And I made a little note here that we're going to be getting rid of this later. We're only using this for testing purposes, and that's because we are going to be using React Query to handle this in the future. But for right now, this will work. Next, let's create a new state called bounding box, and it's going to be a number array, and it's going to be used for searching properties in a specific region. And underneath of our bounding box, we'll create another state called region, and it can either be a region or undefined. And region is coming from React Native Maps. And then outside of our component, we want to create a variable called map region, which will be region or undefined, and then initialize it to undefined. It's going to be used to persist the region if the search area button is clicked on the map or pressed on the map. Now within our state variable called region, let's change the initialization to say if map region exists, then we want it to be map region, otherwise it can be undefined. Now back here in onRegionChangeComplete, change complete, we need to create a new variable called bounding box, or new bounding box, which will be equal to the region.latitude minus the region.latitude delta divided by 2, and then plus region.latitude delta divided by 2, and then same thing for the longitudes. And the reason that we're having to do this is just every time the user decides to change the area on the map, then we need to set a new bounding box so that if they click on search area, then we can get the associated properties within that bounding box. So underneath of new bounding box, we'll say set region equal to region, and then set bounding box to new bounding box. And then here where it says initial region, let's just change that to our region here. And then down here in our button, let's add an onPress event. And in that, we are going to be setting properties to our get properties in area. And we're going to be passing in our bounding box state. Then we're going to set location to map area so that it displays that in the search bar. We're going to set map region equal to the current region. And then we will set show search area button to false. And we can actually abstract that code to a new function called handle search area button press. So let's cut this code. Here we'll say handle search area button press. Okay, so let's go back to our search screen and pass in these new parameters.
Now here on map, location is going to be just the same as this. And actually we can just say, instead of root.params here, we can just say location. So let's just say location and location. And then we also need to pass in set location and set properties. So let's do that here. Set location, set properties. And now it's all good. So let's go back to our map and let's import useEffect. And let's create that useEffect function here, and it's going to be dependent upon our initial region. And we'll say if location is equal to map area, then we just want to return. Otherwise, if initial region is present, then we need to set show search area button to false, and then set region to the initial region. And we're doing this because if there is an initial region and the map area is not true, then that means that the user searched for a certain area, so we ought to take them to that certain area. And then here in handle marker press, let's get rid of this if statement, because now that we're using Google for each and every one, it's really not applicable anymore. And underneath of this, we'll also set another timeout, except that it will occur after 600 milliseconds. And within this, we need to create a new region. Latitude is going to be equal to properties of index.lat. Latitude delta will be equal to region.latitude delta if that's present. Otherwise, it's going to be equal to 0.4. And we can just copy this stuff and paste it below for longitude. So let's copy this stuff, longitude, and we need to change lat here to long, region.longitude delta. Okay, and underneath of this, we just need to set the region equal to new region. So with that done, let's give it a try and see what we got. So let's go to Chicago, because that's where we've got some properties. And there you go. Let's see if, okay. And we're getting some smooth transitions still, so that's good. And if we click off, it's still working. Let's go to New York now. And let's see. Now let's search for a new area, say Miami. And we get taken right to Miami, so that's good. Let's go to Kansas City. Okay, there's nothing there. Let's just make sure that it works like this. Miami. Okay, 4 spaces available. Okay, we don't have the search button by default up. The user has to move it. They search the area. Okay. If they go back here, they do some searching. They come back. Okay, still on Miami. Let's search for Denver now. And we're taken right to Denver. And let's search for Miami again. And 4 spaces. And we're back in Miami. I'm going to be going over how we can create the save screen and the account screen for our application. And this is what the end product will look like. So without further ado, let's get started in creating these screens. So let's start off with our imports. So import view, style sheet, and flat list from React Native, button and text from UI Kitten, use state from React, and Lottie view from Lottie-React-Native. And for our local imports, import row from components/row, theme from our theme file,
properties, card, and our property type here. And down at the bottom here, let's create our styles variable. And we're going to assign a new style to our screen here. So let's create that. We'll just call it screen and give it the property of margin horizontal and set that to 10. And let's assign that here. Style equals styles dot screen. Now let's get rid of this text here and replace it with our row component. And we need to give our row its own styles. Within the row are going to be buttons, so I'm going to call it button container and give it the properties of align items to center and border radius of 5. Button container. And now within our row, let's create those buttons. So the first is going to be labeled favorite, and we just need to pass in small to the size prop, and then create a duplicate of that button, but we're going to give it a name of contacted. And same thing, but just applications for the bottom button. So we need to change the styles of the button a bit. So let's create a new style down here called button. And we're going to give it the properties of width of 33.3%, border radius of 0, and border color is going to be our color-primary 500. And then each button needs its own individual styles as well. So application button is going to have the properties of border top right radius 5 and border bottom right radius of 5. Favorites button is going to have a border top left radius of 5 and border bottom left radius of 5. And then our contacted button is going to have a border left width of 0 and border right width of 0. So now let's assign those styles to these buttons. Okay, that's looking pretty good now. We just need to change the colors so that only one is active. So to do that, let's create a new state variable called active index to represent the active button. And beneath of that, let's create a new function. We're going to call it getButtonAppearance, and it's going to take in an index. And then we're going to say if the active index is equal to the passed in button index, return filled. Otherwise, we'll return ghost. And then for each button here, for the appearance prop, we need to pass in the getButtonAppearance function, and then we'll pass in a number as well. So because favorites is the first, I'm just going to pass in 0. And then for contacted, it's going to be a 1. And then applications, we're going to pass in 2 here. Okay, so that's looking nice now, but we just need to add some functionality so that whenever we click on one of these buttons, it gets filled. So to do that, it'll be really easy. We just need to create a function here called handleButtonPress and pass in an index, and then set the active index to this passed in number. And then for each of our buttons, we need to handle the onPress event. So here for our first one, we'll just call handleButtonPress and pass in 0. For the second, we'll do the same, just passing in 1. And then for applications, we'll do the same, just passing in 2. Now, depending on the active index, we want to display a different thing on the main section of the screen. So if we're saying applications here, we want to have something correlated to applications. Or favorites means that we need to either display some text saying that they don't have any favorites, or a list of properties which they've favorited. So let's get into that right now. The first thing I suggest doing is going to lottiefiles.com and picking out 3 different Lotties that may pertain to favorites, contacted, and applications. I've already done this and added them to my assets here. I named them applications.json, contacted, and favorites, but you can name them whatever you want. So I'm going to be using those whenever there are no properties associated with the favorites, contacted, or applications. And then I'm going to create a new function here called getBody, and we're going to check for the active index number. So if active index equals 0, we need to return something unique here. If it's equal to 1, we need to return something unique. And then at the end, by default, it will be 2. So here we need to return something unique as well. So for index 0 here, I'm going to return a Lottie view, and we're going to set autoplay to true. And the source for this is going to be my favorites.json file within my Lotties folder. And then I need to add a style here called Lottie, so I'm going to add that real quickly. And the styles for Lottie are a height of 180, a width of 180, margin bottom of 20, and align self to center. Now underneath of our row here, we need to create a view. So we'll do that. And then within this view, we need to call getBody. So with that done, let's add some styles to our view here. We'll just call the view container. So we'll say style equals styles.container. And then down here, we can put it right underneath our buttons. And container is going to have a property of flex, which is 1, and then justify content, which will be center. Alright, so that places our Lottie in the center of the screen. And if we press on different buttons, nothing's getting returned yet. So let's finish out this current component by adding some text underneath. And for that, I'm going to create a new function called getBodyText, and it's going to have 2 parameters as taking in. One's going to be a heading, which is a string, and then the second will be a subheading, which is also a string. And within this function, we're going to return a view, and within that view, we're going to return some text. The category is H6, and the style we need to create later, but it's going to be called text. Also to mention, the view is going to have a style of text container, which we also have to create. And then underneath of that, we'll create our other text component, which will display our subheading. The appearance is going to be hint, and then this is going to get its own special style, which will be called subheading. So this is what will be returned from getBodyText. Let's just add the styles, and then we can add it here underneath our Lottie view. Now underneath Lottie here, I'm going to create those styles above, like right here. So text is going to have the property of text aligned to center. Subheading will have a property of margin top equal to 10. And then text container will have margin vertical of 15. Now underneath our Lottie view here in getBody, I'm going to call getBodyText and pass in you don't have any favorites saved, and then tap the heart icon on rentals to add favorites. So that will now display some text underneath, and that's looking pretty good. Now if the user is not signed in, we want to display a pair of buttons here underneath the body text, and the first button is going to be a sign in button, and then the one beneath that will say create account. So let's create a new component which will show those 2 buttons. And I'm just going to head to components here and create a new file called sign up and sign in buttons.tsx. Now for this, we are going to import view, style sheet, and view style from React Native, and then button from UIKitten, and we'll also import our theme. And then we want to export our component here, which will take in an optional style prop. And beneath that, let's create our styles. Now within our component here, we just want to return a view, and we're going to pass in the style that gets passed into the component. And within this view, there needs to be 2 buttons. So the first one will be a sign in button, and we're going to have to change this later so that we can actually navigate to the sign in screen. It's just that this screen hasn't been created yet, so we can't do that. And then for the second button, we just need to give it an appearance of ghost and then create some styles for it. And those styles are going to be a margin vertical of 10 and a border color of color-primary 500. Now back in our saved screen file, we can create a new variable called user. So we'll just say const user equals undefined for right now. And we're only using this variable to build out the UI. Go back to getBody, and we'll say if no user, and then we want to return sign up and sign in buttons. And let's create a style for these buttons. I'm going to call it sign in and sign up button container and give it a margin top of 15. So
So let's add that style here, styles dot sign up and sign in button container. Alright, so that's what we want to return if there are no properties that the user has liked. But if there are properties the user has liked, we'd want to return a flat list of those properties. So let's do that here. And first we need to create a new variable called liked properties. So const liked properties, and we can assign it to properties. And here within our if statement, we'll say if active index is 0, and then if liked properties, then we need to return something different. And then we also need to add some brackets here. So for liked properties, we'll just create a new function to get a flat list of passed in properties. So let's do that here. It's going to be called get properties flat list. It will take in a property array and it will return a flat list. We'll set shows vertical scroll indicator to false. Data will be equal to properties. Style will have a margin top of 10. Render item is going to be a card. The property is going to be the passed in item. And then we need to create a style called card. And then the key extractor is going to be the item.id. And then we have to convert that to a string. So let's create this card style and then see how it looks. And that card style is just going to have a margin horizontal of 0 and then a margin vertical of 5. And then back here in get body, we'll just say returned get properties flat list and then pass in liked properties. And there you go, you can see the liked properties now. And in future versions, the heart will actually be filled in. We just haven't implemented that functionality yet. Alright, and then let's test out one other option here so that user is true, but there are no liked properties. So let's go back here, set properties or liked properties to undefined again, and then for user, just set it to anything non-falsy. I'm just setting it to true, and there you go. The buttons are no longer showing because the user is signed in, and those buttons being the sign in and sign up button. But let's set this back to false for now. And pretty much we just need to create two other variables called contacted properties and application properties. And then we'll follow some similar logic here. It's just that the Lottie view is going to be different and the text as well. So here where it says if active index is equal to 1, let's wrap this in brackets. And then we'll say if contacted properties, we just want to return the flat list of those contacted properties. Otherwise, we would like to return a Lottie view just with a different Lottie. And then get body text, I'm going to pass in you have not contacted any properties yet. And the subheading is going to be your contacted properties will show here. And then beneath that, we'll do the same logic for the sign in and sign up buttons. So now we can save that and check it out. Alright, that's looking pretty good. So let's do the same thing for applications. And here outside of this if statement, I'm going to close this up real quick. We're going to say if application properties exist, then we need to return that flat list for the application properties. Otherwise, we would like to return a Lottie just with the applications Lottie now. And underneath that, we'll get the body text stating check the status of your rental applications here. Any properties that you have applied to will show here. And then also that user logic. Alright, so let's check out that. And that's looking good as well. So with those done, let's test out the contacted properties and application properties just to make sure it's all working. So we'll set this to properties and go back to contacted properties, and there you go, it's showing. We'll set that back to undefined
And then do the same thing here. Set it to properties. Go to applications. Okay. So those are all working. Let's set them all to properties now. Properties. And there you go. It's working for all of the tabs now. So I'm going to set those back to undefined. And now we can get started on building out the account screen. So for the account screen, we need to add some new imports. The first one being scroll view, view, and style sheet from React Native, use navigation from React Navigation, and text and button from UIKitten. And then in addition to screen, we need to import sign up and sign in buttons and theme. Now underneath of our component, let's just create our styles. And let's get rid of this text here and display a scroll view. And we need to give that scroll view a style. I'm going to call it container, and the flex is going to be 1. So let's assign that. Equals styles.container. And then within the scroll view, we'll display a view here. And this view will have a margin horizontal, so let's create that style. Call it default margin horizontal. And assign it here. Now depending on if the user is signed in or not, we need to display different things. So let's create a variable here called user and set it to undefined. And let's also create our navigation variable. And then here within our view, we'll say if a user exists, we'll display something, otherwise we'll display something else. So if a user does exist, we would like to display some text. The top text component will just say welcome, and then the user's first name. I'm just putting this in for placeholder at the moment. And then underneath that, we just need to display the email of the user. And for this first text, it's going to have a category of H4. Second is going to have category of H6. And they're going to have unique styles, which we need to create. So username is going to have the properties text align to center, font weight of 600, margin bottom of 5, and then text transform to capitalize. And email is going to have text align to center as well, font weight of 500, and margin bottom of 20. And let's see what it looks like if the user is set to true. So it's displaying, it's working. But now let's focus on the else statement here if the user is not signed in. Now, if the user is not signed in, we would like to display some text saying renting has never been easier. The category is going to be H5, and then it's going to have its own unique style, which we will create in a moment. And then underneath of that text, we'll have the sign up and sign in buttons. A view will be underneath of that, and it will have its own unique style. And within that view, we'll be displaying some more text saying, are you a property owner or a manager? The category for that text is going to be S1, and we're going to give that its own unique style as well. And then underneath of that, we'll display some more text saying, visit our website to access our full suite of rental management tools and start receiving applications in minutes. So that's pretty much what we are going to be displaying. We just need to create some styles to make these look pretty. So for header, it's going to have text aligned to center, margin vertical of 25, margin horizontal of 70, and a font weight of 600. Middle container is going to have justify content to center, align items to center, padding top of 30, padding bottom of 50. The border top color is going to be our color-gray, and border top width will be 2. Subheader will have a text align of center and padding horizontal of 20. And body text will have margin top of 10, text align to center, and margin horizontal of 15. Now underneath of this, we would like to display some buttons in a list. So let's create a new component called button list. Button list.tsx. And the imports for this are going to be pressable, style sheet, view, and view style from React Native, text from UI Kitten, and then our theme. And then we want to export our component. It will have the props of data, header, style, border top, and margin top. Data will be an array of objects, which will all have the properties of label and onPress. And header is an optional prop, which could be a string. Style, optional prop, which will be view style or view style array. Border top, optional boolean, and then margin top is an optional boolean as well. Now underneath of this, let's create our styles. And here in button list, let's return a view. That view is going to have some styles. So we need to create a style called container. Then we'll pass in the style getting passed into the button list. And then for border top width, we'll say if border top is being passed in, then it's going to be 1, otherwise it will be 0. So for the style of container here, it will have the properties of border color equal to our color-gray, then border bottom width will be 1. And now let's create a function for getting the header here. It's going to be called getListHeader component, and then if no header is passed in, then we'll just return null. Otherwise, we'll return a view, and within that view, we'll return a text component, which will have the header. So for the styles on the view, we need to create the header container, and then we'll say if margin top is being passed in, we'd like it to be 35, otherwise it will be 0. So the style for header container is going to have a padding vertical of 12, background color of this hex code, border bottom width of 1, and then border bottom color of color-gray. And header text will have a font weight of 600 and margin left of 18. And then here in our view, we'll just call getListHeader component as the first thing. So underneath of this, we'd like to map through our data, and for each item, we're going to be returning a pressable component. And within the pressable component, we're going to be returning some text, which is just the item.label. The key for the pressable component will just be the label as well. OnPress will be equal to item.onPress. Now let's create another style here called option, and it's going to have the properties of padding vertical 12 and padding horizontal of 18. And then for the style here on the pressable component, we're going to create an array. Index 0 will be styles.option, and then the background color will depend on whether or not the option is being pressed. So if it's pressed, then it needs to have the background color of color-gray from our theme. Otherwise, it will have the background color of F2, F2, F2. And if it's not the last item in the array, we'd also like to include the container style for the pressable component. And then at the end here, we're just going to return the array. So with that done, let's go back to our account screen. Alright, so now let's create the underlying data for our button lists. So first we'll create an array here called first signed out buttons. It's going to have an object with label of add a property, and then onPress will be a function just logging something to the console. Same thing, just with view properties. And then underneath that, we'll create another array called support buttons. We'll have the label of help center, and then a label of terms and conditions. Underneath that, we'll have renting buttons. So we'll say favorite properties, and then here we'll actually navigate to our root and then our saved screen. And then we'll have rental applications and my residences and rent payments. Underneath that, we'll have account buttons, account settings, billing history, banks and cards. Underneath that, we'll have rental management buttons, which will be add a property and add apartment to a property. And then view my properties. So underneath of this top level view, we'll do another check to see if the user is logged in or not. And if the user is logged in, then we'd like to return a button list here. And let's import that. Import button list. And we're going to have the data equal to renting buttons, and the header will be renting made easy. Underneath that will be a button list with the data being account buttons, and then the header will say my account. That will be followed by rental management buttons with the header of rental manager tools, and that will be followed by support buttons with a header of support. And underneath that we'll return a view with two styles. We just need to create this one. And special margin vertical will be down at the bottom here. It'll have a margin top of 30 and margin bottom of 20. And within this view we'll return a button which has the appearance of ghost, and on press we'll just log out the user, and it will have the text of sign out. And let's add these styles real quickly. And button will have margin bottom of 15 and border color of color-primary 500. Now if the user is not signed in, we'll return a button list as well. It will have the data of first signed out buttons and border top. And underneath that we'll return another button list called support buttons. The header will be support, and there will be a margin top. And beneath that we'll return some brand text. So let's create that style right now. And all that we really need to do is say text align to center. So let's do that for brand text. And there you go. It's looking a lot better. So this is what it looks like if the user is not signed in. But if they are signed in, let's check out what it will look like. So here we'll say user is true. And this is what it will look like for them. And we can actually test this out by going to favorite properties, and there we go. We're on favorite properties. Today we're going to be building out the sign in screen, the forgot password screen, the create account screen, and the reset password screen. So without further ado, let's get started and building these screens out. Alright, so here I am in index.tsx back in my text editor. But the first thing that we want to do is create some new screens for sign in, sign up, forgot password, and reset password. So let's get started on doing that. So here I'll go to the screens and create a new file called sign in screen.tsx, and then we need to import screen from our components, and then let's import text from UIKitten at UIKitten, and then let's just export a new function here called sign in screen. It's not going to take in any props, and it will just return a new screen with some text that says sign in screen. Okay, so let's do the same for reset password, sign up screen, and forgot password screen. So the next one we'll do sign up screen. .tsx, and then we'll just copy this stuff and paste it over here, and then we'll change in to up. Next we'll do forgot password. Password screen .tsx. Paste that in. We'll say forgot password and forgot password.
And then the next one is reset password. And this will be the last screen that we create for this video. .tsx. And just paste that in again and say reset password. Okay, so with those done, let's go to our types file down here. And here in our root stack param list, we want to add some properties which will represent the screens that we just created. So let's get to that. And the first one will be sign in, and it will be assigned undefined. Same thing for sign up. And then next will be forgot password. And then for the last one, reset password, it will take a token which will be a string. Alright, so with those done, let's go to our index file and then import those different screens. So we'll import sign in screen, import sign up screen, import forgot password screen, and import reset password screen. And then here in our stack group within the root navigator, underneath this find location screen, we'll just copy this stuff and then paste it here. We'll get rid of find locations and then say sign in. And then we can just do the same thing for the other screens, changing the names and components. So here, find locations will then be sign up screen, up screen. Next will be forgot password screen, password. And then last will be reset password. Alright, and then going back to our types, I forgot to add this to our props here for reset password. So I'm just going to add that in real quick. So this will actually take a root, and that root will be an object which has params as a property here, and then within that we'll have token, which will be a string. Okay, so now we should change our sign in and sign up buttons so that we can navigate to our sign in and sign up screens. So let's go to that component, sign in and sign up buttons, and let's import use navigation, and then create our navigation variable. And then here, we'll just say navigate to sign in. And then we can do the same thing here, just for sign up. And now let's go check that out on the app and make sure that we're actually having it work. Okay, and we just need to go to our account here, our account screen, and change that so that the user is not true anymore. So let's go there, change this to false, and then it will display the create account and sign in screen, or sign in buttons. And there we are at sign in screen. Go back, create account, sign up screen, and then here at the bottom we can just say, we can just add some buttons beneath our scroll view, and then we'll say on press equals navigation dot navigate to forgot password, and then we'll say forgot password Then we can do the same for reset password. We'll just have to pass in a fake token. Reset password token B. Let me save that here, and then we'll say reset password, or yeah, reset password. And this is just to test it out, make sure that the routes are working. So we'll go to forgot password. Okay, forgot password screen, and then reset password screen. So those are all working. They're routed up good. Now we just need to build out the UI and make them look pretty. And here back in our code, I'm actually just going to get rid of this first forgot password button because we'll actually be creating a touchable opacity component to get to that screen. But here I'm going to leave this just for testing purposes. So one of the key things that we'll be adding to our sign in and sign up screens are buttons to log in with Google and Facebook. And to create those buttons, you have to get some type of Google vector or image for the logo. So I came to this website called svgrepo.com, and then they have both Facebook and Google SVGs. And then I just downloaded these. So let's download this. And with that SVG downloaded, you can then come to this site and open up that SVG in a text editor. So I'm going to do that. We'll just say vim.com. And then you can just copy this SVG and then go to this site, transform.tools, and just paste in that SVG code. And it will give you back a React Native component. So with that new SVG for Google, we can then go into our components here and create a new folder. We're going to call it logos. And then we'll create a new file called Google logo.tsx. And then we can paste that in. And this is a little different than this one, just because I've done this before. So I wanted to be consistent with what I had done in the past. But that was just pretty much the process that I used for creating the Google logo component. And then we can do the same with Facebook logo. So go back and search for a Facebook logo. I think I chose this one in the past. And then go through the same process of downloading it and then putting it over here. And once you've got that converted, go back to your logos and components and create a new one called Facebook logo. And just paste in your code here. And then we can close out of these. And let's create the Facebook and Google buttons. So again, open up components and create a new component called Google button.tsx. And let's start off with our imports. First, importing style sheet, touchable opacity, and view style from React Native, text from UI Kitten, and we have to install Expo web browser, but import that as well, and then import Google logo. So go back into your terminal and then run expo install expo-web browser. I don't know, maybe it's already installed for you guys, I can't remember, but if it isn't installed, just go through this process. And I'm gonna cancel out because I've already got it installed. So clear, and we'll just exit out of this. And then next we want to say web browser dot maybe complete auth session. And this really doesn't pertain to this video, but in the next video this will be crucial. So I'm just adding it in here so we don't have to add it in the next video. And then let's create our component here. So export const Google button, and this is going to take in some props, and those are going to be text, style, and onPress. And text is going to be a string, style will be an optional view style, and then onPress is an optional void function. And underneath we can create our styles.
Now within our component, we want to return a touchable opacity, passing in styles.button and then style, and also onPress will be the passed in onPress function. And within that, we'll have our Google logo, which will assign a style called styles.logo, and then text, which will have the style of styles.text, and then it will be displaying the passed in text. So let's create these styles here. And the first style is going to be styles.button. It will have a display of flex direction of row, a width of 100%, border radius of 5, a background color of white, and a height of 50. And then logo will have margin left of 10 and margin top of 1. And then text will have a color of 36454F, align self to center, a margin left of 40, font weight of bold, and then a font size of 15. So with our Google button created, let's create our Facebook button. And to start off with our imports, let's import style sheet, touchable opacity, and view style from React Native, and then web browser from Expo web browser, Facebook logo from Facebook logo, and then text from UIKitten components. Let's move that up there. And then let's also call web browser maybe complete auth session. And then let's create our component here, and it's going to take in the same props as the last one. And let's create our styles below. And we will be returning the same stuff as the Google button, just with the Facebook logo this time and some different styles. So let's get to creating those styles. And those styles are going to be button, which will have display flex direction row, width of 100%, border radius of 5, background color of 3B5998, and a height of 50. Logo, which is margin left of 10, margin top of 1. And text, which will have a color of white, align self to center, margin left of 40, font weight of bold, and font size of 15. Now with those done, we can create another button called Apple button. And for this, we need to go back into our terminal and install a package. So let's say expo install expo apple authentication. And with that package installed, let's get to our imports. So we'll say import platform, style sheet, and view style from React Native, and then import everything as Apple authentication from expo apple authentication. And then create your component of Apple button, and we're going to take in some props, which will just be type and then onPress. And type can either be sign in or sign up, and onPress will be a void function, which is not going to be optional. And then just create your styles variable underneath. And then within this component, we'll say if the platform is not equal to iOS, we want to return null. And if Apple authentication is available async is not true, then we would like to return null as well. Otherwise, we would like to return a component called Apple Authentication.Apple Authentication button. Its button type will depend on the type passed in. So if it equals sign in, then we need to say Apple Authentication.Apple Authentication button type.continue. Otherwise, we will say Apple Authentication.Apple Authentication button type.signup. Its button style will be white. It will have a corner radius of 5, and then we'll assign it some styles called button. And button has a width of 100% and a height of 50. And onPress is going to be equal to our passed in onPress. And as a matter of fact, let's go back to our Facebook button and change this to non-optional, and do the same for Google button. And with that done, let's get started on creating our sign-in screen. So now let's navigate to our sign-in screen, both in the app and in our text editor. And let's start to build this thing out. So for this, there are going to be some packages that we need to install. So go back to your terminal, open up a new one, and then say yarn add or npm install react-native-keyboard-aware-scroll-view. What a mouthful. And then just add that package. And with that added, let's add two more packages called formic and yup. So we would like to import style sheet and touchable opacity from React Native, keyboard aware scroll view from React Native keyboard aware scroll view, text input and button from UI kitten, everything as yup from yup, formic from formic, and use navigation from React navigation. And then down below, we'd like to import screen, modal header, Google button, Facebook button, and Apple button. And then we need to create a component called password input, which we'll use on both the sign in screen and the sign up screen. So let's create that component real quickly. Let's go into components here, and we'll just say password input. So starting with our imports, let's import useState from React, input from UI kitten, material community icons, text style, touchable opacity, and style sheet from React Native, and Eva status from UI kitten. And then let's create the component here, and it's going to be taking in quite a bit of props, so let's create those here. The first one is going to be value, then style, onChange text, placeholder, which will default to your password, a label, which will be equal to password or default to password, onBlur, caption, and then status. And value is going to be a string, style is an optional string, onChange text will be a function which takes in text and it returns void, placeholder, which will be a string, label, which is a string, and placeholder is optional, onBlur, which will be an optional void function, caption, which will be an optional string, and status, which is an optional Eva status. Now underneath that, let's create our styles, and we'll have one style which is called iContainer, and it will just have a padding horizontal of 10. Now within this component, it will look like just a regular input, but on the right side of the component, we want to have an eye icon that the user could press to either show their password or to hide their password. So to do that, we'll first create a state variable called password hidden, and it will be a Boolean, and it will be initialized to true. Then we'll create a function underneath that called getIicon, and within that we'll say if the password is hidden, then we want to return a material community icon with the size of 24, a name of Auth outline, and a color of black. Otherwise, we'd just like to return a material community icon, which is just the outline. Color is going to be black and size will be 24 as well. And then underneath of this function, let's return an input. It will have a style equal to our passed in style, a value of value, which we're passing in, onChange text equal to our passed in onChange text, placeholder equal to placeholder, autocomplete equal to password, auto capitalize equal to none, label equal to label, secure text entry equal to password hidden, text content type equal to password, onBlur equal to onBlur, caption equal to caption, status equal to status. And then for our accessory right, we will be returning a touchable opacity with the style equal to our iContainer down below. And then for onPress, we'll say set password hidden to the opposite of our current password hidden state. And then within that, we'll call getIicon, and that will be the password input component. Now back to our sign-in screen, let's import password input. Then let's create our navigation variable. And let's create our styles below. Now we'd like to wrap our screen in the keyboard aware scroll view, and we'll set bounces equal to false. And the reason that I'm setting balances equal to false is that I've noticed that on my iOS device, it's an iPhone XR, it seems to have some sort of glitch if I don't set this to false. So that's my reasoning behind setting it to false. Now let's add our style to our screen component here, and we're going to call it container, and it will have a margin horizontal of 10. So let's add that. And then we can get rid of this text here and display a modal header, and the text, I'm just going to set it equal to JP Apartments, but this could easily be apartments.com or whatever you want to name it. And I'm going to set X shown to true, and underneath of that we'll display some text. It will have the category of H5 and it will say sign in, and we'll create the styles right now. And those styles are going to be text aligned to center and margin vertical of 20. And then underneath of that text, we'll create a format component. And the initial values will have a property of email, which is just going to be an empty string, and then password, which will be an empty string as well. And then we'll create a validation schema. And within that, we'll say yup.object.shape. And then within the shape function, we'll pass in an object with email assigned to yup.string.email.required. And then for our caption, it will be your email is required. And then underneath of that, we'll have password, which is similar to the one above, just without email. And then the text is going to say a password is required. And beneath that, we'll have our onSubmit prop, which will just display our values to the console. Alright, now within our formic component, we need to render out a function. And within this function, we'll be destructuring the following values, which are values, errors, touched, handle change, handle submit, and set field touched. And then here we just need to finish the other part of the function, and we will just be returning a component here. So here, let's return a fragment. And our first component within this fragment is going to be an input, and we'll set style equal to styles.input, value is equal to values.email, onChange will be equal to handle change, and then we'll pass in email. Placeholder will be your email address, auto capitalize is equal to none, keyboard type will be email-address, text content type will be email address, which is camel case, autocomplete will be email, label will be email, on blur we'll set the field touched to email. And for the caption, if the email is touched and there are errors associated with the email, then we want to display those errors, otherwise it will be undefined. The status will be dependent on the same thing as above, and if that's true, we'll say danger, otherwise it will be basic. And for the input style, let's create that. It will just have a margin top of 10. Now underneath this, we need to render out our password input component. We'll assign it a style of styles.input. Value is going to be equal to values.password. On change text, we'll just say handle change, passing in password. Placeholder will be your password. Label will be equal to password. On blur will be equal to set field touched, and then we'll pass in password. The caption will depend on if this password input is touched and there are errors associated with the password, and if there are, then we'll display those errors, otherwise it will be undefined. And then for the status, it's the same thing, and if there are errors and it's touched, it will be danger, otherwise it will be basic. Now underneath of this, we'll display a touchable opacity, which will display the forgot password text. The text will have a category of C1 and status of info, and the on-press event for the touchable opacity will just be navigating to the forgot password screen. And let's create these styles here. And for the forgot password container, the align items property will be flex end, and then margin top will be 5. Now underneath of that, let's create a button, and I'm going to add some space here.
And that button is going to say sign in, and on press will just be our handle submit. The styles will be equal to sign in button, so let's create that. And that will just have a margin top of 20. Now underneath of this button, we need to create a component which will really just say or and have a line through it. So let's get to creating that. I'm going to call it or divider .tsx. And for our imports, let's import text and divider from UIKitten and view, style sheet, and view style from React Native. And then create your component, and it will take in an optional style, which will be view style. And let's create our styles beneath. And within our component, we would like to return a view. And within that view, we'll return a divider and some text which says or. The appearance will be equal to hint, and another divider. So for our view container, we'll have a flex direction of row, align items to center, and justify content to center. Or text will have a padding horizontal of 10 and margin top of -5. And our divider will have a border width of 1 and a width of 45%, and a border color equal to our theme, which is D3, D3, D3. So we can change that to theme color -gray. And also I noticed that we're displaying a row here, so we could get rid of our view here and just display a row. And get rid of this. And get rid of view here and import row. So with that done, let's go back to our sign-in screen and import or divider. And underneath our sign-in button, let's display our or divider, and we'll give it a style of or container. And or container just has a vertical margin of 30. And now beneath this, we want to display our buttons here. Our Apple button, Google button, and Facebook button. So here we'll display our Google button. The text will be continue with Google. Style will be equal to styles.button. Then the on press event will just log Google login to the console. And for button here, we'll just give it a margin bottom of 10. Now let's do the same thing for the Facebook button. Just passing in continue with Facebook and then logging Facebook login for the on-press event. And for our Apple button, we'll give it a type of sign in and then log Apple login to the console on press. So here we can actually test this out now. So let's just go with continue with Google, and I'm on the wrong one. So I press that, it'll say Google login, Facebook login. Here we can just say jp@c.com, and then here we can test out the password. We just say whatever, and there you go. And then if we go to sign in, then we'll say login, passing these values to the server. In the next few videos, we'll actually implement that logic, but for right now, this is good just building it out. So now with forgot password here, we can actually just start building out this screen as well. So let's get to that. So let's navigate there in our text editor, forgot password. And then here for our imports, we'll import style sheet from React Native, input button and text from UIKitten. Everything is yup from yup, formic, keyboard aware scroll view, use navigation from React Navigation, and use state. And we'll also import ModalHeader. And let's create our styles down below. Then let's create our navigation variable, and then we'll also create a new state called email sent, and we will initialize it to false. Now with this, we'll do something very similar to the last screen. We'll just wrap it in a keyboard aware scroll view, setting bounces to false.
And I suppose I should explain why we're using keyboard aware scroll view. And that's because if the input is halfway down the screen, the keyboard will actually cover up the input, and that's just not a very good user experience. So that's why we're using it. So with that done, let's create the styles for our screen and then the subsequent header that we're about to create. So container will have a margin horizontal of 10, and then header will have text aligned to center and margin vertical of 20. So here we'll say style equals styles dot container. Then we'll give it a modal header here, setting it to whatever you want here, and then we'll set x shown to true. And then here we'll do some conditional rendering. So we'll say email sent question mark else. Then we'll just want to display something there. Now if the email was sent, then we would like to display some text. We'll give it a style of our header and a category of H5, and we'll say email was sent. And underneath of that, we'll display some text telling them to check their email. Now if they haven't gotten to this point, they still need to input their email, and so let's create that portion of the screen. And for here, we'll create a text component. The category is going to be H5, style will be the header style. We'll just say forgot your password. And underneath that, we'll display some text telling them to enter their email. And then we'll create a format component. We'll set initial values to an object which has an email property, and that email property is an empty string. And then for our validation schema, it will just be the same as our email from the sign-in screen. For on submit, we'll just log the values to the console and then set email sent to true. And right now this doesn't need to be asynchronous, but in the future it will be asynchronous, just because we need to check with our server to make sure that the values they submitted actually exist. Now within this format component, we need to do what we did before, getting those destructured values. And those are going to be values, errors, touched, handle change, handle submit, is submitting, set field touched, and set field value. Now within this function, we would like to return an input. Well, we'd like to return a fragment, and then within that fragment, there's an input. The style is going to be equal to our input style, which we'll create. Value will be values.email. On change text will be handle change email. Placeholder, your email address. Keyboard type will be email-address. Auto capitalize equals none. Autocomplete email, label email, on blur, set field touched to email. Caption will depend on if the email is touched and there are errors. If there are, we'll display the errors associated, otherwise it's undefined. And then same for status. If these are true, then we'll set it to danger, otherwise it's basic. And below that, we'll display a button. The on press will be handle submit, and we'll give it a style of sign in button, and it will say continue. And sign in button will have a margin top of 20, and input will have a margin top of 10. We should rename this to continue button, or rather just button. Let's test it out real quick. Say jp@c.com. All right, email was sent. So with those done, let's get started on creating the create account screen, or the sign up screen, whatever. Now as usual, let's start with our imports. So import style sheet, input button and text, everything is yup. Formic, keyboard aware scroll view, modal header, Google button, Facebook button, Apple button, or divider, and password input. And we can actually go to our sign in screen and just copy these styles and go back to our sign up screen and paste them over here. Now let's just do the similar process of creating our keyboard aware scroll view. Set bounces to false. Wrap the screen in this. Assign the screen of style equal to styles.container.
show the modal header with X shown. The text beneath will say sign up, the category will be H5, and the style will be header. Beneath this we'll have our format component. Initial values will be first name, last name, email, and password. And then our validation schema will be similar in the shape. We'll just have different properties here. So for first name, we'll have a required string. Last name, same thing. Email will be the same as the sign-in screen and the forgot password screen. And then for our password, we are going to require it. It's going to be a string, and pretty much we're going to set it equal to a regex, which requires it to have 8 characters, 1 uppercase letter, 1 lowercase letter, and 1 special character. And these are these special characters. And for onSubmit, we'll just log the values to the console. Next, let's return a function here, and then we will be destructuring values, errors, touched, handle change, handle submit, set field touched, and set field value. And within this, we will return a fragment, and the first component will be an input. The style will be equal to our input style. Value will be equal to values.firstname. OnChange text will be handle change first name. Placeholder will be your first name. Label will be first name. Autocomplete type is name. Text content type is given name. OnBlur will set field touch to first name. Caption will be if this input has been touched and there are errors associated with the first name, then we'll display the errors, otherwise it's undefined. And the same thing with the status. It'll just be danger if these apply, otherwise it'll be basic. Underneath of this, we can just pretty much copy and paste this below for another input, except that we need to change the values to last name, handle change to last name, your last name for the placeholder, label will be last name, the text content type will be family name, the autocomplete will be name, set field touch to last name, and then the same type of logic just with last name here for the caption and status. And then we can go back to our sign-in screen and copy what we have for our email input. Go back to sign up and paste that below. And navigate back to sign-in screen and do the same with password input. Now underneath of this, we'll have our button which says sign up, and the onPress event will just be handle submit, and the style will be equal to sign in button, and I'm going to change that to say sign up button, but you don't have to do that if you don't want to. We'll give it an OR divider underneath that button, which will have the style of OR container. Then we'll display our Google button, this time saying sign in with Google. It'll have the style of button, and then same thing, Google login, but this should say Google sign up. Sign up. And go back to sign in screen, and let's just copy these as well. Except here we'll say sign up. With Facebook, and then this should say sign up. And then here, just Apple sign up and Facebook sign up. All right, so that's looking good now. Let's go to our console here and just say sign up with Google, sign up with Facebook, first name J, last name P, jp@c.com. We actually have to AB 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All right, and let's try it if it. Okay, so our validation is working there, and we can see what our password is. So that's good. Now let's just like give it a star or something, and let's say sign up. And here we are on our console, and it's actually working, or it's saying register this object. So
in the next video, we'll just have to pass this in to our server and have our server handle all of that stuff. So the sign up screen is working pretty well now. We just have one more screen to create, which is the register new password screen, or what did we call it? Reset password screen. So let's create this one out. And before we get started, let's navigate to that back in the app. So I put this on my account screen. Just go to reset password, and now we're on the reset password screen. And it's actually going to be really similar to what we have in our sign up screen. So let's just copy all this and paste it over. And let's save that. Alright, so right now we're actually on the reset password screen. I got a little error, which I had to reload my screen, but because we copied over sign up screen, just make sure to change the name back to reset password screen. So this all looks good. We want this stuff here. We'll just say reset password. Set password. Okay, let's get rid of first name, last name, and email. And then same thing here in our validation schema. In our onSubmit function here, let's just say console.log, send values to the server, and then we need to create our navigation variable and navigate to sign in. So let's import use navigation. And then create our variable here. So let's get rid of this input, the one below it, the email, and the password will stay. Let's change this to say reset password. And get rid of this OR divider and everything underneath it. Now we probably don't need some of these things. So OR container, do we need button? Probably not. Sign up button. We can rename this to submit button. Forgot password container. Forgot password. Okay, that's only being used here. Input. That's being used, header and container. So that looks good for the styles here. Now underneath of this, we want to create another input which just verifies that they typed in their password correctly. So we'll just have to create another value here, and then another validation schema, and another input, and then the screen will be created. So let's do that. So for the value, we'll call it password repeat. And then for our validation schema, it's going to be equal to this. So it'll be a string. Then we'll say one of, passing in an array, which references the password, and then null. And if that's the case, then we'll say passwords don't match, and this needs to be required. And then beneath this password input, you can just pretty much copy this and paste it below. You just need to change the value to password repeat, handle change to password repeat, placeholder to repeated password, label to repeat password, set field touch to password repeat, and then the touched and errors to password repeat, and same thing with status here. And that is pretty much what you will get. So let's test this one out. We'll just say hello world 1 2 star. Hello world 1 2 3 star, and passwords don't match. Oh shoot, I think I added a 3. Okay, so let's see, or actually I really don't know. So let's change that to make it work. And there we go. Now if we click on reset password, let's go to our console and say reset password. It'll take us to our sign in. and then we can then sign in here, blah, 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 hello world, and then eventually that will take the user to a logged in state of the app. And in case you're wondering, this is what it looks like on iOS with the Apple button down below for the sign in screen, and then sign up screen. This is what it looks like. For forgot password, this is what it looks like here. And then this is what the reset password looks like. So that is it, guys. Stay tuned for the next episode where we'll be implementing the functionality onto our backend for resetting passwords, signing up, and signing in. In today's video, we're going to be going over user sign-in and user registration in React Native. And on the back end, we're going to be using Golang and PostgreSQL to store the user information. So if that sounds interesting, stay tuned for the rest of the video, and let's get started in building this thing out. So before we get started coding our server, make sure that you have Postgres installed. I'll leave a link to this documentation in the description. Also, make sure that you have Golang installed, and I'll leave a link to that in the description as well. Alright, so with that out of the way, let's get started in coding our server. Here I am in our main file, and let's create a new folder called models. And it's here that we'll actually create our user model. So just make a file called user.go. And then we'll say package is models. So now we'll need to install a package called Gorm. And pretty much Gorm just allows us to abstract our SQL statements. So let's copy this down, go get gorm.io/gorm. And then let's go back to our terminal and paste it in and run it. Okay. So now import gorm.io/gorm. And below this, let's create a new struct. So to do that, you say type user, and then you say struct, and then you create some brackets here. And a user is going to have a couple different fields. So the first thing that we're going to put in this user model is gorm.model, and that's the equivalent of saying ID, updated at, deleted at, and created at. But it's a lot nicer just having one line instead of four. So that's why we're putting it there. Our next field is going to be called first name, and make sure to capitalize it, and it's going to be a string. And then to specify how it looks in JSON format, we are going to add some backticks and say JSON, add some colons, and then we'll say first name and camel case. And then let's just copy this and paste it here and do the same for last name. Say last name, and let's make this lowercase there. Next we want to do email. And then we want password, which will also be a string. JSON be password. And then we'd like to know if this user was created via a social media login. So we'll say social login. And that will be a Boolean. And we'll do the same thing here, just saying social login. And underneath of that, we can specify whether it's Apple, Google, or Facebook. So our next field will be social provider. And this will be a string. And we'll do the same thing here, say social provider. Alright, so our user model is created, and pretty much this will act as a table in our database. So now we need to connect to our database and add this in as a table. And to do that, let's add a new folder, and we're going to call it storage. And within this folder, create a new file called database.go. Now the package is going to be storage. Now let's import our user model. So go import apartments -clone dash server, and then slash models. And then from here we can get our user model. And here let's create a variable called db. It will be a pointer of type gorm.db. So that auto imported. And now let's go and create a PostgreSQL database. I'm gonna use the GUI for this, but feel free to use the terminal if you want. So here I'm gonna create a new server group. And we'll call it apartments. And save. Now within this server group, let's register a new server. The name will be apartment server. Let's look at the connection here. The host name will just be localhost. The port will be 5432, maintenance database. Let's change the maintenance database from Postgres to apartments clone. And I'm going to create a new username here named apartments admin. And I'll create a new password with that as well. I'll save the password here. The role, we'll just say admin. Service, I don't think we need to save anything there. And this all looks good here. So we'll save that. Internal failed to set up role. Okay. So get rid of role there. And let's save that. So now apartment server exists and we have a few different things. So here in the apartment server, let's create a new database. And let's call it apartments server DB. And then save that. So in our .env file, let's create a new variable called db connection string. And we need to fill out a couple different variables within this. So those are going to be host, user, password, db name, port, and SSL mode. So in order to get these variables, we just created our db, so we know the db name and the port. But in case you forgot, you can go back to your Postgres GUI and then come back to your instance here. Click on properties and click connection, and then here you'll have your host name, so we can just say localhost, pass that in, your port, and the port's always easy because it's counting backwards, 5432, so that's nice. For SSL mode, I wonder if they will specify here. Okay. For SSL mode, we will say disable. For the DB name, we said apartments server DB. Apartments server DB. And then for the user here, we said apartments admin. And then just put in your password here. Alright, so now let's create a new function called connect to DB, and it's going to return a gormDB pointer. And in the first line, we will load our environment variables. So we'll be using a package go.env and be calling the load method there, or the load function rather. And then let's import that. And if we get an error, we need to handle that. So we'll say if the error is not equal to nil, we'll panic and specify that there was an error loading the .env file. And then from there, we will get our DB connection string. So we need to import OS here and then get the environment variable, which is that DB connection string. And we're going to assign it to this variable DSN. And then we need to connect to our database here. So we'll create two variables here because the open function will return both a DB pointer and an error. So our first one should be a DB pointer, and then if there's an error, DB error will get that. So we'll say gorm.open, postgres.open, and then pass in that connection string. And then for the second argument, we'll pass in gorm.config. And here we need to import Postgres. And if you don't have this installed, there should be a pop-up here with a quick fix, and that usually solves the problem for me. Otherwise, you would just do go get gorm.io/driver/Postgres. So here, if we get an error, we need to handle that. And right now, we'll just log it in our logs to say that there was an error connecting to our database. And then we'll assign DB here to this, and then return database. Now, underneath of this, we'll create a function called perform migrations, and it will take in a database pointer, and we'll just say db.automigrate, and we'll pass in our users model. And in the future, we'll be passing in any model that we create. Now let's create a function to initialize our database, and it will also return a database pointer. So our first line here, we will call our connect to DB function. So we'll say DB is equal to connect to DB. And then we will perform our migrations on our database and then return DB. Now let's go back to main.go and let's import our storage package. So say apartments -clone -server /storage. And then here underneath loading our environment variables, we'll say storage.initializeDB. And now let's run it. So we'll say go run main.go. And here you can see the SQL. It's creating a table users, and these are the fields. So let's just go and query that real quickly in the database. So I'll go to apartment server DB here. We will actually refresh because it's not going to show the tables right now. So refresh here. And then in our schemas, we'll go to tables. And there's users. And then let's just go to the query tool. And then we'll just say select everything from users. And let's run that, pressing F5. And here we can just see our schema that we just created. So everything is working as intended. All right, so with storage created, we now need to create our functions to register and log in a user. So let's go to our routes folder, and we'll create a new file called user.go. It's part of the package routes or roots. And then we'll create a function here called register. And it's going to be taking in an iris context. And it won't be returning anything. So let's import iris here. Now down below, let's create the data structure for what the register input should look like. So we'll create a new struct here called register user input. It will have a field of first name, which will be a string, and in JSON it should look like this, where it's camel case first name. And then we'll have a validate field here, and we'll set that to required with a max of 256. Now beneath that, it will be last name, and everything's really the same. Beneath that, it will be email. The JSON will read email. For validate, it's going to be required. It's going to have a max of 256, and at the end here, we're going to say that it needs to be an email. For password, we're going to have that also be a string. The JSON will say that it's a password. The validate is that it's required. It's going to have a min of 8 and a max of 256. So with that done, let's create a variable in our register function, which should look like this. So we'll say var user input is a register user input, and then we will read the JSON from that. And if there's an error, we need to handle that. And for right now, we're just going to log that to the console. So fmt println error.error, and then we'll return. Otherwise, we'd like to create a new user model here. So let's import the models package. And then let's create a function to see if the user already exists. And I'm going to call that get and handle user exists. It's going to be taking in a user pointer or a user model pointer and an email, and it will return a Boolean and an error. Now within this, we need to query our database. So let's import storage here and also import string or strings. And we'll create this variable called user exists query, and then query the database where email is equal to the passed in email, and we just need to limit that to the first one and find the user. Now if there's an error getting that query, or user exists query.error is not equal to nil, then we need to return false, and then we'll just return that error. And then we'll create a variable here called user exists, and it's going to be equal to user exists queries.rows affected. And if that's going to be greater than 0, then the user does exist. So if user exists equals to true, then we return true and nil. Otherwise, we return false and nil. Now back in our register function, we'll create two new variables and call get and handle user exists. So those are going to be user exists and user exists error, and then just pass in the user and the user input.email. And if we have a user exists error, let's just log it to the console again. Now if the user exists, we need to tell that to the user, but for right now we're just going to log it to the console that the user already exists. So fmt.println user exists, and then just return. Now if we get to this point, the user does not exist, so we'd like to hash insult their password and then store that information in our database. So let's create a new function down below, and we're going to call it hash insult password. It's going to take in a password, which is a string, and return both a hash password and an error here. And we're going to create two new variables here, bytes and error, and it's going to be equal to bcrypt.generate from password. We're going to pass in our password and switch that to a byte type or byte type array. And then for the second argument here, we will say bcrypt.defaultCost, which will be 10. And let's add the import of bcrypt. Now if error is not equal to nil, we'd like to return an empty string and the error. Otherwise, return a string of the bytes and nil. Now let's create two new variables, hash password and hash error, and we'll pass in the user input.password into that function we just created, hash insult password. And then we'll just copy this and say if hash error is not equal to nil, then we need to print hash error.error. And we're going to change all this stuff later, but this is just to get the ball rolling. Now we'll take new user here and create a new user. So we'll pass in user input.firstname for first name. Same thing with last name, except with the last name property here. And then for the email, we'll say strings.toLower user input.email. The password will be the hashed password, and for social login, it will be false. And then beneath that, we'll say storage.db.create, passing in this new user. Now underneath of this, we'll say context.json, passing in an iris map, and then we'll have ID here, which will be assigned the new user.id, first name, which will be new user.firstname, last name, which will be the last name, and then email, which will be the new user.email. So with the register created, let's go back to main.go and create a new endpoint. And we'll call this user and assign it to app.party. API, and we'll put a slash there, and then user, and then we'll say user.post /register, and then we'll say routes.register. And with that done, let's open up the terminal and run main.go. So let's open up a new request, change this to post. We'll say HTTP localhost port 4000 /API /user /register. We'll go to body here, raw JSON, and then we'll say first name will be J, last name will be P, our email is going to be j@p.com, and our password will be password 123. Alright, now let's test it out. So that was valid, a valid user input. And let's actually go and check out what's available for the users here. So we'll run F5, wait. So here, as you can see, we have a new user in our database. And let's change this slightly so that it's jp1 or j@p1.com. Everything's the same. And then we'll run this again, F5. And the cool thing is, even though it's the same password in our database, it doesn't get stored that way. So that's always good for security purposes. But now let's try it with the same email. So we already registered this email, so let's click send here. And we got nothing because we aren't returning anything right now. But in our console here, we should have something. Oh, user exists here. So that's good. The only thing that we now need to do for register, well, there's two things. We need to handle these errors because logging it to the console is awful. So let's change that. And the next thing that we need to do after that is actually validate these, because we aren't really doing that right now, as I'm about to show you. So let's just get rid of last name and first name here, and then change this to something valid. So j@c.com, and then for the password, we'll just say 123. Remember, we're supposed to have 8 characters here. So let's register this. And it registered, but it shouldn't be because we're validating, apparently. So we need to add validation and make sure that this actually works. So let's get to that. So for error handling, I'm going to create a new package. It's going to be called utils. And in there, we're going to have a file named errors.go. Here at the top, we just need to say package is utils. Now in their documentation, Iris specifies that we should use this package called go playground /validator and then version 10. So let's copy this and then paste it in our terminal and run it. So with that done, I'm just going to create a function here called create error. It's going to take in a status code, a title, detail, and Iris context. So let's add these imports here. And in the function, we're just going to say context.stopWithProblem, passing in our status code, iris.newProblem, and then we'll append onto that a title and detail. And for whatever reason, this appears to be a broken import, so I'm just going to change that. Now, a common error that we will run into is an internal server error, which has the status code of 500. And typically, we'll just say internal server error for our title and detail. So I'm just going to create that function here. That way, we don't have to pass in this every time that we want to create an internal server error. Now, underneath of that, we'll create a function to handle our validation errors. And we'll call it handle validation errors. It'll take in an error and context. And then we'll say if errors and OK, passing in error, and then validator.validation errors. So let's import that. And then within this, we will say validation errors is equal to wrap validation errors. So we need to create this function. And then we'll print to the console validation errors and just these validation errors. Then underneath of that, we'll say context.stopWithProblem, iris.statusBadRequest, which is 400. And then we'll create a new problem, give it a title of validation error, a detail of one or more fields failed to be validated, and then a key, which is the errors, and this will just list what's wrong pretty much. So now let's add this import. And then underneath of this, we'll say create internal server error, and it's probably an internal JSON error, so let's not give more info here. Now for wrap validation errors, it's going to be returning this struct, which has a field of actual tag, namespace, kind, type, value, and param, and all those are strings. And here for wrap validation errors, let's create that function. It will take in our errors here, and it will return an array of validation errors. So here let's create a new variable called validation errors, and it's going to be equal to the make function, and then for the first argument pass in a validation error array, then 0, and then the length of the errors. And then for each validation error and the errors passed in, we would like to create a new validation error and append it to this variable. So this is what that looks like. And then here at the end, we'd just like to return our validation errors. So let's save this. And with that created, let's go back to user.go. And here at the top where it says read JSON and we're getting this error, if it's not nil, we'll say utils.handle validation error. We'll pass in error and the context. And we just need to import utils here, so I'm just going to copy this, paste it, and change this to utils. Now here, if we're getting a user exists error, that means that something went wrong with our query here. So we're going to return a internal server error. So we'll say utils.create internal server error, passing in our context. And then here where we're saying if user exists equals true, then we will say utils.create error, iris.statusConflict, which is 409. And then for the title, we'll say conflict. And then the description is that the email is already registered, and we'll pass in the context. Now, if we have a hash error here, we need to send out the internal server error. So do that. And this should now work. Well, we need to go back into main.go and add one line of code, and then it will start to work. So here in main.go, we just need to say app.validator. Validator is equal to validator.new. And the validation should now work. So now let's start up our server here. Say go, run main.go. And let's go back to Postman. And this should throw before it even gets to the email. So let's go ahead and register, quote unquote. And as you can see, these are the things that we're missing. So we need to have a first name field, which is a string, and we actually got an empty string here, so that's no good. And it's required. Same thing with last name, password needs to have 8 characters. So, and we got a status of 400 and a title of validation error. So now let's try everything correct, just with a bad email. Now let's send that. And here we have that the email needs to be an email. So now let's go j@p.com, which is an already registered email. Send that. And we get this email already registered. So now let's say j@2p.com and send that. And it registered. So that's good. So now with register done, we would like to start to log in users, or be able to log in once we've created our account. So go back to user.go here, and let's create a function called login underneath our register function here. It's going to be taking in the same thing, an iris context. So the struct for the login user input is going to be a little bit different. It will just have email, which needs to be required in an email, and then password, which just needs to be required. And then we'll use the same type of logic here, creating a user input variable, and then reading the JSON from that user input. And if there's an error, we need to handle the validation errors, passing in the error in context, and then returning. And then beneath that, we'll create a new user variable called existing user, and then we'll create a error message variable which will say invalid email or password, so that we're consistent if the email is wrong or the password is wrong. So here we'll say user exists, and user exists error is equal to get and handle user exists, passing in existing user and the user input.email. And if there's a user exists error, then we need to create an internal server error. Now, if user exists is equal to false, that either means that the user hasn't registered or they gave us a faulty or invalid email. So we need to create an error here, giving him the status of unauthorized, and we'll say credentials error for the title, and then just pass in this error message for the description, and then pass in the context. And then underneath of this, I am going to add something which says that if the existing user has a social login that's true, then we need to tell them that they have a social login that they use for their account. So I said that this is questionable as to whether you should let the user know that they logged in with OAuth, because typically the fewer things said, the better. So if you don't want to use this, you don't have to implement it. So if we get to this point, then that means that an email does exist. So a user does exist. So we need to compare what the user sent us for their password with what we have in our database. So we are going to be calling the compare and hash function from bcrypt, and we need to pass in the existing user password with the user input password, and we need to cast those both to byte arrays. Now if we have a password error, we need to send out the same message that we sent for an invalid email. So that is what we're going to do. And then if we get down to this point, that means that there's a user who gave us the right password, so we need to give them some credentials back. So we will send them a map of the ID, the first name, last name, and email. So now let's go back to main.go, copy this, paste it here. Let's change it to login, and then we'll say routes.login, and I added a comma there for no reason. Now let's restart our server here, and let's try our login out. So we'll go here, do the same thing. It's a post http://localhost port 4000/API/login. For the body here, we'll go with raw JSON and then we'll say email. Let's just give it a random email, z@z.com, and then password will be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, not found. So what did we do wrong here? We've got localhost port 4000 /API/user/login, and let's send that. Okay, invalid email or password, so that's good. Now let's do j@p.com. And we know that this email exists, but this should give us the same result here. Invalid credentials, very good. Let's go back here, j@2p.com. j@2p.com. And here we get the ID back, email back, first name and last name. Let's test out our validation here. Okay, there are errors coming. So j@2p.com. And our password needs to be required. So login and register are both working, and now we just need to go back to the React Native front end and start making requests to these endpoints. So let's go ahead and get started on that. So here I am on the front end of the app in the app file, and I'm going to go to constants actually so that we can add some endpoints to our endpoints object here. So in here, let's create a new variable called user, and it will just be equal to a string which has /user. And let's create a variable called user endpoint equal to server URL plus user. And in here we'll create a new property called register, which is equal to user endpoint plus register. And then same thing with login. Just need to change that to login here. And there we go. And actually, let's change these so that they don't include the word endpoint. So let's go back to location real quickly in our services. And here we'll just get rid of these where they say endpoint. So with these endpoints created, let's create a new service to call our server and log in and register. So we're going to call that user.ts in our services folder. And let's import Axios from Axios. Import endpoints from constants. And do we have our user yet? Let's go to our types here. Okay, we need to create our user type here in our types folder. So we'll say user.ts. So we need to export a type of user which has an ID of string, first name which is optional, last name which is optional, and email. And let's create an error type as well. So we'll say error.ts in our types folder, and we'll export a type called errorres, which has a status which is a number, detail which is a string, and title which is a string. And we need to handle errors as well, so let's go to our utils here and we'll create a file called handleerror.ts. We'll import Axios and errorres, and then we will export a function which takes in an error which can be unknown, and then we'll say if the error is an Axios error and if error.response exists, we need to return an alert getting error.response.data and then the detail from that object. Otherwise, we just like to return an alert of the error.message. Now let's go back to user.ts in services and import user and handle error. And then we'll create a type called dataRes here, which is just going to have a property of data, and that will be of the type user. Now let's create a new function called register user. It's going to take in first name, last name, email, and password, which are all strings, and it's going to be asynchronous. And within this, we need to create a try-catch block. In the try block, we are going to get the data, which is the type of dataRes, and we need to await a post request to our server, and the endpoint for that is going to be endpoints.register, and we're just going to pass in the email, password, first name, and last name as the body. And if data is present, then we need to return that data. Otherwise, we'll return null. And if we have an error, we need to call handle error and pass in that error. Now beneath this register user function, let's create login user, which is going to be very similar. It will only take in an email and password, but it's also going to be asynchronous. It'll have the try catch block as well. We're also going to make a request to our server just at the login endpoint, and we're going to await that, getting the data from it. And if data is present, then we need to return it. Otherwise, we'll return null. And if there's an error, we'll call handle error, passing in our error. So with that created, we can now create our user context. So we'll go back into your project directory. Let's close up some of these. And here I'm just in the root. So I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it context.ts. And in here, we need to import create context from React, import user from our user type that we just created. And then we need to export a const. I'm calling it auth context. And we're going to call create context. The type is going to be an object here. So let's create that. It's going to be user, which will either be user or null, and then set user, which will take in a user or null, and that's going to return void. Now within the create context, we need to pass in user, which is going to be null at first, and then this function, which is just going to be an empty function. Now let's navigate back to app.tsx, and let's import auth context and user. Also, let's import useState and useEffect from React. We're also going to need to install a package right now. So say expo install expo-secure-store. So with that installed, let's say import everything as secure store from expo-secure-store. Now within our app here, we'll create a new state called user, and it will either be user or null, and we'll initialize it to null. And then we'll use effect here, and it will have no dependencies. And inside of this, we'll create an asynchronous function called getUser. And then we will await secure store.getItemAsyncUser. And if user exists, then we'll set user to the present user. And we need to parse the JSON before doing that. And then here at the bottom, make sure to call getUser. Now what this pretty much does is every time the user opens the app, then we will be going to our secure store, getting our user, and setting the user. And with this user state, we can actually wrap our app in the auth context here, and then we can get this user variable in all of our components and screens. So we'll say auth context dot provider, and then let's move all this stuff into that, and then pass in value here, which is just going to be an object with user and set user. Okay. So with that done, let's create a new hook called useAuth, and we'll go to our hooks here, the hooks folder, and create this called useAuth.ts.
And we're going to import use context from React, everything as secure store from Expo secure store, and use query client from React query. Import auth context from context and user from our user types. Next, we're going to export a function called useAuth. And within this, we are going to get the user and set user from our auth context. So we're going to use the context here, passing in auth context. And then we are going to get the current query client with the use query client hook. Then create a function called login, and it will take in a user object. And then we need to stringify the user, so do that. And then set user to our passed in user. And store the stringified user in the secure store with set items async. And then call query client.refetch queries. Next, create a function called logout. Set user to null. And then say secure store.delete items async and get rid of the user item. And then call query client.clear. And down at the bottom, we can return the user, login, and logout in an object. So now we just need to implement calling the server on our different screens whenever we go to like the sign up screen and the register screen, and also the logout screen. We need to make the logout button functional as well. So let's go ahead and go to our sign in screen. And down at the bottom here, let's add some imports. The first import is going to be login user from our services. The next will be use auth from our hooks, and then the last will be use mutation, and that's actually put that way up here. So we need to get login from our use auth hook. So we'll say use auth, and then we need to create a new mutation so that whenever a user presses on the submit button, we pass that to the server, and then stuff happens and we'll get a response, and if that's a valid response, we will log the user in. So we'll say const native login is equal to use mutation, and then this needs to take in an asynchronous function. And the function will take in a parameter called values, which will be an object, and it will have a property of email and password. Now within this function, we need to await our login user function here, which will make a call to our server, and we'll just pass in the values.email and values.password into that function. And if the user exists, then we need to log in the user and then call go back. And underneath this, we'll say if native login is loading, we need to return some text which just says loading ... And we're going to change this to a Lottie view later, so don't worry about that. We just need to implement the functionality first. Now here in the format component where it says on submit, let's just call native login .mutate, and we need to pass in values. And now let's test it out with j@2p.com. And I believe that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And loading, and something happened. Oh, okay. I think I need to turn on my server real quickly. Alright, so the server is up and running. Now let's go and test it out. So j@2p.com, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now we are back in the account screen. So let's go to the account screen and change it because we are currently signed in and it's still saying sign in. So we just need to change a few things. So we'll go to account screen here. So here we're setting user equal to false, and we can actually just get the user from our context. So let's do that instead, and it will start to work.
So let's import use context, then import auth context, and get user from our use context here, and then just pass in auth context. And I just saved that. And now you can see at the top it says welcome, user's first name, user@example.com. So let's change that because that looks pretty ugly. And because the first name field is going to be optional, then we need to conditionally render text. So we'll say welcome, and if user.firstname is available, then we'll add a comma and space and then display the user.firstname. Otherwise, we'll just leave some empty text at the end. So we'll just say welcome. So welcome Jay, and then we'll always have the email. So here we'll say user.email, j@2p.com. And we can actually implement the signing out feature here. So let's do that by getting use auth first. So let's import use auth from our hooks. And then we'll say const logout is equal to use auth. And down here where it says sign out, we can just call logout. And let's sign out real quickly. And here we are back at the sign-in screen, or rather the account screen, but it's rendering the sign in button and create account button. So let's sign in again and then go back to the other screens where it's displaying create account buttons and sign in buttons. So j@2p.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sign in. All right, yeah, and then we'll just do the same thing that we did using that context for the saved screen. So just copy this over and go to the saved screen. And here where it says user is false, just paste that over. Import use context from React. And import auth context from context. And that just got rid of that. Okay. And now all of our screens are working as intended. So now we'll sign out and then make the create account or signing up functional. So let's go to the sign up screen. And in this component, we will import register user and use auth, as well as use mutation from React Query. And we're also going to need to import use navigation. So let's create our navigation variable. Next, let's get login from use auth. And then we'll create our native register mutation. So use mutation. And then we'll pass in an asynchronous function here. And then down here where we have the onSubmit, let's just get this object and paste it into the parameter here. Paste it in as a parameter. And then we'll say const user is equal to await register user, passing in first name, last name, email, and password. And then if user is present, then we need to log in the user and then say navigation.goback. Now down here in onSubmit, let's call native register.mutate and pass in the values. Very good. And then let's also say if it's loading, then we'll just display some text which says loading. So if native register.is loading, return text which says loading. Alright, so now let's test this out. Say jpj@v.com, and we'll say ab1234567, and if we say 8, we're gonna get some validation errors here, so we'll just go with that. And now let's sign up. And we are now signed in. So let's sign out and then sign in with that account again. So j@v.com, ab1234567, and there we go. So the only thing that we need to change now is we need to get rid of this loading and replace it with a Lottie, because this is pretty ugly, doesn't look good. So let's go back to lottiefiles.com, go to discover here and then free animations, and search for loading and pick out an animation that you like. If you want to change the colors, just edit the colors and download it, then add it to your assets here under Lotties. I named mine loading.json. So once you've got that done, go into your components folder and create a new component called loading.tsx, or a new file. For this, we are going to be importing style sheet, Lottie view from Lottie React Native, and useRef from React, as well as screen from our local components. So let's do the usual, export const loading. Then we'll create our styles variable, and I'm going to create a ref here to start the animation manually because it wasn't working with me when I passed in true for the autoplay prop. So yeah, this is going to be the type of Lottie view or null, and I'm just going to pass in null. So one way you can do this is just by using useEffect, and then within that just saying animation.current.play and calling that. But I'm actually just going to call set timeout here and wait 100 milliseconds and do the same thing. And within this, we would like to return a screen which will have the style of container. The ref is going to be our animation ref here. The source is going to be your relative path to loading.json, or whatever you called your Lottie. And then we're going to give it a style of Lottie. And for the container, it's going to have a flex of 1, justify content to center, and align items to center. And for the Lottie, we're going to have a height of 250 and a width of 250. So now let's go back to our sign up screen and import Lottie, loading from our loading components, and then just return loading. Let's copy this. Go back to our sign in screen and paste it here. Then import loading. Okay, let's get rid of that double return and import loading from our components, and let's test it out once more. So sign out, create account, j@a.com, ab1234567, and this. And there we got our loading Lottie. And let's just sign in again and make sure that that works as well. And then we'll say j@a.com, ab1234567, and pass in that. And we also got the Lottie animation there. So today's video, we're going to be going over how you can use Facebook to log in and register users into your Expo app. The technologies that we'll be using for the video today are going to be Golang, PostgreSQL, React Native, and Expo. So if that sounds interesting, stay tuned for the rest of the video, and let's get started in building this thing out. So the first thing to do is go to developers.facebook.com and go to My Apps in the right corner here. If you don't get to this screen, you'll get a login prompt or something along those lines. So log in and then go here to Create App. And for this, click Consumer, then click Next. Type in a name for your app. I'm calling mine Apartments Clone. And then create your app. And we want to add Facebook login, so click Setup here. And here under Products, you will have Facebook login, so go to Settings. And then go back to your Expo code or your React Native code and go to app.json. And here you will see a slug property. Copy this property. And then also go to your terminal and run expo who am I. And here you'll get your Expo username. So here under valid OAuth redirect URIs, type in https://auth.expo.io/@ your username for Expo / your slug, which mine was apartments-clone. And with that, save your changes. Next, we need to install Expo Auth Session and Expo Random into our code. Paste this here and install those. Alright, so with those installed, go to your sign-up screen and import everything as Facebook from expo-auth-session/providers/Facebook. And here we'll make use of a method from our Facebook import, and that will be the use auth request, which will take in an object which has a property of client ID. And from this, we want to get the third returned value, which I will call Facebook prompt async. Now for this client ID, we need to go back to our app within developers.facebook.com. And we need to copy our app ID here. Then paste it in as the client ID. Next, let's create a mutation for registering through Facebook. We'll call it Facebook register, and we need to pass an asynchronous function here. We will await Facebook prompt async, and we will get the response. Now, if the response type is equal to success, then we need to get the access token from the parameters of the response. And then let's just log that to the console here. So let's go to Facebook registering, this button here, sign up with Facebook, and say Facebook register.mutate. Now let's go to our console here, and in the app, let's go to the create account screen and click sign up with Facebook. Yes. Okay. We'll continue. And here we get this access token. So with this access token, I'm going to go to Postman and query the Facebook Graph API. And the endpoint for this is me. So it's going to be https://graph.facebook.com/me, and then for the query parameters, we'll have fields, and then we'll specify that we want to get the ID, name, and email, and then we need to pass in the access token, which we just got. So I'll paste that in there, and we'll send it off. And here we go. We get a unique ID back, a name, and an email associated with that user. So with this access token, we'll send it to our server, and then our server will make the request to Facebook, and then we can check if the user is already registered with Facebook or some other means, and if they aren't, then we can create an account for them. So let's get to that. So here I am in my server code. I'm gonna create a new function here called Facebook login or sign up. And it's going to take an iris context, now before we get started in building out this function, let's first define the data structures that we're going to be using within it. So down below we need to create a new structure. We're going to call it Facebook user input, and this is what we're going to expect the user to pass into this function. The field is going to be called access token. It will be a string, and it needs to be required. And the second data structure is going to be called Facebook user res. So after making a GET request to the Facebook server, we are going to get a JSON object with these different properties, and those properties are ID, name, and email. So we will be using that to create our user. So back in our function here, Facebook login or sign up, we need to create a user input variable and then read the input here. And if there are any errors, then we need to handle those errors, and we'll be doing that by calling handle validation errors. Next, we'll define our endpoint, which is this graph.facebook.com, and we will add in the passed in access token to the end. And then we need to make a GET request to this endpoint. So we need to import HTTP and then make a new request passing in the endpoint. And if there's an error while making that request, let's send to the user that we got an internal server error. And if that didn't happen, then that means that we did get a successful response. So we need to defer closing the body of the response, and then we need to read the body of the response. So we need to import IOUtil. Now, if there's an error while reading the body, we're going to log it to our error logs. So import log here, and then we'll send to the user that we got an internal server error. And if we didn't get a body error, then we need to unmarshal the JSON into a data structure that looks like this. So we will do that here. We're going to call the variable Facebook body, and we need to import JSON, and then just call unmarshal, passing in body and then the address of Facebook body. Now, if the email from Facebook body is not equal to an empty string, then we will actually start to begin creating our user. And this could either be registering the user or logging the user in. So first we'll check if the user exists, and if we get an error while checking this, we'll send to the user that we got an internal server error. And if no error occurred and user exists is equal to false, then we need to register the user. So we'll split the name to get the first name and then the last names. And we'll do that with the split n function from strings. And then we'll create a new user, passing in the first name, which will be index 0 of name array, the last name, which will be index 1, email, which will be facebookbody.email, social login is true, and then the social provider is Facebook. And then we will add that user to our database. And then we'll send the user their ID, first name, last name, and email in the form of a map. Now, if the user exists and their social login is Facebook, then we need to log the user in. And all we really need to do is just return a map of the user ID, first name, last name, and email, and then just return here. And if we get to this point, it means that the user already registered their account through some other means, which wasn't Facebook. So we need to state that the email was already registered. And we can go up to our register function and just copy this code. And we're going to put it into a new function so that we can just make a function call. We'll go to our utils folder and go into errors. And we'll create a new function here called create email already registered. And it will take context as well. And let's just return this. Get rid of the return statement here. And let's go back, and in our register function, we can call that function that we just created. So we'll say utils.create email already registered, pass in context. And down here, we will do the same. So utils.create email already registered and pass in context. And we'll return here. Now with our Facebook login or sign up function created, let's go to main.go and register this endpoint. We'll say user.post Facebook and routes.facebook login or sign up. Now let's navigate back to our React Native code. And let's go to our constants file. And let's create a new endpoint called Facebook. And it will be user endpoint +/Facebook. Now let's go to our user service. And let's create a new function called Facebook login or register. It's going to take in an access token. We'll create a try catch block. And within the try block, we will make a post request to our Facebook endpoint, passing in the access token into the body. And from that, we will extract the data. And if data is not equal to undefined, we'll return the data. Otherwise, we will return null. And if we get an error, we will just call handle error and pass in the error. Now let's navigate back to sign up screen. And here where we're logging this access token to the console, let's call that function that we just created. So we'll say const user is equal to await Facebook login or register. And that just auto imported for me. And I'm going to pass in access token. And if user exists, then we would like to log in the user and call navigation.goback. Now here where we're saying if native register.isLoading, then we'd like to return loading. Let's say or Facebook register.isLoading, and then we'll also return loading for there. All right, so with this change made, let's go back to our server and start it. We'll say go run main.go. So with our server up and running, let's navigate to our sign up screen. And let's click on sign up with Facebook. And here we just registered. You can see my first name and my email up at the top. Now let's sign out. And let's go add the same code over to our sign in screen. So copy over the Facebook register mutation. And let's paste it over here. Change the name to Facebook login. Let's import Facebook login or register from services/user. Let's go back to sign up screen and copy over this Facebook prompt async. We'll paste that over here. And then let's import everything as Facebook from expo-auth-session/providers/Facebook. Now here where it says if native login.isLoading, we'll say or Facebook login.isLoading. And then down here for our Facebook button, we will change the onPress event so it says Facebook login.mutate. And let's navigate to our sign-in screen and continue with Facebook. And we just get logged in again. Let's sign out. Implementing login and registration using Google. So let's get started. Here I'm in the Expo docs under their authentication guides, and here I'm in the Google section. So I am going to click on Get Your Config here, and that's going to take me to Google Cloud. And I'm going to create a new project here, and I'll call it Apartments Clone, and I'll create this. And now I need to select that, so I'll go back here, click Apartments Clone. Now I need to create some credentials, which is going to be an OAuth client ID. And I first need to configure my consent screen, so let's do that. We will have an external user type. We'll give the app name of Apartments Clone. Put in whatever email you want here. App domain, all this stuff we don't really need. And then an email address. And let's save and continue. And then we can just save and continue here. Test users. We actually don't need to add any test users for this, so let's just save and continue. And let's go back to our dashboard. So now let's go back to credentials, and let's create some new credentials. OAuth client ID. The application type is going to be a web application. We'll give it a name of Expo Go. And yeah, let's see what else they say. Expo Go proxy is what we'll call it. And then we need to add a URI here, which will just be this https auth.expo.io. Let's add that. Oh, delete that. And then the authorized redirect URI is just going to be this, followed by an @ and then your Expo username, and then the slug of your project, which mine is apartments-clone. And now let's create this. And then press OK. It should be noted that what we're going to do is only applicable to Expo Go. And then if you want to implement this in your standalone builds, just look at the directions here for iOS native and Android native and implement those into your code. So with that being said, let's get to implementing it for Expo Go inside of our code. So I'm going to head back to my React Native code here, and I'm going to go to my constants file and add a new endpoint, which we will later create on our server, but right now we're going to call it Google, and it will just be user endpoint +/Google. We'll save that, and then we'll head to our user service, which makes the calls to these various endpoints. So here we need to create a new function, which is pretty much just like this. So I'll copy and paste this, and by the looks of it, we're doing a lot of the same stuff in all of these functions. So we'll have to refactor our code in a later video, but for this one, since it's for Google, let's change the endpoint here so that it says Google, and then save that. And now we'll go to our sign up screen. And
we will create a new mutation here. We'll just copy what we have for Facebook register and say Google register. And then we'll say Google login or register instead of Facebook login or register. And let's import that. And now we need to go back to that documentation and see what they did here. So let's copy this stuff over. And then we'll pass in our Expo client ID from our credentials here. So right here. Now let's go back here. Really, we don't care too much about the request and response, so we'll just change these. And let's import everything as Google from expo-auth-session/providers/Google. Now we need to get that Expo client ID, copy it here, come back here, and then paste it. And let's change this to say Google prompt async. And then within our Google register mutation, we can say Google prompt async. And then let's log the access token to the console just because I want to show you guys the endpoint call that we're going to make to Google servers. So access token. Alright, and then now let's go to our button down below and then call Google register.mutate. And now let's navigate to our sign up screen in the application, and we'll go ahead and press sign up with Google. Yes, this is okay. And now let's check our console and see what happened. Okay, so we have this access token now. Now I'm going to go to Postman. And this is the endpoint that we're going to have to call on our backend when we pass in that access token to it. So it's going to be googleapis.com/userinfo/v2/me, and then we'll have to pass in a header, which is going to be our authorization header, and then a bearer token, which is what we just got. So I'm going to change this one out for the one I just got, and let's send that off. So this is what will get returned, and we'll just have to take into account the given name, family name, and email. So before we implement all that stuff into our backend, let's go to our sign in screen and add the same code. So let's go to sign in screen. I'm just going to copy this and paste it, change it to Google, and change this to Google. Go back here, copy this stuff as well. And then same thing for the Facebook login. And we'll call this Google login. Google login or register here. And we'll import that. And we need to call Google prompt async. And then here, I forgot to do this on the other screen, but we'll say or Google login.isLoading. We'll save that. We'll go back to our Google button here and we'll say Google login.mutate. And let's go back to our sign up screen and then add that isLoading to our if statement. So Google register is loading. And that pretty much sums it up for the front end. So let's go to our back end and start to implement the login and registration features. So here I am in the back end of our code. I'm in my user file, which is under our routes package. And because both the Facebook and Google login and register functions are going to take in an access token, I'm just going to change this data structure to say Facebook or Google user input. And then I'm going to change that here in my Facebook login or sign up function. So Facebook or Google. Okay, that looks good. And then this is what our data structure is going to look like for our Google user res. So I'll say type Google user res is struct, and we'll paste that in there. Now we don't really care about all this stuff. And even like verified email, we don't really care about that as well. Name we can care about, but picture and locale don't really care about. So here we'll go ID, which is a string, and then we'll wrap this in some backticks and add our JSON here. Get rid of that. And then email is going to be a string. Do the same thing, add some backticks, say JSON colon. And really from this structure, we're really only going to be extracting the email, given name, and family name. So if you wanted to leave out the ID and name, go right ahead, but I prefer to leave them in. So beneath our Facebook login or sign up function, let's create a new function called Google login or sign up. And it's going to take in an iris context. And within this, we need to check and make sure that we got the correct body, which will just be an access token. So we'll create a new variable called user input, which will be of the type Facebook or Google user input. And then we'll read the JSON, and if any errors happen to occur, we need to handle those validation errors. And if that all checks out, let's make a call to Google servers, getting the information about the users. So that will be a GET request. And we need to make sure that we set the authorization header to our bearer access token. Now if we get an error during that, we'll just send the user that we got an internal server error. But otherwise, if that stuff's all good, we can defer closing the body of the response, and then we can start to read the body of the response. And of course, if there's an error in reading that, we'll send the user an internal server error and log that we got an error reading the body. And if all of that checks out, then we'll unmarshal this body into a new variable called Google body, and that will be of the type of our Google user res. And then we'll make sure that the email is not equal to an empty string. And then we'll see if the user already exists. So we'll call our get and handle user exists function and handle any errors. And if the user does not exist, then we need to register the user. So I'll say if user exists equals false, then we'd like to create our new model and store it in our database. And the first name is going to be our Google body.given name, last name will be the family name, email is going to be our email, social login is true, and make sure to state that the social provider is Google. And then we'll just send to the user their ID, first name, last name, and email. Now if the user does exist and their social login is Google, or their social provider I should say is Google, then we need to log the user in. So that's what we'll do here. We'll just send them back their user ID, first name, last name, and email. And if we get to this point below it, then that means that the user signed up with a different method. So we need to indicate that that user is already registered. So with that done, let's go back to our main file here, and we'll say user.post Google, and then our function for that is going to be Google login or sign up. And we just finished creating out our Google endpoint. So now let's start up our server. And we'll go back to our app code and test it out. So I'll start off by going to the create account screen first, and we'll sign up with Google. And we'll go with an account that's already signed up. So either way, if we go to the create account screen or the sign up screen, it'll still hit that endpoint and check to make sure that the user, if they exist, then we'll send back their info, or if they don't exist, we'll create an account. But now let's try to sign in with an email that already exists but didn't use Google to log in. And that's going to be this. And we'll get an alert that the email is already registered. So that's how you can implement Google login and registration into your app. In this video, I am going to show you how you can sign in with Google on your standalone APK using Expo. So right now I am in Expo Go, and I'm just gonna sign in with Google to show you what it should look like. So that's the type of experience we want users to go through. However, if you take this current code and you try and make a standalone build out of that, the user will not go through that experience and they will actually get an unauthorized error. So I'll show you guys how you can mitigate that and allow the users to sign in. So let's get started. So to get started, we need to first create some new client IDs for iOS and Android. So I'm going to go to their documentation, and here in this section they have iOS native and Android native, creating a new Google client ID. So here I'm going to create some new credentials, and this will be an OAuth client ID. For this, I'm going to select iOS first. For this, I'll just say iOS app. The bundle ID is going to come from app.json. And here we can specify this. So we'll say that our bundle identifier is a value. I'm going to make this the same as my scheme here. And then I'm going to go back into creating an OAuth client ID and paste that bundle ID here. And then I'm just going to create this. Now I'm going to copy this and add it to my code as the iOS client ID. Now I'll do the same for Android. So create another OAuth client ID. This will be an Android app. I'm going to have the same package name, so let's go there. And app.json. Paste that in. For the SHA-1 certificate fingerprint, we can go to their documentation, and it says to run EAS credentials to get that fingerprint. So that's what I'm going to do. And here I'm going to paste that in, and I'm going to create it. Alright, now I'm going to copy this client ID and add it to my code as well. Now at this point we need to import useEffect from React. And we need to get the second returned function from useAuthRequest. I'm going to call this Google Response. Now under here, I'm going to call the useEffect hook, and it's going to be dependent upon Google Response.
Within the function, I'm going to go down to the function that I created earlier, this Google Auth function, and I'm just going to copy this code, and then I'm going to get rid of this and call Google prompt async Google Auth now. And that's just the name of the prior function. And why I'm doing that is because I'm returning it from this hook. And now here, I'm going to create a new function that's going to be asynchronous, and I'm going to call it login user with Google, and it's going to take in an access token, which will be a string. And I'm just going to paste in that code that I copied earlier. Now here we are not going to need this if statement or the response or this access token. Now outside of this function, we'll say if Google response dot type is equal to success. Then we want to get the access token from the Google response. So we'll say const access token is equal to Google response dot params. And then we will call in login user with Google, passing in the access token. Now we can test this out on our Expo Go app just to make sure that it runs all right. So let's sign in. And there we see it works over here. Now we can make our build. So here is what my eas.json file looks like. I'm just going to build a preview. And to do that, the command is eas build -- profile, and I'm going to specify preview. So with that build finally done, I'm going to open that up. And here I am going to install that. Alright, and just so you can see, this is now an app on my Android phone. So I'll click into it and I will sign in using a Google account. And there we are, we just signed in on a standalone APK build. So that's how you can do it using Expo and a managed build. One other thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to set select account to true within this object that gets passed into the use auth request method. And I just think that it's a better user experience if you allow the user to select from multiple accounts. And when reading up on solutions to this issue, I came across this, and their solution was to specify the redirect URI. So if my solution doesn't work, go ahead and give this a try. In today's video, we're going to be going over user login and registration using Apple authentication. So let's get started. First, we'll want to install Expo Apple Authentication, so I'm going to do that. I'll go back into my project here and open a new terminal, and we'll just paste that in. And while that's installing, I'm going to go to my constants file, and I'm going to add a new endpoint here called Apple, and it will be the user endpoint +/Apple. And then we'll go to our user service here, and we'll create a new function called Apple login or register. And it will be an asynchronous function. And we'll wrap everything in a try-catch block. We'll handle the error if there is one. Otherwise, we're going to get the data from our Apple endpoint, and the type is going to be data res. and we need to await that. So axios.post endpoints.apple. And for Apple, they actually have an identity token, so it's not an access token. So we'll say identity token here. And we need to pass that in. So identity token, which is going to be a string. Okay, so with that done, we will say if data exists, we would like to return it. Otherwise, we will return null. Now let's go to our sign up screen. And let's go back here and import star or everything as Apple authentication from expo-apple-authentication. We'll copy that and paste that into our project. Now let's create an Apple register mutation. So we'll just say const Apple register is equal to use mutation, and it's going to take an asynchronous function. And then down here we'll say or Apple register.isLoading. So within this function we need to get the identity token, and how you do that is you call the sign-in async method from Apple authentication, and you pass in an object with a property requested scopes, and you need to specify that you want the email and full name. And if identity token exists, I'm going to log it to the console, and then we need to await logging in the user or registering the user. And if that is successful, we'd like to log in and then call navigation.goback. And here I'm going to import Apple login or register from our services. Now I'm going to go to the bottom here, and down here I just need to call Apple register.mutate. Alright, now let's check it out. Let's go to our console here, and we are going to sign up with Apple. And we're going to get an error because our server is not running, but we did get a token here. So I'm going to copy that, go to JWT.io and paste it in here. And from this we can get the user's email. And we also have a key ID here. So we are going to validate this token by going to appleid.apple.com and then /auth/keys. Let's refresh this, and I believe it has the key ID of FH6BS8C. So this right here. So we're going to use a library in Go, which pretty much sees if there's a key in here, well, a key ID that matches the one that we have here. And in this case, this is valid, so that means that the token is valid. So that's how that's going to work on the back end. Let's just finish up implementing this for our sign-in screen, and then we can get to work on that. So we'll just copy this over. We'll copy this over as well. Import this, say or Apple, let's change it to say login here. Apple login.isLoading. And then we'll go down to the bottom here and change this to say Apple login.mutate. Okay, looks good. Let's get rid of this logging to the console. And now let's go to our backend and start building this thing out. So here we will create a function underneath our Google login or sign up. we'll create Apple login or sign up. So func Apple login or sign up. And I am in my user.go file. It's going to take an iris context. And let's create a new type down below, or a new data structure. Yeah, let's just copy what we have for Facebook or Google user input and paste it beneath that. And we'll call it Apple user input. And it's going to say identity token. Identity token, and here identity token. And it's going to be required. So all that stuff's good. And the first thing that we'll do is make sure that the passed in body of the request is valid. So let's do that. And then we need to make it call to that Apple endpoint that I was referencing earlier. And if there's an error, we'll just send the user that we got an internal server error. If there's not an error, we need to read the body of the response. And if we get an error during that, we'll send an internal server error as well. And at this point, we need to get a new module or package. And this is called keyfunc. And pretty much, let's just go here and do go get for this. So that's going to be github.com/micahparks/keyfunc. So say go get. And then we'll add another module, which is going to be called JWT from Golang JWT. So I'm going to copy this. So I will just paste that here and get that. Okay. Now let's import both of those into our project. And back in our Apple login or signup function, we're going to be using that keyfunc module to see if our token is valid. So we'll call keyfunc.newJSON and pass in the body. And then from there, we can parse the JWT first by passing in the identity token. And then next, we'll pass in our keyfunc. Now, if we get an error during this, we'll just send the user an internal server error. Now, if the token is not valid, we'll send to the user that we got an unauthorized status and they have an invalid user token. If we get to this point, it means that the token is valid and we need to get the email. So we'll do that. Let's import FMT here. And we'll create an if statement stating that if the email is not an empty string, then we can either log in the user or create the user. So we'll create a new user variable and see if the user exists already. If the user doesn't exist, we can register the user, but we just need to pass in that they don't have a first name or last name, and we'll pass in the email that we got. Social login is true and social provider is Apple. Otherwise, if the user does exist and the social provider is Apple, then we need to log the user in. So we'll just send them back their ID, first name, last name, and email. And these are both going to be empty strings, but whatever. And if we get to this point, it means that the email is already registered and they didn't use Apple. So we'll send them that the email was already registered. Now let's go back to our main file and hook up this endpoint. So say user.post Apple, and then routes.apple login or signup. Now let's run this baby. We'll clear this, go run, main.go. So there you can see it's registered now. So we'll go to our sign up screen and sign up with Apple. We'll continue. And there we go, we're logged in. Let's sign out And we can sign in now too as well. We'll hit that same endpoint and we're signed in again. In today's video, we're going to be going over how you can create a property detail screen. The screen is going to look like this with the images up at the top and all of the details about the property down beneath those images. So without further ado, let's get started in building this screen out. So to get started, let's head to our properties types file. And let's change this and add a couple fields to it. The first field is going to be called about, and it's going to be a string. The next will be phone number, which is going to be a string. Website, which will be a string. Dogs allowed, which will be a boolean. Dog limit. Dog details. Dog neutered. Dog declawed. Dog interview, which will be optional. Cats allowed. Cat details. Cat limit, cat neutered, cat declawed, stars, which will be a number, reviews, which will be of a review type, which we'll create in a minute, cat interview, features, and apartments, which we'll create right now. And I'm going to move cat interview up. Alright, so let's create these new types of review and apartment. And we'll do that in our types folder here. So we'll say apartment.ts, and we will export this. It is going to have the fields of ID, bathrooms, bedrooms, images, property ID, rent, square feet, unit, created at, updated at, and deleted at. And now let's create review. And we will export this as well, and it's going to have created at, deleted at, ID, updated at, user ID, property ID, title, body, and stars. So let's save those and then go back to your property file and import review and apartments. Alright, so let's import those here. And now let's create the property details screen. So go into your screens folder here and create a new file called property details screen.tsx. Property details screen. And to start off, we'll just render some text in a screen component, and we are going to be importing screen from our local components. And let's import text from UIKitten. And in the screen, we're going to be accessing the root prop, which comes from React Navigation. So let's destructure here and get that. So root, and then we'll say route be an object with params. And then what we want to pass in is going to be a property ID. So property ID, which is going to be a number. And while we're here, let's import properties from our properties file. Now, in the future, this is going to be the database, but this will work for now. And then we'll get the index of said property ID. So index equals properties dot find index I such that i.id is equal to root.params.property ID. And we need to return the screen here. That's why it was giving us that error. And then we'll say const property equals properties with that index. Okay, cool. Now let's just render out the property name. So property dot name. So with this screen created, let's go to our index file and let's add it to this modal group. So we'll create a stack.screen. The name is going to be property details. The component is going to be property details screen, and the options are going to equal an object saying header shown is false. And now we just need to add this property details to our types file. So let's go there, types.tsx, and within this root stack param list, let's add that. And it's going to be taking in that property ID, which is going to be a number. Okay, cool. So now let's go to our card component and make sure that it can handle an onPress event, because whenever we actually click on a card, that's when we want to get to this screen. So I'm going to navigate there, and there is no onPress event yet, so we need to add one. So let's create another prop here called onPress, and then here we'll say that it is going to be optional, and it's going to be a void function. And we are going to change this view to be a pressable component. So we'll get rid of this here and import pressable instead. Then I'm just going to change this to say pressable with onPress being equal to our passed in onPress. So with this as a pressable component now, it will actually only work if we press on the card information. So let's handle whenever the image carousel is pressed by creating an onPress event for the image carousel. So we'll say onImagePress, and we'll pass in onPress here, and then we need to create this prop within this component. So let's add that here. And that's going to be an optional void function, just like the one before. And next, what we need to do is just wrap our image here in a pressable component, and then pass in that onPress event. So onPress is going to be onImagePress. And now let's go and build out the screen. Well, first we need to actually handle those onPress events and go to every instance where a card is being shown, and then just state that we need to navigate to our property details screen. So let's go and do that. And I'm going to do Control-Shift-F and search for card. And we will go to our map component, because that's where some are. And here where we're rendering this card component, let's say onPress is equal to a function where we navigate to property details, and we pass in a property ID. And the property ID is going to be equal to properties sub active index dot ID. Now we save that, and it should work for the map. Now let's go to the other instances of card. So that's saved screen is where we are also rendering a card. So let's handle an onPress event here. And here we'll say navigation, or actually we might have to import use navigation here. So let's do that. we'll say navigation.navigate to property details. And we need to pass in that property ID again. And here the property is going to be called item, so we'll just pass in item.id. And it's also on the search screen where we're rendering cards. So it's going to be the same thing. So I'm just going to copy what I did here and paste it in here. And we're going to need to import use navigation as well. And then I'm going to go back and copy this. And paste it up here. Now I'm going to go to save screen and test this out. So we will set liked properties equal to properties. And I'm going to navigate there in app. And let's click on the first one. So it's taking me to the property details screen, which is what we want. Now let's test it out on the map. Go to the map here, and there are some properties in Miami. So let's just click on one of these and then click on the map, and it takes us there as well. I've been clicking on the image, so let's click on the card itself, and that works as well. Alright, so now we can navigate to the property details screen, but this doesn't look very good. So we actually need to start building out this screen. So let's get started on that. So let's navigate back to our property details screen, and let's just get rid of the rest of these. Let's import style sheet from React Native. And we'll create our styles here. And we'll also import flat list. We'll get rid of this text here. I don't think we're going to need this per se. And we'll render out our flat list here. The data is going to be an array with one item, which is property. For key extractor, we need to specify that we want the item ID. So we'll say item, then item.id.toString. And for render item, let's render out what we want. So we need to get the item, and then let's render out some fragments here. And import view from React Native. And if the item has images, then we would like to render out a image carousel for those images. So let's do that here. So here we'll say item.images, question mark, then we need an image carousel, else null. And for here we need to specify the images, and those images are going to be item.images. So this is what we get. Not looking the best, so let's change up some of the styles, and we're gonna need to change up some of the props for our image carousel. So instead of rendering these chevrons, which take you right and left, we'd just rather render out nothing for those, and we'd like to have the images be set to where they take up the full width of the screen instead of this like 95%. And also we'd like to show the current index, which like where we are in the total number of images. So we are going to be doing all of that through the props. So let's go back to image carousel here, and let's specify a few more props. So the next one is going to be chevron shown, and that's going to be an optional Boolean. And then we'll have index shown, which will be an optional Boolean. And lastly, we'll have image style, which will be an optional image style. And we can just import that from React Native. Alright, so with those now included, let's go down into the body, and specifically our return statement here. And down here where we're rendering the chevrons, let's wrap these in brackets and specify chevrons shown, and then we will actually display these, and we actually need to wrap these in fragments. Now we just need to go back to our cards and specify, or rather our card, and specify that we want chevron shown to be true. Okay, now if the index is shown, then we'd like to render out a view with some text in it, and that text is going to have its own little style, and we'd like to render out the active index plus 1 out of all of the images, or the length of the photos. So let's import what we need to there. Let's import view, and let's create some styles here. Do not have text. Okay, let's import text from UI Kitten as well. And here for the styles of index and index text, index is going to have a position of absolute, top 20, left 15. This background color, padding vertical of 3, padding horizontal of 10, and border radius 30, and the index text will have a color which is white. So now let's go back to property details screen and specify we want index shown. And there you can see it popped up. Now we just need to specify what to do with the image style. And pretty much here, where we're passing in styles.image, we can wrap this in an array and just say image style at the end. And we need to create a new style on our property details screen for images. So down in our styles here, let's create a new property. It's going to be called image. The width is going to be the width of the window. The height is going to be 250, border top right radius is going to be 0, and border top left radius will be 0. And let's import dimensions from React Native. So now let's add that to our image carousel. We'll say image style is equal to styles.image. And there we go. It's looking a lot better. And we can scroll through left and right through all of the images, and it's showing the active index of the image, of the current image. So that's looking good. Now underneath of this, we need to render a view, and we'll create a style for this. We'll call it content container. And it's going, and all the content is going to have a margin horizontal of 10. So we'll say style equals styles.content container. So within the screen, we're going to have a bunch of different sections. So I'm going to create a new folder within my components folder here, and I'm going to call it property details sections. And the first section that we're going to create will be called property header section. So let's just export a const here called property header section. And for this, we are going to be taking in a property. And that's going to be coming from our types. Now within this component, let's import useState, share, view, style sheet, and touchable opacity from React Native, text from UIKitten, material community icons, and material icons from Expo Vector icons. And we'll also import theme and row. Now within this, we'll create a new state for the heart icon name, and it will either be heart or heart outline. And we'll create a function to handle whenever that heart is pressed. And then we'll create a function called share item, which will share the current item on screen. And all you pretty much need to do is call the share method from our imported share, which gets imported from React Native, and then you just pass in a message for that. So I said, check out this sweet apartment, and I wrapped it in a try catch block. Now beneath that, let's return a fragment. And within this fragment, let's create a text component rendering out the property name. And let's create our styles down below. We'll have default margin vertical, have a margin vertical of 10. And I'm going to go into my property details screen and add this right here. So we'll say property header section, passing in the current property. And that will actually allow me to see what I'm creating. And now let's go back to the property header section. Underneath of this, we want to render out a row. And we would like to render a view within this. Then here, let's render out the property street. And then we'll render out the property city, the property state, and property zip. First, we need to create a function called getStateAbbreviations. I'm going to do that in my utils folder. So it's called getStateAbbreviation.ts. So for this function, we need to create a new file which is just going to be a hash map or an object of all the states and their abbreviations. So let's create a new folder here called constants. And within this, we'll have usstates.ts. And I'm just going to export this object, which contains all of the state names and their abbreviations. Now back here in getStateAbbreviation, I'm just going to import those states. And then I'm going to create a function which takes in a state and gets the state abbreviation using these passed-in states. And if that exists, then I'm going to return it. Otherwise, I'll just return the full name of the state. So we'll go back here and import this. And let's save that, see how it looks. Okay. Now beneath this view, let's render another row. In this, we are going to render out the different icons. So the first one is going to be a share icon. It's going to come from material icons, and we're going to have the onPress event await the share item function, which we created here. The name is iOS share, the size is 30, and we're going to give it a color of our primary color. And next to that, we will have a material community icon. The onPress will be our handle heart press function. The name is the heart icon name, size is 30, and the color is our primary color. So let's save that as well. And now we just need to add some styles. So we're going to create a style for the outer row called container row. So let's add that here. And then here for this bottom row, we'll create a style called icon row, and we'll give it a padding right of 5. And then now we need to create a share icon property. And we'll give that a margin right of 20 and margin top of -4. And let's test this out. So we'll press on the share icon. And here you'll see that we can share that message. And we can click on the heart icon. And in the future, whenever we press on this, we can make some calls to the server. With that created, let's go back to our property details screen and import divider from UIKitten. I'm going to move this down. And underneath our property header section, we'll render a divider. And we're going to give this divider some styles, which will be a background color of our color-gray from our theme file. We're going to import that. And then a margin top of 10. In this video, we're going to be creating the pricing and floor plans section within the property details screen. It's going to look like this. So let's get started in building it out. First, let's create a new component within our property details section folder called pricing and floor plan section. And let's just export a new component called pricing and floor plan section. And it's going to be taking in one prop, which is going to be a property. So we'll call it that. Property, which is the type of property, which comes from our types. All right, now let's navigate to our property details screen and add in the pricing and floor plan section so that we can actually see what we're working on while we do the coding. And we'll pass in the property here, which will just be the item, and it's going to say that we don't have anything returning from here, so let's just add a return statement of empty brackets currently, and let's start to build this thing out. So for the imports, we need to import useState and useEffect from React, text and divider from UIKitten, style sheet, image, view, and touchable opacity from React Native, and theme and row from our local components. Down below here, I'm just going to create my styles. Here up top, let's add a text component. We're going to have the category equal to h5 and give it a style of default margin vertical, which we'll create. And the text is going to read pricing and floor plans. So default margin vertical is just going to have a margin vertical of 10. And now it's rendering the pricing and floor plans. So within this component, we have to remember that we want to show the different types of apartments that are available within your property. So we need to go to our properties in the data and actually add in some apartments to this. So I'm just going to create a new field called apartments, and I'm going to assign it to an array of apartment objects. And if you just like to copy and paste this, just go to the GitHub link in the description and it will be in the data file. So right here, and then look for properties. So I'm going to add in these apartments into every other one. Alright, so with that done, I actually didn't need to add the apartments to all of them because it's not required, but I did add them to a majority of Miami properties and some Colorado properties. So I'm going to go back to the pricing and floor plan section and create a new state variable. That state variable is going to be called current apartments, and we are going to assign it to property.apartments. And beneath of that, we will have a useEffect hook, and within that, we will say that if the property.apartments is not equal to our current apartments, we'll just set the current apartments to the property apartments, and that is going to change whenever the property changes. So next, we'd like to create this little tab bar here, which will filter for the 1 bed, 2 bed, and 3+ bed apartments. To get started with that, we'll create a new variable called floor plan options, which will house a bunch of different objects which all have a title and onPress event. For the first one, the title will be all, and we will just set the current apartments to property.apartments whenever it's pressed. For studio, we will create a new function which filters out the apartments so that only studios are shown, and we'll label it with studio. 1 bedroom is kind of the same thing. We just need to pass in 1 and equals to our filter by bedroom. The next object will be a 2 bedroom, and then the last one will be 3+ bedrooms. And now we just need to create this filter by bedroom function. So above our floor plan options here, we'll create that filter by bedroom function. It will take in a number of bedrooms, which will be a number, and an equality type, which will either be greater than, GT, or equal, EQ. And if the property does have apartments, then we'll create a new variable called filtered. And if the equality type is equal to EQ, then we'd like to filter out our apartments so that the number of bedrooms is equal to the passed in number of bedrooms. Otherwise, we would just like to get the number of bedrooms as greater than the passed in number of bedrooms. And then here at the end, we'll just set the current apartments to our filtered variable. Now we'd like to create a new component, which looks like this. So go into your components here and create a new file called tabbar.tsx. Up top, we'll import touchable opacity, style sheet, and view style from React Native, text from UIKitten, and useState from React. Then we'll import theme and row, and then we need to export our component here, which is tabbar. It's going to take in tabs and style. Tabs is not optional. It's going to be an object which has a title, which is a string, and an onPress event, which is a function that can really be any, and then an optional style prop, which will either be view style or a view style array. And within this, we need to create a new state variable called active index to represent the active index. Now beneath of this, we'll return a row component, passing in our passed in style here. And then we will map through our tabs. And for each of them, we'll return a touchable opacity. And whenever that touchable opacity is pressed, we need to create a handle press function and pass in the index, and also pass in the function that needs to run whenever this is pressed. Now for the style, we'll pass in an array, and we'll give it a style of margin right, which we will create in a bit. And next we'll pass in an object which has a border top color property. That's dependent on whether or not this item's index is equal to the active index. If that's the case, then it will be color-primary-500, otherwise it'll be an empty string. Border top width will be the same thing, just if it is equal to the active index, it'll be 3, otherwise 0. And then padding top, it will be 0, otherwise it will be 3. And then for the key, it will be the title of the item. And within this, we'd like to render out some text. We'll give it a category of C2. The appearance will depend on if the active index is equal to the items index. And if that's the case, then it will be default. Otherwise, it will be hint. And the text that we'd like to render is the title of the item. So for the handle press function, it's going to take in an index and a function reference. We will just call setActiveIndex to the passed in index and then call the function that's getting passed in. And down below here for the styles, we'll just have margin right be a margin right of 15. Now back here in pricing and floor plan, underneath our text here, let's render out a tab bar, passing in our floor plan options and giving it a style of styles.default margin vertical. And let's import tab bar. So that's not going to be there. And remember to import the local component instead of UI kittens component. So tab bar. Okay, so that's rendering out. All right, so now if the property does have apartments and the length of the array of the apartments is greater than 0, then we want to map through all of those apartments and return a view, which will have the style of styles.container and default margin vertical. The key will be equal to the ID of the apartment. And down here, the style of container is padding of 10, width of 100, 100%. Border color is going to be our color dash gray. Border width will be 1 and border radius will be 5. Now within this view, we'd like to render out a row. And then within that, we'll have a view which has the style of styles.apartment logistics container. And this is the style for that. It'll have a flex shrink of 1, width of 90%, padding right of 10, and a margin top of -5. And then within that view, we will render out some text which has a style of apartment logistics title. And for the text, if the bedrooms is equal to 0, then we'll render that it's a studio. Otherwise, we will just render out the number of bedrooms plus bed at the end. And then we'd like to add a space here and render the number of bathrooms followed by the word bath. And the styles for this are a font size of 15 and a font weight of 600. And underneath of that, we'll render out some more text, which is just going to be the cost to rent the place. We'll give it a style of apartment logistics margin and give it a category of C1. And that margin is going to just be a margin top of 1. And beneath that, we'll render out some more text with a category of C1. So if the apartment is a studio, we'll render that it's a studio. Otherwise, we'll render out the number of bedrooms, like above here. And then at the end, we'll just render out the square feet of the apartment. Let's save that and see how it looks. Looks good. And if there are images for the apartment, we'd like to render out an image with the source being the first image within the images array. And we'll give it a style of styles.image, which will be a height of 60, width of 60, border radius of 5, border color of theme color dash gray, and border width of 1. And underneath of this row, we will render out another row, and we'll give it a style of available now container. And that's going to have a margin top of 15, and we will justify content to be space between. Within that, we will have some text. The category is going to be C1, and the style will be a font weight of 600. And for the text, we'll just say available now. And within this, we'll render out some text, which has a category of C1 and status of info and reads floor plan details. Now, outside of this row, we'd like to render a divider and give it a style of styles.divider, which is just going to have a background color of theme, color dash gray, and margin top of 5. And beneath that, we'll render out another row, giving it a style of default margin vertical, followed by some text within that, which has a category of C1 and a style of layered text. It's going to read unit, and layered text has a width of 21%. And then we'll have the price here, which also has layered text as the style, and it will read price. And then we'll also have the square footage, and then we'll render out the availability and give it a style of available text, which has a width of 37%. And following this row, let's render out a divider, giving it a style of the divider. And following that, we'll render out another row. And within this row, we'll display the unit number, the amount for rent, and the square footage of the apartment. We'll also display a date here. Now, in prod, you'd want this to be set by the user, or rather the property owner. But for this, we'll just set it for the current date. And we'll follow that row by a divider. Now down here in this else clause, instead of rendering an empty component, let's render some text which states that no apartments are listed. And we'll give it a style of apartment logistics title. All right, now let's go to an apartment which doesn't have any listed. So here's an example where none are listed, but we are actually showing that there are options that we can choose from. So let's add some code into our project here, which will detect if there are no apartments listed or only certain types of apartments are listed. For example, all our studios, then we would only render out this studio option instead of the 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3+ bedrooms. So let's get started on adding that. So to start off, we need to create some new variables. We'll have contains studio, contains 1 bed, contains 2 bed, and contains 3+. And those are going to be equal to false. And now outside of our component, let's create a function called remove unnecessary buttons. It will take in an array of objects which have the title, which have a property of title and an onPress event. And it'll take in a title which will be either studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, or 3+ bedrooms. And within this function, we just want to get rid of the passed in title. So we'll say array.splice, and then we will find the index where the title is equal to the passed in title, and then we'll follow that by a1. Now beneath these variables, let's create an if statement stating that if there are apartments in the property, we'd like to loop through all of those apartments. And if the bedrooms of the current apartment is equal to 0, then that means that it's a studio. So contains studio equals true. If the bedrooms is 1, that means it contains a 1 bed, so set that to true. If it's equal to 2, then contains 2 bed is equal to true. And if it's greater than or equal to 3, then contains 3+ is true. And then outside of that for loop, if it doesn't contain a studio, then we need to remove the unnecessary buttons, which is going to be the studio button. And if it doesn't contain a 1 bed, remove that 1 bedroom. If it doesn't contain a 2 bed, we'll remove the 2 bedrooms. And if it doesn't contain 3+, then we'll remove the 3+ bedrooms. So currently there are no apartments listed, but we can still go through the options on the tab bar. So we don't want that. So let's just move this tab bar 1 line below so that it fits within this conditional logic. So first we need to wrap the current apartments mapping into a fragment and then into some brackets, and then we'll move the tab bar into this. So let's save that, and now you can see that no tab bar is going to be shown for when no apartments are listed. So let's go back and go to an option where it doesn't have everything, like this, and we can see that really there are only 1 bedrooms and studios. And we can filter for those. Or if we go to all, we can see all of the different apartments. Now let's go to one where it does have all. I think this one does. So yeah, it has studios, a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, and a 3+ bedroom. In this video, we're going to be building out the About section on the property details screen. So let's get started. So the first thing that I'm going to do is come down here and just add a divider underneath our pricing and floor plan section. Divider. And we'll give it the style of styles.divider. And then next I'm going to go into my properties and add some new fields. The first field is going to be an About field. And it's just going to be a bunch of text explaining what this whole property is about. And I'll add it to the first 5 or so. And the next field is going to be called features, and it's going to be a string array with all the different features of the property. And I'll add this to the first 5 as well. Alright, so our properties are done for this section, so we can exit out of those. Now let's go to create a new component called black dot. So we'll go into our components folder, wherever that is, here we are, and let's just call it black.tsx. So we'll import view, style sheet, and view style from React Native, and then export a component called black dot, passing in a style prop, which is optional, and it can either be view style or a view style array. And then we'll just return a view with a created styles and the passed in style. And our created styles are going to have a padding of 3, height of 3, margin top of 7, background color black, border radius of 30, and a margin right of 10. Now with this created, let's create another component called bulleted list. .tsx. For our imports, we're going to import view, style sheet, and view style from React Native, text from UI Kitten, row from our local row component, and black dot, which we just created. And then we need to export our bulleted list, which will take in 3 different props. The first one is data, which will be a string array. The second one is going to be heading, which is going to be an optional string, and then the third one is going to be an optional style. So to start this component out, let's declare a new variable called rows, and we'll just assign it to an empty array. And then we need to loop through our data for the length of the data. And then for each item, we will create a new component. If the length of the data minus the current index is greater than or equal to 2, we need to assign the component to a new row which contains 2 different items, or 2 different set of texts. So the first thing we'll create is another row within this, and within that we'll have a black dot and the text of the first item, and then next to that we'll have another row with another black dot and the text of the second item. Now if this condition isn't true, then that only means that there is 1 item left, so we'll just display that 1 item. So component will be equal to a row, and then a row will be within that row, and then we'll have a black dot and the item text. And then here at the bottom we need to push that component into our rows array, and then iterate I. Now down below this we are going to return a view, and if we have a heading passed in, then we need to display that heading. We'll give it a category of S1, and underneath of that we'll map through our rows and display a view with just the item inside of that view. Now for the various styles throughout this component, let's create those. So we'll create our style sheet here. The first one will be container, which has a padding horizontal of 5 and padding vertical of 10. Next will be heading, which has a padding vertical of 8. Main row has justify content of space between and align items to flex-start. And then secondary row will have padding vertical of 5 and width of 45%. And finally, black dot will have align self to flex start. All right, now let's create a new section in our property detail sections folder. We'll call it the about section. So for this, we will import view, style sheet, text, material icons, material community icons, row, property, and bulleted list. And here we need to export our about section, and it's going to take in a prop of property. Okay, now I'm going to go into property details screen and just add that underneath of this. So about section, it's going to auto import, and we will set property equal to the item, and then underneath of that we'll put a divider with the style equal to styles.divider, and we'll save that. Now let's go back to about section. Now, instead of returning an empty fragment, let's return something within that fragment. The first thing will be some text which states about. The category is H5. Next will be a row with a material icon with the name of apartment, size of 24, and color of 36454F, and some text displaying the property name, and that text will have a category of H6. And then beneath that, we will have the about text, which has a category of C1. And underneath that, we'll have the unique features. So that will be a fragment. And then within that, we'll have a row, which will have a material community icon with a name of star outline, a size of 26, and a color of black. And next to that, we'll have some text. Category is going to be H6, and it will say unique features. And then underneath that, we'll have a view. And if property.features exists, then we will have a bulleted list where the data is the property tags and the property features. Otherwise, it will just be the property tags. And for the styles, we will have a header which has a margin bottom of 15 and a margin top of 10. Apartment text will have a padding left of 10 and a margin bottom of 10. Features text will have a padding left of 10. Row has line items to center and margin top of 10. And bulleted list container has padding horizontal of 5. All right, let's check this out and make sure that it works. So here you can see that we have an about section where we can see all what the property is about and all of the unique features. Let's go to one where it doesn't have an about section. So here they don't have an about. About's going to be required whenever we do the user input, but putting that text for 25 different apartments just was a waste of time. So here you can see that we do have one unique tag, which is parking. So that's being displayed, but we don't have any unique features. Like that features array is not present for that particular property. So here's going to be another one where there's nothing. I think let's try this one. And here you can see that it's displaying 9 down here. So that is all good. In this video, we're going to be building out the contact section of the property detail screen. So let's get started. First thing we need to do is go to our properties and add in some new properties into each property object. So those properties are going to be a phone number and a website. So I'm going to add some different phone numbers and different websites to the first 5 properties. So with those 5 added, I also noticed that we have a minor typo within our properties, and that is for bedroom low. we have 3 O's, so I'm just going to fix that on here and also within our types and any components that use this certain property. So let's do Control F and Control H, and we would like to change bedroom with 3 O's to bedroom with 2 O's. So I'm just going to press enter for all those. Now I just need to go to my property types. And here I'm going to get rid of an O. And then I'm going to go here and search for bedroom low. And it's in card information. So let's just change that. And I also noticed here that if this is 0, then we would actually want to say studio. So let's just change that real quickly. So bedroom low is equal to 0, question mark, then studio, else property dot bedroom low. Okay, cool. So now that we have that fixed and we have our properties made, let's create a new section. So go to our components, then go to our property details sections and create a new file called contact section.tsx. And for our imports, let's import text and button, style sheet, view, touchable opacity, and share, and material, community icons, and material icons, and then import theme, row, and property. And let's also import use navigation, and then let's create our component. It's going to take one prop, which is going to be a property of the type property, and then let's create our navigation variable and return an empty fragment for now. Now let's go back into our property details screen and just import this. So import contact section, and let's put it underneath the about section, passing in the property, and then put a divider underneath of that. Alright, now let's navigate back to our contact section, and then let's create our styles variable down below. Now the first thing that we'll want to return is going to be a text component with the category of H5, and we'll give it a style of default margin vertical, and that style will simply have a margin vertical of 10. And then next we would like to have a blue piece of text with the phone number. So let's create a touchable opacity, and then within that we'll create a row with a material icon with the name of smartphone, the color of theme, color-info 500, and a size of 16. And then next to that we'll have some text which has a category of C1 and a status of info, and it will call another function which will be called format phone number, which just formats the phone number. So outside of our component here, let's create format phone number. It'll take in a string, and then it will format it so that it is a valid phone number. And if it's not going to be a valid phone number, then we will just return give us a call as the alternative. Now let's go and create the call phone number function. So let's go to our utils down here, and we'll create a new file called call phone number. So the first thing we want to do is import everything as linking from expo-linking. Then we'll create a function called clean phone number, which takes in a string. And if the character at 0 is equal to a plus and the character at 1 is equal to a 1, then we will loop through every character after the first two and append them to a new string. And then we will return that. Otherwise, we will just return the passed in string. And then down below, we will export our call phone number function, which will take in a string, and then we'll call linking.openURL, and then we'll pass in TEL followed by a colon, and then we will pass in the phone number to our clean phone number function. So let's go back here to contact section and import call phone number. And now let's save that.
And now let's add the styles of row and row text. So row is going to have align items to center and padding vertical of 5, and row text will have a margin left of 10. Now underneath of this touchable opacity, we'll create another touchable opacity for the website. On the onPress event, we will create a function called openURL. And within this touchable opacity, let's pass in a row. And then we'll render a material community icon with the name of web, color of color-info 500, and size of 16. And next to that, we will have some text which says view property website, category is C1, and status is info. And we'll give it that row text. Now let's go create openURL. So it will be another utility. So we'll go here, openURL.ts. And the first thing we need to do is import everything as web browser from expo-web-browser. Export const openURL, and it will take in a string. And then we'll create a variable called prefix, which is just going to be an empty string. And if the URL doesn't include https:// we need to add that to our prefix. And if it doesn't include www. Then the prefix also needs to have that. And then we will call the open browser async method from web browser and pass in the prefix with the URL. So we'll save that, go back to our contact section, and import openURL from our utils. And now let's save that. And as you can see, you can also use linking.openURL, but that's going to take you out of the app, and that's really not a good user experience. They even go over this in the Expo documentation, so if you want to look at that, go ahead and check it out. Now underneath of the website text, let's create a row of 2 buttons. So we'll first create a row, and then we'll have our first button with the appearance of Ghost, and it will say tour. And the next button will also have an appearance of Ghost, and it will say message. Now for both of these, whenever they get pressed, we'll go to a message screen, which we'll create in another video, and depending on which is pressed, we will pass in different parameters. So let's create these styles for button and button row. So button row is going to have justify content as space between and a padding vertical of 10, and button will have a border color of our color-primary-500, a border width of 1, and a width of 45%. So let's save those and check them out. And there we go. So with our screen created, let's test out the contact and the view property website. So here, if we press on that, we'll go to our phone, and we can call this number, but I'm not going to. And then we can navigate back, and if we view the property website, it'll come up within our app. And let's check it out for another property. So like this, go to view property website, and we will get taken to Zillow.com. In today's video, we are going to be creating the message screen, which is going to look like this. So let's get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is go into our screens folder and create a new screen. And we're going to call it message screen.tsx. And let's just export a const, which is called message screen. And for this, we'll just return an empty fragment for now. And we will get back to this. Now let's just go ahead and add it to our index file. So we'll go to index, and let's import that message screen here. Now in the stack group where the presentation is modal, we will put that screen. So we'll say stack.screen. The name is going to be message. The component is going to be equal to message screen, and the options is going to be equal to header shown is false. And let's just end that there.
All right, so here we're getting an error. We need to go to our types and add message. So let's go to types. And then within this root stack param list, let's add in message. And for this, we're either going to have, well, we can have two options. So we can have a property ID, which will be a number, and then an optional tour, which will be a Boolean value. And pretty much whenever this is true, then we'll just have some text already put into the message saying like, oh, I want a tour or something like that. So let's go back to our message screen and add in those props. So we will have a root, and then root will have params, and then that will have property ID, which will be either, well, which will just be a number, and then tour, which will be a Boolean value. All right, cool. So we'll just import text from UIKitten. And then within this, we'll just have a text component, which says message screen. All right. Now let's go and handle the navigation to this screen. So I know that on one part it's in the contact section because that was the last video. So here we are going to say navigation.navigate to message, passing in the property.id and tour as true. And that's going to be for the tour button. And then for the message button, we will just do the same, except we will not have this tour parameter. So that's one spot, and then another spot is going to be, I believe it's in card, and then card information. So for instance, where you see email here and call, we can now just say for the email that we want to navigate to our message screen. So let's do that. So here we will actually need to create a navigation variable. And then let's say navigation.navigate to message, where property ID is going to be equal to our property.id. And then for here, we can actually handle this as well, so we're no longer logging it to the console. We can just say call phone number, and that's going to import from our local utility function. And we can pass in the property.phone number. And we can actually test those out real quick. So here we'll say call, and that brings up the phone. And if we say email, we will go to the message screen. So now let's actually start to build out our message screen. So I'm going to head back there in my code. And for our imports, let's import useState, platform, style sheet, view, image, and pressable. Input, button, and text, everything as yup, formic, keyboard aware scroll view, date time picker, and use navigation. And I believe I need to install this, or you guys may need to install this. So we'll just go into yarn, or go into our terminal and say yarn add at react-native-community/date time picker. And here we will add that. So with that done, let's add some more imports, which are going to be screen, ModalHeader, row, getState abbreviation, use auth, and properties. And beneath all of this, let's create our styles. And we can get rid of this text, which states message screen. Now, above our return statement, let's create some new variables. The first one is going to be navigation, so we'll just call use navigation. And then we are going to get our tour and property ID from root.params. And then we'll get the index of the passed in property ID within all of our properties and get the current property with this property ID. And then we'll create a new state variable called pickDate, and we'll just set it to a new date object. Then we'll create another state variable called show calendar, and it will be set to false or initialized to false. And then we will call use auth and get user from that. Now here, instead of rendering some fragments, let's render out a keyboard aware scroll view. And we'll set bounces equal to false. And within that, let's render out a screen component with a style of styles.container, where styles.container is just a margin horizontal of 10. Now underneath of that, if the user is using an iPhone, then we will display a modal header. Otherwise, we'll just display nothing there. And underneath that, we'll display a row, which contains an image, and the URI is going to be the first image in the images array. Then we'll display a view with some text in it of the property name, and some text of the property address, and then finally some text of the prices and bedrooms of that property. So for the styles here, row is going to have align items to center and padding vertical of 10. Address will have margin left of 10, and image will have a height of 50 and a width of 70. Now underneath of this row, we will have a formic component. So the initial values is going to be equal to an object which has a first name property, and if the user is logged in, it will be the first name of the user. Same thing with last name. The phone number is going to be an empty string. Email will be the user's email, otherwise it'll be empty. And then for if tour is passed in as a parameter, then we will set the message equal to I would like to schedule a tour. Otherwise, it'll just start off as an empty string. For the validation schema, we'll set that to a yup object, and the first name is going to be a required string, last name be a required string, phone number will be a string, not required, email will be an email string that is required, and message will also be a required string. And for onSubmit, we will just log the values to the console for the meantime, and then say navigation.goback. Now within our format component, we will get these values, and then we will return some input components down here, and we will use these values within those input components. So the first input component is going to be an input. The value is going to be values.firstname. We will call handle change and pass in first name. The placeholder will be first name. The keyboard type will be default. The label is going to be first name with a star next to it. On blur, we will set the field touch to first name. And then the caption depends on if the first name was touched and there are errors associated with the first name. If that's the case, then we will display the errors for first name, otherwise it's undefined. And the status is going to be dependent on this same set of criteria. And if that's the case, it's going to be danger, otherwise it will be basic. Now for the input style, that will just be a margin top of 10. The next input will just be the same pretty much, just for last name. The input after that will be for the phone number. Really the only difference is that the keyboard type is going to be number pad, and the caption, on blur, and status aren't really needed. And after that, we will have the email. So the keyboard type for this is going to be email-address. And underneath of the email input, we will have our date selector. So that'll go inside of a view where the style is equal to styles.input. It will have some text where the category is label and the appearance is hint, and it will say move-in date. And then we'll have a pressable component where the onPress is going to set show calendar to true. And within that, we'll have some text, which is going to be the pick date.toDate string. For the styles on these, the move-in label will have a padding vertical of 5. Pick date will have a border color of E8, 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 border radius of 3, border width of 1, height of 40, padding left of 15, and a background color of F7, F9, FC. And pick date text will have a margin top of 7. And let's get rid of this array here. Now underneath of that, if show calendar is true, then we will display a date time picker where the value is pick date, the mode is date, and for the on change event, if there is a selected date, then we will set show calendar to false and then set the pick date to the selected date. So let's give that a spin. Let's say 22nd, press OK, or 27th, and it changes. So let's collapse that. And underneath of that, we will display our input for the message. So the only thing here is that we want to make sure that multi-line is true. And finally, underneath of that, we'll have a button where when you press it, it will call the handle submit function and it will say send message. And the style for that will just be a margin top of 20. So let's add in some stuff here. We'll just say custom message is going to be hello. Let's try and get rid of this and see what happens. Okay, so our validation is working there. What if we try and send a message? Let's look at our console. And nothing's happening. So let's just say J at this email address. And then let's say send message. And it sent. Well, it doesn't send, it logs it to the console, but that's the type of functionality we want. So let's try the email here, and that brings us back to the same page. Let's click on this and then actually press tour here, and you see that it auto-completes with I would like to schedule a tour. Let's log out and see what it does. Now let's go to saved here. So now that we're not logged in, let's just try out a message. And we'll do this. For phone number, we get a keypad, which is nice. Even if we skip over one, as long as we don't enter it, then we don't get an error. But if it's empty and we enter into it, we do see that it's required. So that's nice. An email address, let's see. Email must be a valid email, so that's good as well. At c.com. And then custom message is also going to be required. In today's video, we're going to be building out the amenities section for the property details screen. So let's get started. First thing I'm going to do is go into my components folder and create another section. And we're going to call it amenities section. Now for this, we'll just export const amenities section. And we will have it taken a property, though we won't be using the property because this one is kind of just a placeholder. And that property type is going to be property. So let's just return an empty fragment for now. And let's go back to our property details section and import that. So import amenities section. Then we'll say amenities section here, passing in the property. And let's put a divider underneath of that. Alright, so let's go back to the amenities section. Alright, so the first import here, or first set of imports, is going to be style sheet, text, and material community icons. And from our local components, let's also import row and bulleted list. Then within this fragment, let's create a text component with a category of H5, and it will say amenities. And down below, let's create our styles. We're going to have a row, text, and default margin vertical. Margin vertical is going to have a margin vertical of 10. Now underneath of that, we will display a row with the style of styles.row, which is align items to center and padding vertical of 10. And within that row, we will have a material community icon with the name of Google Circles Communities. Color is black and size is 24. And the text will say community amenities, and that will have a category of H6. Now underneath this row, we will have a bulleted list with a heading of services, and we'll just pass in a string array with one string called controlled access. Then we'll have another bulleted list where the heading is interior, and then pass in another string array with some different strings in it. Next will be outdoor space, and picnic area is going to be in there along with some other strings. And the last one is going to be fitness and recreation with a couple fitness and recreation strings. Now underneath of that, we'll create a row, and within that we'll have a material community icon with the name of toy brick outline, color is black and size is 24, and then we'll have some text which says apartment features. Category will be H6 for that as well. And underneath of this row, we'll have a bulleted list for the kitchen, the living space, and the outdoor space. And that's how you create the amenities section. So if you want dynamic data within this, you would just add these various different fields into your property object. And then whenever the user is creating a property, you would just have them fill out these fields in that creation process. And it's pretty much the same thing that we're doing with features at this point. Or we haven't really gotten to property creation, but that's what we will be doing. So just keep that in mind. In today's video, we're going to be building out the leasing and fees section for the property details screen. So let's get started. So first thing we need to do is go ahead and create a new type. We're going to call this pet.ts. Now in this file, we are going to export this new type called pet. It's going to have a type property, which will either be dog or cat, allowed, which will be a boolean, limit, which is going to be a number, details, which is a string, declawed will be an optional boolean, neutered is going to be an optional boolean, and interview will also be an optional boolean. Then we'll have deposit, which will be an optional number, fee, which will be an optional number, and rent, which will be an optional number. Now let's navigate to our properties type, or is it just property type? And we can get rid of all this dogs allowed stuff, as well as all of this cat stuff. And in its place, we can just say pets, and that will be a pet array. And we need to import pet up here, and we'll save that. Now let's navigate to our properties and add in some pet arrays to these different property objects. So here we'll say pets will be an array, and within this array we'll have a new object with the type of dog, allowed of true, details will say some breed restrictions, a limit will be 2, fee will be 25, deposit will be 100, and rent will be 50. And I'll just copy this and paste it, and then change the type to cat. So we'll only add this to our first property, and then we'll just use this first property for development. So now let's create a lease and fees section. So go to your components, and then in property details section, add a new component called lease and fees section. And here we'll just export const lease and fees section. It will take in a property. Here that's going to be of the property type, and then here we'll just return an empty fragment for now, and then we'll go back into our property details screen and just add that here. So we'll say lease and fees section property is equal to item, and then we'll close that out. Alright, so with that done, let's actually start to build out this lease and fees section and all of the components associated with it. So up top, we are going to need to import style sheet, flat list, text, and material icons. And then down below, we need to import row. And let's create our styles now. So the first thing that we are going to render is some text, labeling this the lease, detail, and fees section. It's going to have a default margin vertical, and the category is H5. Default margin vertical is just a margin vertical of 10. Now, if the property has a pets field, then we would like to display something about that data. So here we'll say if property.pets exists, then we will return a row. And within that row, we'll have a material icon with the name of pets, color of black, and size of 24. And next to that, we'll have some text stating that this is the pet policies section. The category for that is H6. And underneath of that row, we'll render out a flat list. It'll be horizontal. The data will be property.pets. And for right now, we'll just render out the text, but we'll soon create a card to place in this position. And we don't want to show the horizontal scroll indicator, and the key can be the item type. Our styles for row and row text are going to be align items to center and margin vertical for row, and margin left of 10 for row text. So with our flat list working, let's get started on building out the cards for this data, for our pet data. So go to your components and create a new file called petcard.tsx, and we will just say export const petcard. And it is going to take in a pet. So pet, and then also an optional style. So pet, which is going to be of the type pet that we just created, and then style is going to be of the type view style, or view style array. Now up top, let's also import view and style sheet from React Native, then import text and divider from UIKitten, and finally import theme and row from your local components. Now down below, we'll create our styles. So let's return a view for now, and then add this component into our lease and fees section so that we can see it when we're building it out. So here we will just say pet card, and our pet is going to equal item. And I need to make style optional here. Now for this view, we will give it a style of container, which will have a border radius of 5, border color of theme color-gray, border width of 1, padding of 7, and a width of 250. So we'll say style equals, and then we want to pass in an array, saying styles.container, and then the passed in style here. So here we can see that we now have those items. And down here and back in lease and fees section, I'm just going to add another style here. We'll call this style pet card, and it will have a margin right of 15. So we'll just pass in style.petcard, and we'll save that and see how it looks. Okay, so now those are separated. Now back in pet card, let's add some text. The category will be C1, and then we will display the pet type followed by an S. And then if the pet is allowed, we will say that it's allowed. Otherwise, it's not going to be allowed. And the style for allowed text is going to be text transformed to capitalize, font weight of bold, and a margin bottom of 5. Underneath that, let's display some more text for the pet details. The category for that will be C1. Now for the remaining information, we'll create a function outside of our component. It's going to be called card row. It'll take in a label, value, and a boolean called show divider, which will default to true. Now within this, we'll return a row with some text that displays the label. That will have a category of C1, And next to that will be another text component with category C1, and it will display the value. And then underneath of that, if show divider is true, we will display a divider, otherwise we'll display nothing. Now for the styles for card row text, and divider, they are going to be this. So card row is going to have justify content space between and a padding vertical of 5. Card row text will have a font weight of bold, and divider will have a background color of our color dash gray. Now underneath our text here, let's display a card row for the pet limit. And underneath that row, if the deposit exists, then we'll display a card row for that. If the rent exists, we'll display a card row for that. And if the fee exists, we'll display a card row for that. Now for the interview, if that exists, we'll say that it's required, otherwise it's not going to be required. For neutered, we'll do the same thing. And for declawed, we will do the same thing. Now here at the end, we actually don't want to show this divider, so let's pass in false for these different card rows. Alright, so that's looking good, and that pretty much wraps up the pet card. Now underneath our pets data, we will render out a row which contains a material icon with the name of attach money, and then we'll display a text component which says fees. And underneath of that, we'll create another component to display general text. It'll be kind of like our pet card, but we'll just call it general text card. So go back to your components and create a new one called general text card. Now for this, we'll import views style sheet and view style, text, and our local theme. And then we'll export general text card. It'll take in a heading and body and an optional style prop. Now beneath our component, let's create our styles. Now let's return a view which has the styles of styles.container and then the passed in style. And container is going to have a padding of 10, width of 250, border radius of 5, border width of 1, and border color of color dash gray. And within that, we'll display some text. For the heading, it'll have a style of styles.heading, and that will just be a font weight of bold, text transform to capitalize, and padding vertical of 4. And then for everything in the body array, we will map through it and display some text for each item. Now back in lease and fees section, we'll just create a new general text card with the heading of parking, and the body will just say other, and let's import this. Now in prod, this would be a dynamic piece of data, but since this is a tutorial, we'll just leave it as static. Now underneath our fees section here, let's display another row with a material icon of list-alt, and the text for that will be details. Now underneath this row, we'll display a flat list, and we're going to create some more static data for this. The heading will be lease options, the body will be 12, and then the other heading will be property information, and for the body we'll just say built in 2017, apartment community, and 242 units / 5 stories. And then for render item here, we will just display a general text card with the heading of the item heading and the body of the item body. And for each text card, we'll give it a margin right of 10. So this looks pretty good. Let's go check out a different property where there are no pet details. So this is an example. And here you can see there's no pet section. And let's just change up our data so that we can see what it looks like when all the fields aren't actually present. And those fields being for the pets. So here, let's say that we have no fee, rent, or deposit. And as you can see, for dogs allowed, those fields are no longer visible because they don't exist. But for cat, because they're there, we are going to render them. In today's video, we're going to be creating the location section for the property detail screen. So let's get started. First thing we need to do is go into our components and add a new section. Let's call it location section. So we just need to do export const location section. And it is going to take in a property. And that's going to be of the property type. So we'll save that, and then we'll just return a fragment for now. And let's go and add that to our property detail screen underneath a divider. So location section, and the property is going to be equal to item. Okay, so let's add some imports up top. Those are going to be view, flat list, style sheet, text, material, community icons, and map view. And then locally, we will import get state abbreviation, row, map marker, and theme. And down below, let's create our styles. So our first component is going to be a text component with a style of default margin vertical, and that is just going to have a margin vertical of 10, and it's going to say location. And then beneath that, we'll have a row, and that will have a style of map header container, and within that row, we'll have a material community icon with the name of map outline. And we'll have a text component next to that, which just says map. It'll have a category of H6 and a style of map text. And beneath that, we'll have some more text, which is just going to be the address of the property. Now, underneath our address, we would like to render out a view, which will hold a map. So we will give it a style of map container, and that will have a width of 100%, height of 250, margin vertical of 10. Overflow will be set to hidden, and it will have a border radius of 5. And within that, we will render a map view. The provider will be Google. The style will be equal to styles.map, which is just a width and height of 100%. And then the latitude and longitude are going to be equal to that of the property. And then within that, we will display a map marker with the color of our color-info 500, a latitude of property.lat, and a longitude of property.long. And then we need to go into our map marker here and just make onPress optional, and it will get rid of that error there. And now we can go and check it out, and it's looking pretty good now. We can have this interactive map on our property details screen to show where the property is located. Now, underneath of this, we would like to show some different scores for the area. So for instance, one score would be the walkability score, and the next score would be the bike score. And then if there's a third score, it would be a transit score. So what I'm going to use for the walk score, bike score, and transit score is this API from walkscore.com. It's actually made by Redfin, if you're aware of who they are. Pretty much all you have to do is go here and get yourself an API key, and then you can start calling their endpoints. And this is an example of what an API response would look like. So you'd have this walk score, you'd have this description, and then if you want, you could get transit, although all of the different addresses that I have tried are null for transit, so I think they have a different API for that. But you can get the bike score here. So I'm just going to use walk score and bike score. So to utilize the walk score and bike score, I'm going to create a new type within my types folder. It is going to be called score.ts. And I am going to export this type of score. It will have a type which will either be walk, bike, or transit. It will have a score which will be a number, and it will have a description which will be a string. And then I'm going to go to my property type, and then I'll add an optional field here for scores, and that will be of the score type, and it will be an array. So we just need to import score here. Now let's navigate to the properties within our data folder. Now to cut down on some bloat here and make things a bit easier on myself, I'm just going to keep the top 5 properties and get rid of the rest. And now within each property, I'm going to add a score field with the corresponding scores for each different address. So for the first one, it will have a scores array, the first object being type of walk, the description is very walkable, and the score is 73. And for the second object, it will have a type of bike, a description of very bikeable, and a score of 72. This is what it will look like for the second one. Here's the third one. Here's the fourth one. And here's the fifth one. Now with these added, let's go back to our location section. So here underneath our map, let's display the scores whenever they are present. So we'll say property.scores, question mark. We'll just display a fragment for now. Otherwise, we'll display null if they don't exist. So what we want to display here is a custom component, much like these on the screen for the details and the fees and the pet policies, something like this, which is just a card for displaying the detail of, the location. So let's create a new component. We'll call it scorecard.tsx. And for this, we need to import pressable, style sheet, view style, text, and material community icons. And then we need to import row, theme, score, and open URL. And then we will export our component here. It'll take in a score, which is the type of score, and then an optional style, which will either be a view style or view style array. Now let's go ahead and add this to our location section, just so that we can see it whenever we're building it out. So back here in location section, instead of rendering an empty fragment, let's render out a flat list, and we will have a scorecard for the item that we want to render. So let's import this. And let's start to build out our scorecard. So back here in scorecard, instead of returning this fragment, let's first create our styles, and then we'll create a function which opens the URL for how walkScore works. And here within our return statement, we will render out a pressable component, and on the onPress event, it will call handlePress. And whenever it does get pressed, we will add this active background style to the styles. And for the first style here, container, it will have a border radius of 5, border color of theme color-gray, border width of 1, padding of 12, width of 250, and justify content to space between. And active background will have a background color of color-gray. And then underneath that, we'll have a row, which will have justify content to space between and margin bottom of 30. And then within that, we'll have some text, which will display the score type followed by the word score. And that will have a width of 75% and a category of H6. And then next to that, we will have a material community icon with the registered trademark. And next to that, we will have the text for the score. Now beneath that row, we will have the description for the score. And that will pretty much sum up this card. So let's try it out. Whenever we press it, we get taken to this redfin.com, how walk score works. And you have to implement this in order to use the API. It's part of their rules, where if you press the walk score or the number here, it has to take you to this site. So with that done, let's add some styles to the scorecard back in location section. And the style for scorecard here is going to be a margin right of 10. So this looks pretty good, although the map is way out of place. So let's go and check out a different property. So let's try out this one and see what it has for its scorecard. So it's very walkable, but the bike score is 68, which just is bikeable. Today's video, we're going to be creating the reviews section for the property details screen. This will be the last section of this screen. So let's get started. First thing I need to do is go into my types and make sure that I have the review type. So make sure that you have this in your types. If you don't, just go ahead and create it. And then we're going to go to our property type. And here where we have reviews, we're just going to make this optional and we'll save this. Now let's go back into our properties here. And we are going to give each and every property its own reviews and its own stars. And if it doesn't have any reviews, then we will just give it 0 stars. So here is the end result of that. For this first one, we're just going to give it a stars rating of 4.2. And then we gave it 4 different reviews here. And then down for the second one, we gave it a stars rating of 3.5 with 2 different reviews. This third one doesn't have any reviews, so it's 0 stars. The fourth one got a 1-star review, so we'll give it a 1 star. And then this last one has 1.5 stars and we gave it 2 reviews. So with our stars and reviews field added, let's go ahead and create our review section. So go into your components, go to this property details sections, and just create your review section. And just like all of these other sections, this is going to be exported as a constant. And it's going to take in a property. Which is going to be of the type property. And we'll just return a fragment here. Now let's go back to our property details screen and add a divider underneath our location section. Then we'll add in our review section here, making the property equal to item. And underneath that, we'll display another divider. Now here within our review section, let's add some imports. And those are going to be flat list, style sheet, text, and button. Now let's create our styles, and then we'll create a text component. It'll say reviews and have a category of H5 and a style of default margin vertical, which is just a margin vertical of 10. And beneath this, we'll display a button which says write a review. And for the on-press event, it will just say navigate to the review screen, and the style is going to be default margin vertical. Now, if the property has reviews, we'd like to display some different cards showing the overall score for the property based upon those reviews and the reviews themselves. So here, between text and button, we'll say property.reviews, question mark, else null. And then here, we'll just render a fragment for now. Now, the first thing that we'll want to render in this fragment is going to be something called an overall review scorecard. So let's create that component. And here we will just export this, export const overall review scorecard. And we'll just return some fragments right now and add this to the review section. So overall review scorecard. Now within this, let's add our imports. And those are going to be view, style sheet, view style, and text. And locally we'll import row and theme. And it looks like I need to add this outside of my property details section. So that should work now. And let's just go and update this. And this component is going to take in a score, number of reviews, and style. And the style is going to be an optional view style or view style array. Number of reviews will be a number, and the score will be a number as well. So now let's create our styles. And then we need to create some functions for the number of reviews and the score. So this first one is going to be called getRenterReviewText. And based upon the number of reviews, we will either return an empty string or the number followed by renter reviews. And our next function is going to be called getScoreText, and based upon the score that's passed in, it will either return great, good, average, below average, no reviews yet, or bad. And within our return statement here, we'd like to return a view with the style of container and the passed in style. And container is just going to have a padding of 12, border radius of 5, border width of 1, theme of color-gray for the border color, and a width of 100%. And then we'll render out a row, which has the styles of row and small margin vertical. And row is just going to have justify content to space between and align items to center. And small margin vertical has a margin vertical of 5. Now within this row, we'll display some text, and we will call getScoreText passing in score, and that will have a style of score text, which just has a color of color-primary 500. And beneath that row, we will render out another row. And in this row, we will display some text with the score followed by the words blended score. And underneath that text, we will just have the score. Now underneath that row, we will have another row with the styles of row and small margin vertical. And in that, it will have some text getting the renter review text. And if the number of reviews is equal to 0, then we'll display nothing. Otherwise, we will display some text saying out of 5. Now we should go back to our review section and then fill out these props. So here, the number of reviews is going to be equal to property dot reviews question mark. And then if that exists, then we'll say property dot reviews dot length. Else it will just be 0. And here we need to say else. And here for the score, that needs to be equal to property dot stars. And we are going to give this card a style of default margin vertical. Now, one thing that we're missing on our overall review scorecard is some stars here in the top right of the card. So we are going to add those and make this look a little bit better. So let's create a new component here called stars. And for this, we will import view style, material community icons, row, and theme. And then we are going to export our component here. It's going to take in a score and style. Score is going to be a number, and style will be an optional view style. And for the return statement, we are going to return a row passing in the style here. So within this row, we will map through 5 different values. And we need to get the decimal value of the passed in score and the whole number value. So if it's like 4.5, then this decimal value would be the 0.5, whereas this compare score would be the 4. And then if the score divided by the item is greater than 1, we'd like to return a material community icon with the name of star. And this is going to represent the whole star. So in my example, I was using 4.5. So for the first 4, it would be this. And then in a case where it's like the 0.5, then we would like to render out a material community icon which has the star half full. So that's what we'll do here. And if the decimal is less than 0.5, we will just render out a star outline. So if it was like 4.25, really we would just render out these 4 full stars and then 1 star outline. So let's save this and then go back to our overall review scorecard. And underneath this text component, which calls getScoreText, let's pass in the stars component. And the score is going to be equal to score. And we'll save this. And there you can see we have 4.2 and it's showing 4 stars and then 1 star outline. So let's go to a different one and see what it looks like. So here's 3.5, and there you can see that we have 3 full stars and then 0.5 of the 4th star. So with that done, let's go back to our review section. And here underneath our overall review scorecard, let's render out a flat list. It's going to be horizontal, and we don't want to show the horizontal scroll indicator. We'll give it a style of flat list margin, which is just going to be a margin bottom of 50. And then right now we'll just render out an empty component, and that's only because we need to create the component that we're going to render. So let's go and create it. It's going to be called review card. For it, we will import view, style sheet, view style, text, stars, row, review, and theme. And then we'll create our component here. It's going to take in a review, which is the review type, and an optional style. And we'll return a view within this component. All right, now let's go and add this to our review section. So here, where we are rendering this fragment, let's render out a review card. And we will pass in review, which is just going to be item. So let's save that. And we'll go back to review card here. Now let's create our styles down below, and then we'll create a function called getFormatedDate, which will take in a date, which will be the created date of the review. And then we will add our styles to our view here. And for the first style, it's going to be container, and that is going to have a margin horizontal of 10, padding vertical of 15, border width of 1, border color of theme color dash gray, border radius of 5, width of 300, and then an overall padding of 10. And within that, we'll display a row, which will have a style of row, which is just justify content to space between, align items to center, and margin bottom of 10. And then within that, we will have our stars, passing in the review.stars. And then we will have some text for our formatted date. Underneath that, we will have some text for our review title, and the style for that is going to have a font weight of bold, margin bottom of 10, flex shrink of 1, and text transform to capitalize. And underneath the title, we will have our review body. So this is what it will look like, except I think we should go to a property where there is a longer review. And for this case, it's going to be the first property. So down here you can see that we have a very long review here, and next to these short reviews it doesn't look the greatest. So let's create a component which allows the user to read more or read less depending upon the amount of text within each card. So for that, let's create a new component. It's going to be called text more or less. Now for this component, we are going to import useState, view, style sheet, and touchable opacity, and text. And then we are going to export the component. It's going to take in children and initial lines. Children is going to be a string, and initial lines is going to be a number. And we will return a view. And then we will create a new state called text shown and initialize it to false. And then length more and initialize that to false. Then we'll create a function called toggle number of lines, which sets the text shown to the opposite of the current state. And then we'll create a function called onTextLayout, which gets the lines from e.native event. And if lines exists is an array and is greater than 0, then we need to set length more to true if the length of the lines is greater than or equal to the initial number of lines. And within our view, we will display a text component. OnTextLayout, we'll call our onTextLayout function. The number of lines is going to depend on text shown. So if text shown exists, then it will be undefined. Otherwise, we will display the initial lines or 1 if that doesn't exist. And the category is C1. And for the body of this text, it will be equal to children. Next, let's create our styles. And then if length more exists, then we need to render out a touchable opacity with the style of length more text container. And whenever this is pressed, we will toggle the number of lines. So length more text container has a padding vertical of 5 and z index of 30. And then within that, we will have a text component. And depending on whether text shown is true, it will read less. Otherwise, it will read more. So let's save this and then add it to our review card. Here where we're rendering text for review.body, we can say text more or less. And the initial lines is going to be equal to 10. Now down here for this long review, we can now hit read more to read more, or hit read less to show less. One quick change that I'm going to make here is I'm going to go back into text more or less, and here where it says or 1 for the initial number of lines, I'm going to get rid of that, and where we are taking in initial lines from our props, let's just add equals 1 here. In today's video, we're going to be going over how you can reset a user's password using React Native and Expo. So let's get started. So here I am in the back end of my code. I'm going to go to my user file, and I'm going to be creating a new function called forgot password. Within it, we are going to expect an email as the input. So let's go create that structure. So for that, we are just going to be expecting a field called email, and it needs to be required. Now if the passed in email field is valid, then let's check and see if that email is associated with a user. And if we get an error during that process, we'll just send out that we got an internal server error. And if the user doesn't exist, we'll send out a status code of 401 saying that we have an invalid email. Now if the user does exist, we need to make sure that they did not create their account using a social platform. And if we get below this code, then we need to send the user an email. So I'll show you guys how you can do that. So for sending emails, I'm going to use this service called MailJet. Here is the pricing plan. So you get 200 emails per day for free. And then if you want to add emails, this is going to be the cost. So let's go ahead and click get started. And I'm going to set up a new account here. Here I'll just fill out this form. Now here I'm going to pick developer. So here we'll choose API, then click continue. And here for our coding language, we'll use Go. Now let's copy this. Navigate to your server code and then paste it. Now I'm going to copy this code and I'm just going to paste it underneath this main function, and I'm just going to comment it out. Alright, so here on our dashboard, we're going to go to our name, then go to your master account, and then click on this cogwheel. And here you will see your API key. So you're going to want to add this and generate a secret key and add that to your .env file within your server. So go ahead and do that. So in my .env file, I added these fields and then added the subsequent keys to the values for each of these variables. Alright, so with that all set up, let's create a new file within our utils here. It's going to be called mail.go. And let's just specify the package real quick. And within this, we will create a function called sendMail. It's going to take in a user email, subject, and HTML. And those will all be strings, and it's going to return a Boolean and an error. Now copy over this mailjet code from your main file and paste it in the function. And then let's import mailjet. Alright, so here for the HTML part, let's get rid of this and then put in our HTML that's getting passed into the function. For the text part, we're just going to get rid of that. For the subject, we will change that. Custom ID we can get rid of. And we can get rid of the name and the from and to objects. And for this to email, we need to change this to our user email. And we'll save that. Now here, instead of passing in these strings, we are going to get our environment variables. So we are going to be using the OS package for that. And we need to get our email API key and the email secret key, and then pass these into the mailjet client. So this is going to be the public key, and this second one will be the private key. And then down here, instead of logging this, let's just return false and the error. Otherwise, we will return true and nil. And here, since we're not using res, we'll just put an underscore. Alright, so with that added, let's go back to our user file and back to our forgot password function. So the first thing that we'll do here is create a new variable called link. And we need to create a deep link into our app. And in order to do that, we need to see where our app is being hosted. So I ran expo start earlier, and here you can see where it is being hosted. So we need to copy this, and here link will be equal to exp:// the IP address followed by port 19,000, and then we will follow that with a slash, 2 dashes, and another slash, and then here we need to specify the screen. And I believe that in production this would be the name of your app, but since we're in development, this is what it needs to be. So here we need to go to the reset password screen with this link, so I'm just going to say reset password. And now we are going to head over to our client code or the app code and then set up our deep linking. So go there and navigate to linking configuration. And you should have something like this. First thing we need to do is get rid of this and say create URL. And then we can get rid of all of these screens in root, so tab 1 and tab 2. And you can get rid of modal and not found. Now within our root screens, we will specify the search screen, the saved screen, and the account screen. And on the same level as root here, we'll create the values for find locations, forgot password, message, property details, reset password, sign in, and sign up. And really the only one that is relevant for this video is reset password. And doing this pretty much just allows us to create a link, and whenever the user presses on that link, it will take them to a specific screen. So with that done, let's go back to our server code. And at the end of this link, we would like to append a token, which will be specific to the user, and it will allow the user about 10 minutes or whatever time frame you deem necessary. It'll allow them to reset their password within that, but if they go over it, they will have to get another email and another token. So let's go ahead and create a new utility for that. We'll call it tokens.go. First, we'll specify the package, which is just utils. Then we'll create this function called createForgotPasswordToken. It's going to take in the user's ID and their email, and it will return a string and an error. And within it, let's specify what the JWT is going to look like, or the data that it's going to contain. And that's just going to be the ID and the email. Now in this function, we're going to create a JWT. And whenever you're doing that, you need a secret on your server. So I'm going to go to generate a base64 string and use that as a secret. So I just went to a base64 generator. I'm going to make the length in bytes 64 and then just click generate and then copy this and add it to my .env file. And I added it under the variable name email underscore token underscore secret. Now back in tokens, we'll create a new signer, and we need to import JWT from Iris. And it looks like I need to get this package, and we'll also import OS and time. Now underneath our signer, we need to create the claims for the token, and then we will generate the token. And if an error occurs, we will just return an empty string and the error, and then we will return our stringified token along with nil. Now let's navigate back to our forgot password function, then generate the token, and if we get an error, we'll just send the user that we got an internal server error. Otherwise, we will append the token to the end of the link. And here, for our link, let's add a slash after the forgot password. Now let's create the subject and HTML for our email. So the subject is just going to be forgot your password ? And the HTML, make sure to wrap this in backticks, and pretty much it's just going to be saying, look, you forgot your password, you hit reset it, click this link to reset it. And now let's call our send mail function, passing in the email, subject, and HTML. And if we get an error during that process, we'll create an internal server error and send that off to the client. And if the email was sent successfully, we will send to the user email sent is true. And if it was not successful, then we will say that email sent was false. Now let's go back to main.go and register this route. So here we'll say user.post forgot password, and then it'll be routes.forgot password. Now I'm going to start up my server and then go over to the app code. Alright, it looks like I've got some type of error here. I'm just going to run go mod tidy and see what the deal is. Alright, that should fix it. And now I'm going to just run my server and then head over to the app code. Alright, so here I am on the forgot password screen. I need to make some changes. First off, I'm going to just get rid of navigation here, since we aren't going to be using it. And I'm going to import use mutation from React Query. I'm also going to import Axios and import loading and endpoints. And speaking of endpoints, let's go add our forgot password endpoint. So here we'll say forgot password will be user endpoint plus / forgot password. And that's all lowercase. Now here in forgot password, we'll create a new mutation called forgot password, and it will take in an email, which is a string, and it will return a post request to our forgot password endpoint, passing in the email. And on success, we would like to set email sent to true, and in the case of an error, we will alert whatever the server responds to us with. And we can actually just get rid of these other variables. Now here where it says on submit, let's change this to get rid of the set email sent and the logging to the console. So now we will call forgot password.mutate and pass in values.email. And whenever this is loading, we would like to display a loading screen. So here underneath it, we'll say if forgot password.is loading, return a loading component. And now let's check it out and see how it works. So first, I'm just going to input an invalid user email. So we'll just say y@v.com, and let's continue, and undefined. Okay, so that gave us an alert saying undefined, which means that the route was not defined, and I just forgot to add this / here. So now I'm going to restart the server and try it again. So here we'll go back, say y@v.com, and continue, and that's an invalid email. Now let's try a social login. So that's a social login account. And now let's try a valid email address. And an email was just sent. So I should be expecting an email soon. And there it is. So here we would like to click to reset, and now we get taken to our reset password screen. So now we need to handle the user actually resetting their password. So for this, let's go back to our server and let's go back into our user file. Now we'll create a new function called reset password. For this, we will just be expecting a password passed into it as the input. So this is what the type is going to look like. And then we'll make sure that that input is valid. And if it is, we'll hash the password. Then we'll use the claims from the JWT to update the user's password. And we need to import the JWT from Iris here. So we'll go back to our imports up top, and we will import JSON WT as the alias for JWT from Iris. Now let's go back down to our reset password, and here at the end we'll just say that password reset is true. Now we need to go back to main.go and create a verifier for this new endpoint that we'll create. So let's create the endpoint first, actually, or register it rather. So we'll say user.post reset password. Then here we'll say roots.reset password. And before this is where we are actually going to register some middleware to verify that the token is valid. And to create the verifier, we will just be calling the new verifier function, passing in the algorithm and the token secret. And then we'll call with default block list. And then we will create the verifier middleware. And here we'll pass in reset token verifier middleware. And now we'll just add these imports and utils. Now I'm going to restart the server. And then I'm going to head back to our app code, and we'll go to our reset password screen. So I'm going to get rid of these unused imports here. And we'll do the same thing here, importing user mutation and Axios, then import loading and the endpoints. And let's go to our endpoints and add in reset password, which is just going to be user endpoint plus dash reset password. Now with this screen, we're going to be getting the token passed in through the parameters. So let's specify that here. Then we'll create our reset password mutation, which will just take in a password, which is a string, and it will return a post request to the reset password endpoint, passing in the password and some headers, which will just be the token. And on success, we will navigate back to sign in. And on error, if the error response is equal to 401, that would signify that it's an invalid or expired token. So we'll alert the user to that. Otherwise, we will just say that we're unable to reset the password. And if reset password is loading, we will return loading. And down here for on submit, let's change this to call reset password .mutate, passing in the values.password. All right. Now, if I try this, I'll probably get an expired token. So let's try it out. And there we go. So let's just go back and ask for another email. All right, so now we'll try resetting this with a valid token. And we will reset it. And now let's go and sign in. Ampersand. In today's video, we're going to be creating the Create Manager screen. So let's get started. First thing we need to do is actually create the Add Properties screen. So just navigate to your Screens folder and add a new screen called Add Properties Screen. And within this, we'll import View, Style Sheet, Keyboard Aware Scroll View, and Text. And then import Screen, ModalHeader, and Auth. And then we will export our component, and we should expect the parameters to contain a property ID, which will be a number. And then we'll create our styles below. Now within this component, we are going to get user from useAuth and then create a variable called manager, and we'll just set that to true. And in production, we're not going to have this per se, but we are going to see if a manager exists under the user's account. So that's why it's there. And for our return statement, we will return a keyboard aware scroll view with bounces equal to false. And within that, we'll return a screen showing a modal header with the X shown. And then we'll have a view with the style of styles.container, which is just a margin horizontal of 10. And within that, we'll have some text saying add a property. And that will have a margin vertical of 20. So with this created, let's go to our index file and add this screen to our stack here, our modal stack in particular. So here we'll say stack.screen name is equal to add property, component is equal to add property screen, And then the options are going to be header shown is false. Now we need to go into our types and add this to them. So here under the root stack param list, we will add this, and it will either have a property ID, which is a number, or it will be undefined. Now to actually navigate to this screen, we need to go to our account screen. And here where it says navigate to add property, we actually need to navigate there. So we'll say navigation.navigate to add property. And that's whenever we are signed out, but whenever we're signed in, we need to have another button to navigate there as well. So let's go to, where is it? Add a property. Here we will do the same thing. And now we can actually test that out. So here where it says add a property, we'll go there and we are seeing that screen. And now let's sign out and then see add a property, and there we are. I'm going to get rid of this reset password button at the bottom since we've already gone over that. And then also I'm going to make a change to our sign in and create account screens. As you can see up top, the margin horizontal is being applied to the modal header, whereas in add a property, it's not being applied. So I'm just going to go and change the sign in and create account screens so that the modal header isn't affected by that margin horizontal. So here we'll go to sign in screen, and pretty much all you have to do is just get rid of this style on the screen and then wrap everything beneath the modal header in a view, and then apply that style here. And then we'll just move everything for the body within this view. And then of course we need to import view up top. Now let's check out the sign-in screen. Okay, it's no longer being applied, so that's good. And let's do the same thing for the sign-up screen. So I'm just going to import view first. Get rid of this. Go here, view, apply the styles, and move everything into that view. And there we are. Let's go there. All right, so that's working too. Let's go back to add property. And since we aren't logged in currently, we shouldn't actually be seeing this screen. So that's why here in add property screen, we are getting this user from useauth. So if a user doesn't exist, then we would like to point them to a different screen saying, hey, you need to sign in or sign up. So for that, let's create a new component. We'll call it sign up or sign in screen. And really that's a screen. So I'm going to create it in my screens folder. So sign up or sign in screen.tsx. For this screen, we are going to be importing view, style sheet, text, and Lottie view. Then import screen, modal header, and sign up and sign in buttons. And here we'll create our component and return a screen with a modal header in it for now. And let's go back to add a property screen or add property screen and import this component. Sign up or sign in screen. And here we're actually needing to return this. So if no user exists, then we'd like to return the sign up or sign in screen, which is what is happening right now because we can't see add a property. So now that it's showing, let's start to build it out. And before we start building this out, go to lottiefiles.com and then search for an animation pertaining to adding a property and download it. Now, whenever you get your Lottie downloaded, I named mine add property, and I just moved it into my assets folder under the Lotties folder. Now, before we get started in building out our component, let's first create our styles, and then let's create a view with the style of styles.container, which will just be a margin horizontal of 10. Then we'll add a text, which says add your properties. That'll have a margin vertical of 20. And then we'll have a Lottie view with the style of styles.lottie, and it will be pointing to the Lottie that we just added to our project. The Lottie style has a margin bottom of 50, height of 250, width of 250, and align self to center. And underneath the Lottie, we will display a text which has a style of text, which is aligning the text to center, and it will just say create an account or sign in. And under that, we'll have some more text saying to add your properties, you must create an account or sign in. That'll also have a style of styles.text, but then we'll give it a style of bottom text, which gives it a margin top of 10 and margin bottom of 30. And it'll have the appearance of hint. And finally, we will render out our sign up and sign in buttons. So if the user clicks on sign in or presses on it, it will get taken there. Create account, same thing. So let's actually go and sign in. Now that we're signed in, we actually got taken to add a property. And whenever we go back, it takes us back to that account screen. So with that done, because our user does not have any manager associated with them, then we need to display a screen saying that if manager is false, which currently it is, then we'd like to render out a different screen. So if no manager, then we will return an empty fragment for now. Okay, so that's where we are currently. And for this, we are going to call it create manager screen. So let's go back into our screens here and create a new one called create manager screen. Now for this screen, we'll import view, style sheet, image, pressable, use state, use ref, keyboard aware scroll view, text, input button, formic, and everything as yup. And then we will import screen in ModalHeader. Now let's export our component, and we will return a keyboard aware scroll view with bounces equal to false. And within that, we'll have a screen just displaying a ModalHeader for right now. Now let's go and import this screen into our add property screen. So import create manager screen. And here we can see it. So let's go back here and actually start to build this thing out. Now let's start off by creating our styles here. And then we should create a view with the style of container. And then in that we'll have a header which just says create property manager account. Beneath that, we'll have some text saying create this account to list your properties. Users will see this info under the contact section of your listings. Then we'll create a format component with the initial values of name, email, phone number, website, and image, all set to an empty string. And for the validation schema, it'll be a yup object with the name equal to a yup string that's required. Email will be a yup string that's an email, and that's going to be a required. Phone number is just going to be a string. Website will be a string as well, and image will be a string. And on submit will just be an empty function for now. And within this format component, we will return a function which returns some components. The first being an input for the name, and that will have a style of input, which is just a margin top of 10. Then the second will be one for the email. The third will be one for their website. And down here at the bottom, we'll just render out a button saying create account. And on the onPress event, it will call handle submit. And that will have a style of sign-in button, which is just a margin top of 20. Now we're still missing inputs for the phone number and the image. So to get started, let's handle the image first. Now for that, let's go into our terminal and get a new package. It's called Expo Image Picker. Now with that installed, we can import everything as image picker from Expo Image Picker. Then we'll create a new state called image URI and set that to an empty string. And then we'll create a new function called pick image. It's going to be asynchronous, and we'll take in a function, or a function reference rather, which will take in a string and value and return void, and then a field which will be a string. And then we're going to await the launch image library async method of image picker, passing in the image picker media type options of images for media types, allows editing as true, and base64 as true. And then if the result is not canceled, we'll call our passed in function, specifying the field as the passed in field, and then our result.base64 for the second value. And then we'll set the image URI to result.uri. Now down below in our return statement, we will say, within the format component, we'll say that if an image URI exists, then we need to render out a pressable component. And then for the onPress event, we will call pick image, passing in the set field value and image. So set field value is coming from here, and then image is the field name here for our initial values, or our values in general. And for the image container, that'll just have a padding vertical of 10. And within this pressable component, if there's this image URI, we'd like to display an image. The URI is going to be the image URI, and the style will be our image style, which is going to be a height of 200, width of 200, resize mode is contain, border radius is 5, and align self is center. And then we'll have a button underneath that. Whenever it's pressed, it will just clear the image, which sets the image URI to an empty string and sets the field value image to an empty string as well. And then underneath that, we will have a button with the appearance of ghost, style of sign-in button, and whenever it is pressed, it will call the pick image function, passing in set field value and image, and depending on whether or not an image URI is present, then it will say update image or add image. So now we can test this out with something like this. Here we'll just say crop, and there we can see it. If we press this, we can update it. And let's get something like this, or we can clear it. So with images accounted for, let's get started on the phone number part. And for that, let's create a new component. We're going to call it phone input. Now for phone input, we are going to import a new package or add a new package. So let's do yarn add React Native phone number input. So with that added, we will now add our imports. So import style sheet, view, view style, use state, use ref, ref, text, and rn phone input. Then import theme, and then export your component. It'll take in an onChangeText function, phone number, which is a string, phone ref, which will be an optional ref, and then style, which will be an optional view style. Now let's just return a view for the moment and create your styles below. And let's go and add this into our create manager screen. Here at the top, import phone input. Then underneath the website input, let's add it. OnChangeText is just going to equal handle change, phone number. For phone number, that is going to be equal to values.phone number. This will have a style of styles.input. And we need to create a ref for this. So here up top, we'll say const phone ref equals use ref, and it will initialize it to null. And then we need to actually import that rn phone picker or phone input from React-native phone number input, and it's going to be of that type, rn phone input. And now we need to pass this ref into our phone input here. So phone input or phone ref equals phone ref. Alright, so with that done, let's go back into our phone input and start to build this component out. So one thing we have to do before building this out is go to our theme and actually add a new color. That color is going to be light gray, and it's going to have the hex of E5 EAEF. Now back in phone input, we will create a new state called border color and initialize it to color-light-gray. And then if a phone ref doesn't exist, we will create a phone ref and initialize it to null. Then here on our view, let's pass in the passed in style. Now let's start to build the body out for this component. So first we'll have some text, which will be the label for the input component, and it will just say phone. That'll have a style of font weight bold, and margin bottom is going to be -5, and then we will return an rn phone input component. The ref is going to be equal to phone ref. OnChange text is going to be equal to OnChange text. Default code is US. Container style will be a combination of styles. So the border color is going to be equal to our border color state. It will have a style of container style and input. Container style has a width of 100%, border radius 5, border width of 1, height of 40, margin top of 0, and background color of this. And input is just a margin top of 10. Now for the text input props, the selection color is going to be equal to color success 300. Data detector types is going to be phone number. On focus, we will set the border color to our primary color. And on blur, we'll set the border color to the light gray color. Now if there's a phone number present and it's not valid, then we'll set the border color to color-danger-500. And for the style, we'll give it a style of text input style, which is a width of 100%, height of 40, and font size of 15. And the layout is going to be equal to second. And then the text container style is going to be equal to text container, which is a border radius of 5. And underneath the input, if the border color is equal to color-danger-500, that means that there's an error. So we will display some text saying that there's an invalid phone number present. And that will have a style of error text, which is just a color of this color-danger-500. So now let's go back to the create manager screen and handle the onSubmit here. So for right now, we'll just create a function above this called create manager, and we'll just log this to the console. In production, this would be a mutation where you create the manager. And then here in onSubmit, we'll say that if values.phone number exists and it's not a valid phone number, then we'll return. Otherwise, we will create the manager. All right, so let's test this out. So here we'll just say m@c.com, no website. Here we'll say 8675309 and invalid phone number. So we need to give this an area code. So here we'll give it Sacramento, add image, and this is good enough. And let's just create the account now and see if it worked. So let's go back to here. Okay, create a manager on the back end and go to adding a property. And really, whenever we create a manager, this will get sent to the back end, creating the manager, and then if it's successful, manager here will be set to true, and then the user can then go on to create their property or add their property to the service. In today's video, I'm going to show you guys how you can create an S3 bucket and upload images to it using Golang and React Native. So let's get started. But first, I'm going to give credit where credit is due, and pretty much everything I learned about setting up the bucket, I learned from this guy, Sam Meach Ward, and this video called Upload Images Directly to S3 from Front End. So if you don't have an AWS account, go ahead and create one, but I've got one, so I'm just going to sign in. And once you're signed in, search for S3 up in the search bar, and then click on this S3. Now here, go ahead and create a bucket. Create a unique bucket name. So I'm going to call this apartments-clone and see if that is actually available. Here we are just going to uncheck that, and that's going to mean that it's going to be public. And then go ahead and create the bucket. Now click into your bucket once it's made. Then go to permissions and create a new policy. So click edit, then go to policy generator. Select type, we want S3 bucket policy. Principal is going to be just a star here. For the actions, it's going to be get object. And for the resource name, there's this hint underneath, so I'm just going to copy that. And the bucket name is apartments-clone for me. And then here the key name is just going to be a star. Then click add statement and generate policy. Now we'll just copy this, close it, and then go back and paste it in here. Then we will save the changes. And now go down to this core section and then click edit. And we are going to add in this policy. So save those. Now go back to the search bar and search for IAM. And here we need to create a new policy. So create a policy. For the service, we are going to pick S3. For the actions, go to write, and then put object is what we want to select. Now let's go to resources. And here we want to specify an ARN, so add an ARN. The bucket name is apartments-clone, and the object name is just going to be any. So add that. Then here we'll click next, and then go to the next. And we need to give this a name. And in the video, he just gave it the same name as the bucket, so that's what I'm going to do. And let's create this policy. So here it is. Now we need to go and create a user. So add users here. Here we're just going to give it the same name as the bucket, so apartments-clone. And we need programmatic access. Then we'll attach an existing policy, which is apartments-clone. Then here we'll just go to next, and create the user. And here you'll get an access key ID and a secret access key. So what you need to do is add these to the .env file of your Go project. So I added those keys under these variable names. And with that done, I'm going to go and create a new file under my storage package. I'm going to call it S3. And here I'm going to specify the package, which is storage. Then here I'm going to create a variable for an S3 client. And we're going to be getting this error because it doesn't know where S3 is coming from. So let's go to their documentation and get these different packages. And make sure to look at their V2 documentation for their Go SDK. So here I'm just going to get that first package. Then I'm going to get this config. And now I'm going to go and retrieve this package. And now we can import that. Now we need to add some imports. So import credentials, config, OS, log, and context. And then we'll create a function called initialize S3. And then we need to get our access key and secret key. Then create a custom provider calling the new static credentials provider and then passing in our keys. And then we'll create a config, passing in the custom provider and the region. And if there's an error, we'll log that. And at the end, we will assign our S3 client. So next, we need to create a function to actually upload images. So in order to do that, we need to get the URL of our bucket. So I like to go back to the S3 bucket and upload an image. And then from there, you can actually see the URL of where that image is at. So that's what I'm going to do here. So here, just go there. Now upload, add files. Let's just do this. And let's upload. And now we can click on this and see where it is located. And here is the object URL. So let's just copy this. And here we need to create a new variable. We'll call it the bucket URL. And it's going to be this string. And we can just get rid of this. Now let's create a variable for our bucket name. And it's just going to be this. So I'm just going to cut this here. And then add it here. Now we need to add some imports. So import encoding / base64, FMT, strings, and manager. And then let's create a function called upload base64 image. It's going to take a base64 image source, which is a string, and a name, which will be a string, and it will return a map, which contains a string. So first we need to get the index of the comma within this base64 image source. And then we will create a new decoder. And then we'll create a new URL for where we actually want to store this image. And then we'll upload the image, passing in the address to the bucket name for the bucket. For the key, it will be the address to the name. And then for the body, it will be our decoder. And if we get an error during this, I'm just going to print it to the console saying an error happened. And then we will create a URL map and assign URL equal to our URL and return that URL map. And I'm just going to fix my spelling here. So now I'm going to create a new route to actually use this function. And for me, I'm creating a manager within my application. So let's go to our routes and then create a manager file. And the package for this is going to be routes. And before I can get started on this, I need to go create a manager model for my database. So here, I'm going to create this. It's going to be called manager.go. The package is going to be models. We need to import GORM, and then this is what the struct is going to look like. And I'm actually going to need to go into my users here and add the manager. And we can do that creating a one-to-many relationship, passing in the manager as a manager array. So we'll save that and then go back to my route here and start to build out a new route. So this first route that I'm going to create is called create manager, and I'm going to need to import iris here. It's going to take an input that looks a little something like this, where we have a name that needs to be required, an email that's needing to be required, and a user ID which needs to be required. Then phone number, website, and image are going to be optional strings. And then we'll put a max size on the body of the request, and that's going to be 10 megabytes. Then we'll read the body of the request and handle any validation errors. Next, we'll upload the image to our S3 instance. And what I'm doing here is separating each user's images into their own folders. So each user's ID is going to be unique. So that's going to be the folder name. And for the name of the image, that's just going to be the name of the manager. So typically that would be the name of the property management business. And with that uploaded, I'm now going to save it to my database. And for the image here, I'm just going to pass in the URL to this S3 instance. And here at the end, I'm just going to send the user the manager. So with this set up, let's go into our main file. And here, where we're initializing our DB, we also need to initialize the S3 instance. And I need to create a new party here, so I'm going to call it manager. And that's going to be equal to app.party/API/manager. And then here we'll create a new post endpoint, and it's going to be called create. And we'll pass in routes.createManager. So with this route added, I'm going to go into my database file, and I'm going to add the manager model into my migrations. So here we will create a new model for manager. And now I'm going to start up first I need to save this, and now I'm going to start the server. And here we can see that our create manager route was created. I'm going to go to my database and make sure that the manager table was created. And here you can see that we have the managers now, whereas before we only had users for our tables. So with our server started, let's head to our application code. And I'm going to add that endpoint to my endpoints. So that's in my constants file. And here I just need to create a new variable called manager. And then create that endpoint. And then down below in our endpoints, I'm going to create the create manager endpoint. Now I'm going to navigate to the create manager screen. And here where I am calling this function create manager, I'm going to replace this with a mutation. So I'm going to call that const create manager, but it is going to be a mutation, and we need to call the use mutation hook, which I need to import from React Query. And we will pass it a function which will return a post request to that create manager endpoint. So endpoints.manager or create manager. And for the body, we need to get some values. So for this mutation, we need to pass in some values. And here I'm using this format component, which has all of these values. So here in the onSubmit function, I'm just going to get all of these and paste them here. And here for the body of this post request, we need to specify the user ID, name, email, phone number, website, and image. And here for this user, I need to import something. So let me fix this Axios import. And then I need to import this use auth hook and get my user from there. So const user equals use auth. And we'll save that. And in addition to this, let's handle the on success and on error states. So on success will just be a function. Same with on error. And then here we'll say if create manager dot is loading, we need to return a loading component. And then down here we'll call create manager dot mutate, passing in values. Now if we get an error, we'll just specify to the user that we were unable to create the manager. And for on success here, let's just get the data and then log it to the console. And let's demonstrate actually creating a manager and adding that image to your S3 bucket. So here for this manager, we'll just create a new management name called North Star Properties. Here for this email, we'll say ns@gmail.com. Website, we don't need. Phone, we don't need. Add an image. And here, you got this boilerplate image. And here, we'll crop this image. And then let's create the account. And let's go to our console here. So this image should now be in our S3 bucket. So here for my apartments clone bucket, we can see this new folder with 49, and then we have North Star Properties. And if we click on this, we'll get all the data about it. And here we can see this, it's gonna download an image, but within our app, we can actually display this through an image component. And here you can see the image that we just uploaded. So that is how you can upload an image to your S3 bucket using Golang and React Native. So if that's all you came for, I hope that you found this video useful. But this video still needs to continue because I've got some more building to do. So really the rest of the building has to do with this create property manager account and the add property screen. So right now we have a manager created, but as you can see, we're still on the create property manager account screen. So that's an issue. And to fix this issue, we're going to go into our server and add a new route. So here under manager.go and the routes package, let's create a new function. This function is going to be called get managers by user ID. We're going to pass in the user ID through the parameters of the URL. So we need to get those, and then we need to look up the different managers in our database where their user ID is equal to the passed in ID, and then we will return those managers. And now navigate to main.go, and here we will register that route. Now go back to your application code and go to your endpoints, then add that one. Here we are going to call it get managers by user ID, and for the specific endpoint it's just going to be this user ID. Now head to add property screen and import use query, and import Axios as well. And then here where we're saying const manager equals false, let's create a new query where the key is going to be manager. And if a user is present, then we need to make a GET request to that get managers by user ID endpoint. So let's import our endpoints here. And then for the cache time, I'm setting that to a full day. And then here where we're saying if no manager exists, we need to change this So we'll say that if the length of the data is equal to 0 or there is no data, then we need to render out that screen. Otherwise, we will show them the add a property. And if the manager query is loading, we need to render our loading component. So let's import that as well. And then let's go restart our server. So cancel that, clear, and then go run main.go. And with our server up and running, we should be able to check this out. So now we get hit with the add a property screen. But there is one more change that we need to do, and that is we need to add a refetch for this manager query to our create manager screen. So I'm just going to pass that into the create manager screen. I'm going to say refetch managers. It's going to be a function that's void. And whenever we get a successful mutation here, I'm going to say if refetch managers, then refetch managers. And this is going to be optional here. So here on the create manager screen, within add property screen, let's pass in manager query.refetch for the refetch managers prop. So manager query.refetch. And I'm going to go into my database here and then query this managers table. So query tool. We're going to select everything from managers. And we are going to delete from managers where user underscore ID is equal to 49. And this is just my personal ID, but yours is probably different. So we'll run that with F5, and then we'll select everything again just to make sure they deleted, even though it said they deleted. Okay, so that's all good. And now let's go and test it out. So we should have nothing now. So add a property, okay. And here we'll just say ns@gmail.com. No website, let's add that image again. We'll crop it and then create the account. And here we get hit with the add a property screen. And then just to demonstrate that we actually have a manager and we can actually display that image, let's just import image here. So import image from React Native. So import image from React Native. And then here we'll have the image with the source. URI is going to be manager query .data .managers sub0 .image. The style is just going to be equal to a height of 250 and a width of 250. And let's see if that works. And there you go. You can see the image, and that's actually being hosted on our S3 bucket. So in today's video, we are going to be building out this screen where users can add their property to their manager account, and they can specify all the details about their property. So let's get started. Now to start things off, we need to navigate to our server and search for your location file. And the thing that we're going to change here is the search function, and specifically we need to change some of the parameters here. We're going to add a few different parameters so that we can get more information from the API. And for the additional parameters, those are going to be dedupe is going to be set to 1, address details will be 1, match quality will be 1, normalize address will be 1, and normalize city will be 1. So that'll be it for the server modifications. Now just start up your server and navigate to your application code. So here in our app code, let's navigate to the add property screen. And first we need to fix a little issue. So here you can see that I am logged in with my Proton account. So I'm going to go to add a property, and as you can see here, I'm getting sent to this component. So pretty much I have a manager already associated with my account. That's why I'm seeing this screen. So if I sign out and then sign back in using add a property with the same account, I should get put back on the same screen. But as you can see here, I just logged in and I'm getting rerouted to this create manager screen. But if I go here and exit out of this screen and then go back to add a property, it's going to call manager query here, and then the manager associated with my account is going to be available. So then I will see this component. Now, in order to fix this, we need to import useFocusEffect and useCallback, and then call the useFocusEffect hook here and pass in a useCallback function. It's not going to have any dependencies. And if managerQuery.data is falsy, then we need to refetch the manager query. And this is going to run every time that the add property screen is in focus. So this will fix our problem. Here I'm going to demonstrate that. And there you can see we're getting sent to the add a property screen now. And one thing I'm going to add here is that if the manager query is loading or it is fetching, then we'll return loading. So let's just add that real quickly. Is fetching. Now for this last return component here, we're actually going to create a new component within our components folder, and it's going to be called add property section. And right now we'll just export const add property section. And return an empty component. Now let's go and add this component above this. So we will go here and just return add property section. And that should auto import, and here we'll see nothing, which is actually what we want. Now we can take this and move it over to the add property section. Now, instead of importing keyboard aware scroll view, we're going to import keyboard aware flat list. Keyboard aware flat list. And then we need to import screen from our local components. Then up here, import text. Import view from React Native. And import style sheet as well. And let's import ModalHeader. Let's go back here and cut our styles and then paste them here. Now we're going to get that error. We just need to make this a flat list, keyboard aware flat list. For data, we'll just set it to an array with one value. So for me, I'm just going to pass in a 1. And then for render item here, we are just going to return everything that we have below. So let's cut this. Let's make a return statement and paste. And let's see what else. Okay, so let's get rid of, and then here, let's close out our component. And let's go back there. And we're getting shown this add property section. So now we can start to develop the property section. So one thing I'm going to do is modify this header here so that text align is center. And underneath our text here, let's create a formic component. And that'll auto import from formic. Initial values will just be an empty object for now. And on submit, we will just say console.log the values. So it'll take in values, and then we just want to log them to the console. Values. Now within our format component, let's get the values, errors, touched, and all of these different functions. And let's start to build out that add a property form. Now within our format component, let's return a view. And let's create a new component called unit button. Now for unit button, we're going to want to import touchable opacity, style sheet, material icons, text, and theme. And then we'll create it here, and it's going to be taking in these props. And for right now, just return a touchable opacity, and let's go and add this into our form. So back in the picture, you can see that we have two unit buttons, one for single unit and one for multiple unit. So we need to display these unit buttons in a row. So let's import row from our local components, and let's move that up. And let's import unit button as well. And then down here, let's create a row with two unit buttons in it. These are going to take in those four props, but for the first one, we'll just say text is equal to single unit. And then text for the second one is multiple units. Now let's navigate back to unit button, and let's create our styles. Now for touchable opacity here, let's pass in onPress, and then let's create a style for each unit button, which is going to be this. And here we'll just assign that style. So we'll say styles.unitButton and pass that in as an array. Now, depending on whether or not the unit button is active, we will apply different styles. The first one being a border color, and then a shadow color, a shadow offset, shadow opacity, shadow radius, and elevation. So back in an add property section, let's just go and make the first one active. And here we can see that those styles are being applied. Now the first child in our touchable opacity will be a material icon. Its name will be equal to the passed in icon name. And depending on whether or not it's active, the color will change. It'll either be black or our primary color. Let's get rid of that. And then let's go and pass in some icon names. Now for the first unit button, the icon name will be home. And for the second one, it will be apartment. Now underneath this material icon, let's display some text. It will have a category of S1 and the padding top of 5. And the color will change depending on whether or not it's active, and the text displayed will just be the passed in text. So with the unit button component created, let's create some initial values. The first one will be unit type, and we'll assign it to single. And then here, if the unit type is equal to single, then it will be active. And for the second one, if the unit type is multiple, then it will be active. So this is the logic for that.
And let's just copy this and say multiple. And for the onPress event of the first button, we'll set the field value unit type to single. And for this second button, we'll set it to multiple. So now let's save that. And here it's working. Let's exit out and make sure that it assigns single. Okay. Now let's add some styles to this row so that the unit buttons are spread apart. And down here in our styles, we'll create a new style called row. It will have justify content to space evenly. And let's assign it here. So with our unit buttons created, we'd now like to create this address input. And whenever the user presses on it, they'll be shown a screen where they can input a property or a property address, and subsequent options will appear underneath it. So let's get started on building that out. It's going to be very similar to what we have for our search screen here. So if we type in like Miami, we get these options beneath it. And we actually don't want to navigate to the search screen, because if we do that and they type something in, then they're going to get taken to this map, or they're going to be shown properties that already exist. And that's not going to be very helpful whenever they're trying to create a new property. We can use some of the components that we've created for that screen though, which is what we're going to do. So what we're going to do is add a new component. We'll call it search address. And to start off, let's just export an empty view. And then let's navigate to our Find Location screen and pick out the components that we're going to need. So really we're going to need this input and all of these suggestions. So let's copy over the get input function. Let's paste that in here. And then let's go back. Let's get suggested text. And let's copy over this code saying suggestions.length is greater than 0. Then we'll return this flat list. And let's put that within our view. And here we'll just say otherwise it's going to be null, and close that out. Now suggestions doesn't exist, neither does a lot of these things. We still have to add our imports. But here at the top, we're doing a call to get input. So let's do that as well. And then let's add our imports. So first one is just going to be get formatted location text, import row, text from UIKitten, input from UIKitten, platform from React Native, theme, style sheet, and then let's go copy over some styles. So let's do this. We'll need button, and then we'll need flat list and touchable opacity. And then within our styles, we're only using default margin top and suggestion container, so we can get rid of the rest. We need to take in some props. The first one is going to be suggestions, and
And then the second one is going to be set suggestions. So this is going to be a state within the parent that is calling search address. So suggestions is going to be a location type or location array. And we need to import locations or location. And set suggestions is just going to be a void function which takes in an item, which will be the type of location array. And then here we'll specify its void. Okay, so now that we're taking in these suggestions and we can set them, we now need to create a value state for our input. So let's import useState. And we're going to call it value. And we're going to initialize it to a passed-in value. It'll be called default location. And we'll default that to an empty string. So here we'll say default location is going to be an optional string. State is going to be default location. Now let's create the handle change function. So const handle change, it'll take in a val which will be of the type string, and then first we'll set the value to val here. If the length of val is greater than 2, then we need to make a call to our server and get some suggestions. So if val is greater than 2, we will create a function called get suggestions, and we will await that. So let's create that function down below. Const get suggestions is equal to this. It's going to be asynchronous, as well as this is going to be asynchronous. So we'll call get suggestions, and here if val.length is greater than 2. And then here if val.length is equal to 0, we'll set suggestions to an empty array. Now here in our get suggestions function, it can either get autocomplete suggestions or search suggestions. And we have both endpoints on our server, and those are two different endpoints being called on the API. In order to get one versus the other, we need to pass in a type that we want into this search address component. So let's specify that in our props. Up here we'll say type can either be autocomplete or it can be search. Now here in get suggestions, we'll just create a new variable called locations. And if the type is equal to search, then we will need to go to our locations here in our services, and we need to call this search locations function. So we'll call search locations and pass in the value for that, and then assign that to locations here. Otherwise, the locations is going to be equal to awaiting get suggested locations from the same locations file, and we'll pass in value into that as well. And here at the end, we will set suggestions equal to locations. The types returned from search suggestions and the autocomplete suggestions are different, so we need to go into our location types and change those, or rather add a new type. So let's go into location IQ types, and we need to create a new one called address, and we can get rid of this current address and just assign it to this new type address. And And then we'll have another type that we need to export called search location, and it will have all of these different fields. So with that done, let's go back to search address. And here, suggestions can now either be location or search location. Well, a search location array. And then here, set suggestions can either be location or search location array. For this, it can now either be a location or search location. And that's going to cause some issues with get formatted location text, so we need to change that function. So now item can either be location or search location. And in order to specify the type, let's pass in either autocomplete or search, like we're doing in search address here. So I'm just going to copy that. Get rid of that. Here, instead of initializing the location to the address name, let's just initialize it as an empty string. And we'll specify if type is equal to search. We'll do something. Otherwise, we'll do what we're already doing. And at the end, we will return location. Here, I'm going to assign the address name to the location if it exists, and I'm going to make this a bit more elegant and import getState abbreviation as well. Now if the type is equal to search, we'll just create a new variable for the address, and then we'll set location equal to the display name unless the address is in the US. If that's the case, then the location will be equal to this. And if the road and street exists, then we will do something like this. So that's all good and dandy, but now we're gonna need to change, or rather add this additional argument whenever we call get formatted location text. So luckily we're only calling it with autocomplete right now. So let's search for get formatted location text. And here in recent search list, we're calling it twice. So let's pass in autocomplete. And then here we can do the same. And then back in search address, let's do something similar, except that here we can just pass in the type, which is being specified in our props. And then here in get suggestions, we need to actually make sure that the suggestions, or the length of the suggestions, is greater than 0. So if locations.length is greater than 0, then we will actually set them. And here we should also pass in a value. So that's going to be equal to a string. And then we just have to pass in val up here. And now we can create a handle submit editing function, and that's going to be an asynchronous function. And we're going to first await getting the suggestions, passing in our current state called value. And then if the type is equal to autocomplete and the suggestions.length is greater than 0, then we need to handle the suggestion press. So we're going to have to pass in this function, handle suggestion press, into this as a prop. So let's do that here. We'll say handle suggestion press is going to be this function, which is void. And let's get it up here as well. And now this makes sense. And then here for this get input, if the platform.os is iOS and the type is autocomplete, then we'll actually display this. Otherwise, we'd like to display this. So type is equal to autocomplete. And to handle this button press, let's pass in a function. We'll call it handle go back, and it will be a void function with no parameters. And let's replace it here. Now here for this touchable opacity, let's call the handle suggestion press. And then for this data, we'll just cast it as location array. We can get rid of this index. Now let's navigate to FindLocationsScreen and add in what we just created. So here within our return statement, we can get rid of this get input. We're going to reverse this, so suggestions.length is equal to 0. Then we'd like to display what we're displaying in the scroll view. Otherwise, it'll just be null. And then we need to get rid of suggested text, get input, handle navigate, we need to keep. Get formatted location text, we can specify autocomplete. Handle submit editing, handle change, we don't need those. So we can get rid of these states here, suggestions, I don't know where, oh yeah, we're gonna need this still. Let's get rid of these unused imports. Let's get rid of value. And let's import our search address. Now above suggestions.length is equal to 0. Let's render out a search address component. Type is equal to autocomplete. Handle go back will be equal to navigation.goback. Suggestions is going to be equal to suggestions. Set suggestions. Set suggestions will be equal to set suggestions. And we can specify that as item as location array. And for handle suggestion press, we will pass in handle navigate. So here we'll have an item handle navigate item, and that's going to be as location array, or is it just location? All right, so let's go and test this out. So let's go to New York. And there we go, it's working like a charm. Now we can easily implement this into the add property screen. So let's go back there. So add a property, and let's navigate there back in our code as well. So here we need to import input from UIKitten. And underneath our row, let's render out that input. It's going to have a placeholder of property address and a label of address. And whenever this gets focused, we'd like to render out our search address component that we just created. So on focus is going to be equal to a function that we will create. So here above our return statement in the format component, let's create a new function called onLocationFocus. And here for the onFocus, let's call it onLocationFocus. Now, before we can do anything within this, we need to create some more initial values and a state variable. Well, really, we need to create two state variables. One is going to be for the suggestions, and the other is going to be indicating whether or not we are currently searching. So let's import useState. And then import search location. And for our initial values, let's add in a street, city, state, zip, lat, and long. Now on the location focus, we will set searching location to true and set field touch to street. And then here we'll say if searching location then we'll return a search address component. The type will be equal to search, suggestions will be suggestions, and set suggestions will be equal to set suggestions. We need to create a function for going back, which will just set the searching location back to false. For handling whenever a suggestion is pressed, we will do something like this, where we get the current location, or where we get the current item, and then assign all the values to the data within that item. And then at the end, we'll call handle go back to signify that we are no longer searching. So here, let's assign that equals handle suggestion press. And then for the default value, we're going to create a new variable called current location. I'm going to add this import, and we'll assign it here. So now whenever we press this, we get taken here. And here we're seeing add a property and the modal header. And to change that, let's go up. And here we will only be rendering this when the searching location is equal to false. And same thing with text. So now we can test this out. We'll say 6, 7, 8. And here we can go with this. And we still need to add some things to our input so that it displays the current location. So here value is equal to current location. And there you can see that it is working. Now let's add a style to this input. We'll just give it a margin top of 15, and then we'll add some values for the caption and status. So with the address taken care of, now we need to start in creating a select option for the property type, beds, and baths. UIKitten does have a select component, but I don't find that it's very useful, so I'm just going to create my own. So let's create a new component here. We'll call it select. And let's just render out an empty component for now. Or rather, an empty fragment. And I'm gonna go and add this here. Select, just so that I can see it whenever I'm building it. So for this component, we're going to need a new package called React Native Woodpecker. It's going to have the dependencies of React Native Community Datetime Picker and React Native Picker. So make sure to install those. And I believe that we already have those installed. I'm not sure about the picker, but I'm fairly certain on the datetime picker. But otherwise, just install the React Native Woodpecker with your package manager. And here, let's go with that. So with that done, import picker, picker item, view, style sheet, platform, text, and theme. And these are going to be the props for the select component. Let's create our styles below. And here, instead of this fragment, let's render out a view, passing in the style as style. Then we'll render out a text component, and we'll give that a style of label, which is just a font weight of bold and margin bottom of 5. Now let's go back into add property section, And for the label, we want that to be property type. So let's create that. And underneath of our text component, we will display a picker, and we will pass in all of these props that we're getting passed in. And container and text input will be these. And then if we happen to have an error, we will be displaying some text, and the style for that text will just be a color of our danger. Now let's go back to add property section, and beneath our component and styles we need to create a new array for all of the different items that we want to display. Let's import picker item. Okay, let's go up to the top and import it. And then up top for our initial values, let's create a new one called property type, and it will be equal to the first object in the array, so apartment. Now here, let's add in those additional props of item, items, on item change is nullable, and style. And here we can test it out. We'll go single family house, condominium, all of these different things. All right, so with our property type select created, now we need to create our bed and bath select components, and they need to look like this. So we need to create the different picker items, which are going to be for the beds and baths. So for beds, it's going to be looking like this, where we're going to have studio 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And for bath values, it will range from 0.5 to 6.5. So with these different values created, let's go back to our initial values and create a new one called unit, and it will have bedrooms and bathrooms as fields. So those will be initialized to the first object within each given array. Now we need to go underneath our select component for property type and create a row. Now let's create a new select component. Now for the props here, we're going to have a label of beds. Item will be the bedrooms. Items will be the bed values. And then on the item change, we need to set the unit.bedrooms to passed in item, and is nullable is false. Okay, so there is our beds select component, but now we need to give it a new style. So let's create that. The style for it will be called small select. All right, now let's copy this and just paste another one beneath it. And this time it will read baths values.unit.bathrooms, bath values unit.bathrooms is nullable, and that will be true as well. So now we need to add a new style to our row. This style will be called unit row, and it will have justify content space between. So let's add that to the row here for the beds and baths. So style equals styles dot unit row, and we also want to assign it styles dot input, so we get some margin top. Styles dot input, and let's save that. All right, so there you can see it's looking a lot better now. So this will only work for when the unit type is single. This is what we want to display, but when it is double, we would actually like to display something a little bit different. So that's what we need to build out next. Now to get started, I'm going to go back to my initial values and create a new value. It's going to be called units, and it's going to consist of a unit, pretty much just like this, except that the object needs to have a field called unit, and that needs to be a string, which is required, and then bedrooms and bathrooms as well. So here where we are displaying this row where we've got this bed select component and the bath select component, let's create a condition. So we will say unit type is equal to single. Then this is what we actually want to display. Otherwise, we would like to display something different. And here I said unit type, it needs to be values.unitType. So now when we go to multiple units, it should show nothing, and that's what is currently happening. So with that taken care of, we need to actually figure out what we want to display whenever we are displaying multiple, or whenever the unit type is multiple, I should say. In our initial values, this units is an array, so we're going to need to map through each array and ask the user what do they want for the unit name, the number of bedrooms, and the number of bathrooms. So let's do that here using by saying values.units.map, and then we will map through each object within that array. So here we'll have I and then index, and we will return a new component or a new fragment. The first thing within this will be an input, and here I'm going to change I to item. There we have our input. Let's change this outer component to view and assign a key to it. So here we'll say key is equal to the index. Now underneath this input, we're going to want something like what we have whenever we go to our single unit. So select components for the beds and baths. So let's just copy what we have up here and paste it below. Instead of here where it says values.unit.bedrooms, change that to item.bedrooms. Same thing with bathrooms. And let's change out the index. So we're going to want something like this. So set value. Okay, and then instead of unit, we're going to want bedrooms. And I'm going to copy this, paste it down below, and specify bathrooms. Now we need to add some styling to the unit section, which is just this view. We'll give it a margin vertical of 20. So let's go back here and apply that. Styles.unit section. And now if the user has more than one property, they're going to want to add maybe multiple whenever they're initially signing up or creating this property. So let's create a button so that they can do that. So here above where we are mapping through our components, or rather that array, let's create a new touchable opacity component, and hopefully it will auto import. And I can't remember if we imported material icons or not. Okay, no, we didn't. So let's import material icons from Expo Vector Icons. And within our touchable opacity, create a new material icon. It's going to have the name of add circle icon. And we're going to need to import theme and give it color-info-500 for the color. And underneath of that, we'll have some text saying add another unit. Now we just need to add some styles to our touchable opacity and text. So we'll call this component the add unit component within our styles. So down here, add unit will have a flex direction of row and these additional styles, and then add unit text will have a font weight of bold and margin left of 5. So let's assign that style here, styles.addUnit. And for the onPress event, we'd like to add another object within this values.units array, and the object just needs to be an empty one, just like this. Well, it's not necessarily empty, but it's the default one. So let's just assign that to an empty function for now, and then here within our format component again, we're going to have to create a new function. So all this stuff is going to be below searching location, so that's where I'm going to put it. It will be called add unit. And what we're going to do is copy the current values.units array. Then we're going to push a new object into that array with the default fields, and then we will set the field value units to our new variable. So back in the touchable opacity, let's just call add unit, and we can give this a go. So whenever we click on this, it adds a new input. Now what if the user wants to get rid of one of these inputs? Maybe they clicked on the button one too many times and now they can't get rid of one of the inputs. So let's implement that next. So go back into where we are mapping through the array, and here where we have our input, let's add a fragment around that. Or actually, yeah, we're going to need a view. So we only want to display this button whenever the length of the items within the array is greater than 1. So let's write out that condition here. So values.units.length is greater than 1, else null. And here we want to render out a touchable opacity. And then within this, we need to have some text. That text is just going to say remove unit. And we need to give it its own special style. So for this style on the text, let's add that down below. And it's going to have a font weight of bold. All right, now we need to add a style to this outside touchable opacity. That style is going to be called remove unit. And it's going to have these different fields. And there we go. It's now looking a lot better. And if we remove a certain unit, then nothing happens. So let's create a new function to remove a unit from the array. So underneath add unit, we're going to create a new function called remove unit. And it's going to take in an index, which will be a number. And then we are going to do what we did up here, first copying the current values.units into a new array. And then we're going to filter through the current units, making sure that all of the indexes going into our new units are not equal to the passed in index. And down below, we will just set the field value units to our new units. Now go back to the touchable opacity, and we will assign that for the onPress prop. We'll say remove units, or remove unit. And here I'm going to need to do this and pass in the index. And now let's remove a unit. So let me type into one, make sure that we are actually removing the correct one. So 282E, and we still have the prior one, W6W. So with that done, we need to add a style so that there is a divider between different units. So let's first import divider from UIKitten. And let's compress this. Yeah, here we are. So above this unit input, let's add in a new divider. So we'll say if the index is greater than 0, we would like to display your divider, otherwise we won't. And for divider, the style is going to look like this, where we have a background color of color-gray. The width will be 95%, margin bottom 30, and align self will be center. And this is what it will look like. So now that we can account for multiple units and single units, let's add some validation so that whenever the user tries to submit, then we can actually validate if their inputs are valid or not. So here I'm going to create a new variable underneath all of these other ones. It's going to be called validation schema, and it's going to be using yup. And for right now, we'll just assign it to an object and go up here and import everything as yup from yup. And to make this more helpful, let's go and get our initial values and assign those to their own variable. So I'm going to cut this down below, and we'll make a new variable called initial values equal to that. And then let's just go and assign those here. So it's going to be equal to initial values. And validation schema is going to be equal to validation schema. So to start off the validation schema, we need to create a yup.object.shape. And within this, we'll have a unit type. So put that down, and that will be yup.string .required, and we'll say it's required. And pretty much you can do the same thing for street, city, state, zip, lat, and long. Now for property type, that is going to be an object, which, okay, let's go look at what it's going to look like. So it's going to have a label and a value. So pretty much you would just do what we did here. So I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to create a property type field, and it's going to be equal to that. And within it, we are going to have a label and value. So label is going to be a string, and so is value. So let's paste those into there. Yup.string.required, and we'll specify it's required. And for value, it's the same thing. So let's copy this and paste it. Now for unit and units, these ones are a little trickier just because whenever the unit type is single, we really only care about unit. So units will not be required, whereas whenever it's multiple, we care about units. So unit will not be required. So to get started, let's just create the field. And that is going to be a yup object. And then we need to make use of this when function. or method. And really what we need to specify is that when unit type, and then here we'll pass in some options, and here we'll say is single. Then we need to specify what we actually want it to look like, or what we actually are requiring the user to input. So unit will be a yup.object.shape. We'll have an object within it, and then we'll have bedrooms as a field, which will just look like what we have here. So yup.object.shape, where there's a label and a value. And then we can copy this and do the same for bathrooms. Now for units, that's going to be a yup array. So yup.array.when. Unit type is multiple. Then we need to specify what units needs to look like. So yup.array, and within your array pass in yup.object.shape. Then we will have a unit, which will be a required string, and then we'll have what we have here, where bedrooms and bathrooms have label and value. Now that should be working because we already assigned it up in the Formic validation schema prop. So now we just need to add a button which calls handle submit. So here at the end of the Formic component, or just before the end, let's create a button. And I don't know if we imported button yet. Looks like we didn't, so let's import that. And here for the text shown, we'll say add my property on submit, or sorry, on press is going to be equal to calling handle submit. So here I misplaced this. I'm going to need to put it within my view up above. So this should work now. We're going to call handle submit, and then let's apply a new style to the button. Styles.button, and we'll just give it a margin top of 20. So go into your styles and add that down at the bottom. Now let's try and add a property, and here we're going to get errors saying that we need some things. So let's add in a property address here. So 789. This looks good enough. And let's see if we actually are logging stuff to the console. And yeah, that one went through. Let's try one for here. We'll give it a unit of 908. And let's change this to a 1 bedroom and add another unit. Let's say 56. It'll have 4 baths. And let's see if that works. And there we are. So we have 4 and studio, which is consistent. The unit number is 56. And the first one is what we put. So 908. Yep. So in the next video, I'm going to show you guys how you can enter this information into a data structure within your database, or rather it's going to be a table because we're using a SQL database, but you get the point. In today's video, I'm going to show you how you can build out the property on your server and then implement that property into your database. So let's get started. First thing I'm going to do is go and create some new models. So head to your models folder and create a new one called apartment. And the first thing we need to do is declare the package, which is models, then import GORM. Next, create your struct for apartment, and then give it the defaults for a model. Then we'll assign it a property ID, unit, bedrooms, and bathrooms. Next, create a model for property, and declare the package as models, import GORM, then create the property struct, give it the defaults for model, and then assign it a unit type, property type, street, city, state, zip, lat, long, bedroom low, bedroom high, bathroom low, bathroom high, manager ID, and apartments. Now we need to navigate to our user, and we can actually get rid of this manager reference, and we'll go into our manager model. And here we need to specify that the manager is associated to a user or belongs to one user. So instead of having a one-to-many relationship, we're just going to have a one-to-one relationship between user and manager. And then we need to say that a manager can have multiple properties. So that's what we're doing here. So with the user to manager relationship changed, we need to go and change a function within our manager roots. It is going to be the second one, get managers by user ID. Let's rename this to get manager by user ID. We no longer need this slice, so we'll get rid of that. We can rename this to manager. And instead of returning this, let's just return manager if the rows affected is greater than 0. So here we can say manager exists is going to be equal to storage.db.where user ID is equal to the passed in ID. We're going to find the manager, and beneath this we'll say that if the rows affected is equal to 0, then we will send the user a status of 400 saying that the manager was not found. So now we need to go and modify this function name in main.go. And we need to navigate back to our application code. And we are getting this data here. So manager query.data.data.managers.length. So this would typically be that array that we just had. So we can get rid of that. And we'll just keep this second option. And here we'll say .data. And here we need to set retry to false within our options, because if we don't do that, it's going to retry the fetch 5 separate times, because we are going to be returning a status of 404. So let's just set retry to false here. And then let's change this name so that instead of get managers by user ID, it's just get manager by user ID. And let's go make that corresponding change here. And now let's go back to our server code. And let's begin creating the routes for creating a property. So go into your routes folder and create a new file called property.go. Let's specify the package, then add some imports of our models, storage, utils, and iris. Next, let's create a function for creating a property. And now let's create the structures for what the input should look like. So the first one is going to be property input. It'll have a unit type, property type, street, city, state, zip, lat, long, manager ID, and apartments. And an apartment input will have a unit, bedrooms, and bathrooms. Now within create property, we need to create a property input variable and then read the JSON that's passed in and handle any errors for validation. And if the input is valid, let's create an apartment slice and then create some variables for bedroom low, bedroom high, bathroom low, and bathroom high. And then we need to map through each element within this apartment slice. And if the current amount of bathrooms is less than the bathroom low, we're going to assign bathroom low to the current amount of bathrooms within this apartment. And then same thing for bedroom low, and vice versa for bathroom high and bedroom high. And then we'll append the apartment to our apartments variable up here. Now after mapping through all of the elements, we will create a property and then store that in our database, then send that off to the user. Now we need to create a function for getting a property by its ID. So let's create that. We'll call it getProperty. And then we need to get the parameters passed in with the URL and specifically get the ID that's passed in. And then we need to create a property variable. And then we will query our database and join any apartments associated with that property whenever we are querying the database for that particular ID. And if we get an error during that process, we'll send to the user a status code of 500. And if the property doesn't exist, we'll send the user a status code of 404. Otherwise, we'll send the property back to the user. So with these created, go back to main.go and create a new party called property. And within that, we'll create a create endpoint, passing in the create property function. And then we'll create a endpoint for getting that property by its ID. And we'll pass in the get property function. Now with that done, we need to go back to our database file and add in the new tables that we just created, or the new models I should say, and that will create tables for apartment and property. And we need to delete the table for manager. So let's go here, and underneath manager, we need to add in property and apartment from our models. Now I'm going to go back into my database GUI, and here I'm going to drop the tables. I happen to already create the properties and apartments tables, but I need to drop managers. Okay, so with those tables dropped, let's go back to our server code and let's run our server. So with our server up and running, let's navigate to our application code. And I'm going to navigate to create a new manager. So go to the add a property screen. And here I get sent to the create property manager account. So this is working. If yours isn't working, just go ahead and log out to clear your cache. So you'd go here, sign out, and then sign back in, and that'll clear your query cache. But for me, it's working. So let's go and add a property, which means create a manager here. Here we'll just say North Star Properties. Now let's create this account. So here we need to create a mutation within our add property section so that we can go and utilize those endpoints that we just created on our server. So before we do any of that, let's go and add those endpoints to our constants file. First, we need to create a new variable for property. Then we'll create the property endpoint. And finally, we'll create the create property endpoint and get property by ID endpoint. We need to go back to our add property section and import Axios, use mutation, use query client, and use navigation. Then create variables for query client and navigation. And then we need to create a variable for getting our manager, because that's going to be useful information whenever we submit the property to our server. And we need to go and create a manager type. So navigate to your types folder and create a new manager file. And within this file, we'll first import property, then we'll export the type manager, and we'll give it an ID, name, email, user ID, phone number, website, image, and properties. Now let's go back to the add property section and import manager. And next we'd like to create a create property mutation. But before we do that, let's go and create a type for the create property input. So I'm just going to go into the property types here, and we'll create a new type called create property. And within this type, it should have a unit type, property type, street, city, state, zip, lat, long, manager ID, and an array of apartments, which are just objects with a unit, bedrooms, and bathrooms. Now we can go and create our create property mutation. So let's create that variable here called create property and call the use mutation hook. The key is going to be property. The function is going to be an asynchronous one, taking in an object that is of the type create property. And within this function, we'd like to return a post request to our create property endpoint, passing in the object that gets passed into this function. So let's import this endpoints from constants. Then we would like to handle the on error and on success options for this mutation. So on error, we will just alert a message to the user saying that we were unable to create the property. And on success, we need to get the data from this function, and we need to navigate to a new screen. So we'll say navigation.navigate to a new screen we'll create. It's going to be called edit property, and it's going to need to take in a property ID. So this is going to be equal to data.data.id, and here let's specify the type. So it's going to have a data object, which is going to be the type of property. And here we can also specify that this is going to be property as well. And now we're getting this error because edit property doesn't exist. So let's go and create that screen. And within the screen, let's import text, Axios, use query result, loading, screen, endpoints, and property. And let's export our component. Let's destructure for the route, which will have params and then property ID. And within this function, we need to call the use query hook, and it will have a key of property. And with it, we will just make a GET request to the get property by ID endpoint, passing in the property ID that was passed in to the screen. And if the property is fetching or is loading this property query, then we need to return loading. Otherwise, we will return a screen with some text which just says edit property screen, and then some JSON showing the property data. And here I'm going to move this down one. Now let's go to our index file, and let's add it to this stack group. It's going to be called edit property, and we just need to import this screen. Now let's go to our types, and let's copy this, change add to edit, and get rid of this or undefined. And here, let's save this and go back to the add property section. And now we just need to create a function for this onSubmit event. So I'm going to call it onSubmit. And it's going to take in these values, so let's just copy them. And units here is just going to be like this, except that it will have a field called unit, which will be a string. The first thing that we need to do is make sure that we have a manager. Then we'll create a new object of the create property type based upon these values. And then based upon whether or not the unit type is equal to multiple or single, we need to push different things into this apartments array. So if it's multiple, we'll loop through all of the units, so this array, and then we will pass in the different values. And here, because this is a picker item, we need to specify the value for bathrooms and bedrooms. Otherwise, if it's single, if the unit type is single, then we just need to push the bathrooms and bedrooms from unit. So this one. And here at the end, we just need to call createProperty.mutate, passing in this object. So with this created, I'm going to minimize it and then go into here for the format component and call it. So on submit, passing in values. And now we can test this out. So let's create a multiple unit space, and I'm going to go into data, and we're going to use this 1170 Northwest 11th Street. And here we can see the results. So let's see, the bathroom low is 0.5, bathroom high was 3, bedroom high was 5, and the bedroom low was 0 because we had a studio. So this is working out, and now that property is stored in our database. So that is how you can create properties on your back end and implement that with the front end of your app. So recently I've been contemplating how we implemented users, managers, and properties into the apartments.com clone. And this diagram here is a good representation of how it is currently working. So we have one user, which ties to one manager account, and then from that manager account, it can have multiple different properties associated with it. So my initial thinking was that we could assign multiple different users to a manager account because it's possible for multiple different people to own and manage a property. But the way that we have it currently is that we have one user to one manager. So we really aren't even taking advantage of this thinking. So the change that we're going to make is to simply just get rid of the manager and tie each user to their properties. And I think this is a more elegant solution because one, there's less code to manage, and two, if we have an instance where a user has two different properties under two different companies, then that user would have to create two separate management accounts, and that just becomes burdensome whenever the manager account really only has the website, email, and phone number, and that's all it's really doing. So I just think the best solution is to tie users to properties, and that's what we are going to do in today's video. So to get started, let's go to our database and drop the tables of apartments, properties, and managers. And pretty much we're just dropping anything associated with managers. So I'm just going to run this query and drop those three tables. So now I'm going to head back to my server code, and here in my server code I'm going to navigate to main.go. And I'm just going to get rid of these different routes pertaining to manager. I'm going to save that. And then I'm going to go to the manager model, get rid of that. We'll no longer be needing this, so let's delete it. We can get rid of the manager route. We can go into the database and we can change our migration here to get rid of manager. And now we just need to go to the function where we are creating properties. So let's go to the property route. And here in the property input, let's change manager ID to user ID. And let's go up above here and specify that user ID needs to be property input.userID. And here we're going to get this error saying unknown field. So we need to go to our property model. And let's get rid of manager ID and input user ID. And let's go and save this. Now we need to go to the user model. And we now need to say that this one user can have multiple properties. I think we're good, so I'm just going to start up my server. And let's go and make sure that our tables got created. So yep, we have apartments and properties now. So with that done, let's go into the application side of things and go make our changes there. So back within our application code, we can go to a few different places. We're going to start off by going to this create manager screen. So I'm just going to comment all of this stuff out because we're going to be reusing some of this stuff, such as this validation with the phone numbers and this React Native phone input, or our phone input component. So we will just comment that out for now, but you can delete it if you would like. And now I'm going to go to the add property screen, and we're just going to get rid of this import, and we don't need this manager query anymore, so get rid of that. We aren't going to need this or any of this. And now we can get rid of some of these spaces. And then here we can also get rid of this because we're going to be creating an edit property screen for that. Let's get rid of these unused imports. All right, next place to go is going to be the constants. We no longer have a manager endpoint, so let's get rid of that. And these subsequent endpoints. Next place to go is going to be the add property section. Here we aren't going to have a manager, so let's get rid of this. Let's also get rid of query client and get rid of these imports. Now down here, we don't have a manager, so we're going to have to say user. So we need to import use auth. And we need to get the user from there. And here we're going to say if user, then we need to specify the user ID. So this is no longer going to be manager ID, but user ID. And here we're going to need to modify create property. So let's go there. This is going to be a user ID, which will be a number. And here we're going to get an error saying string is not assignable to type number. So we just made a little mistake within our user type. So let's go there and change that to a number. And while we're in types, let's go and delete the manager type. And let's head back to the add property section. All right, so with those changes made, let's go and test it out. So let's navigate to the Add a Property screen, and let's just type in some random address. So here we can see that that worked. Let's go back into our database and then query the properties to make sure that that worked as well. So let's go select everything from properties. And here we can see the property that we just input. So that is working like a charm. The user ID is consistent with the user that I just created, or not that I created, but the user I just input the property with. Select everything from users. And here we can see that I use this account to create that property. And if we go back, we can see that that is the same account.